Shalom, people. Grand Rising. It is Wednesday, 1:46 in the morning, and we back at it. Thank you for riding with me. Shout outs to all rideshare drivers, bus drivers, truck drivers, cab drivers, limo drivers, train engineers, and pilots, along with EMT, law enforcement, and every other schmuck that's out here working. I mean, we all got to work, right? We don't work, we don't eat. We got obligations. And in the present system, we got to pay for what God gave us free. Ain't that a bitch? Now, it ain't all that bad. I mean, it sucks, but it is what it is, right? We've accepted it. We bought into the system. We play the game. We vote. We do all the dumb shit that keeps the people in power, particularly in this country. I mean, all across the plane, but particularly in this country, we've been duped to believe that we have some say, and we do. We just got to be willing to do it. Look what's happening in LA, right? Um, that's a bunch of bullshit over there. Protesting, demonstrating, protesting, um, marching, whatever the fuck, right? All of that's allowed does not authorize you to vandalize, destroy property, steal. You're not authorized to do that. And everyone who's doing it, right, um, is a paid government shrill. They're being paid to do that shit. And you don't have to believe me, right? The cat's out the fucking bag. A false flag doesn't mean people don't get hurt and property doesn't get damaged or destroyed. Doesn't mean that. What it means is that all the actors are paid. They're actors and they're paid to destroy, to harm. I don't remember the name of the young man who did the marathon in Boston, the bomb. I don't remember his name right now. But he had a CIA handler. As the people, rather as the person who took the shot at Donald Trump, he clearly was part of something bigger. The story surrounding him is crazy. No one's talking about it though. Everybody's so busy with their important little lives that they can't see the big picture. And you know what? Everybody turns a blind eye to the bullshit. So everybody gets what they deserve in this world, particularly in this country. And for certain of us, this system, when it implodes, will be of benefit to some of us, because we know that the end is near, and we know that the end doesn't mean that life ends and that the world itself is destroyed. It's not. It's just this system and this place, the land of the North. But anyway, we don't want to get too deep. It's too early for all that shit. I mean, not for me and not for those who are in the know, but for the rest of you who only give a shit about funny cat videos and scary TikToks and dumb shit. It's too early for y'all, right? Y'all don't want to hear no good shit. All y'all want to hear is prophesy unto me nice things. Don't tell me nothing real. We don't want to hear it. And I'm hungry for whatever reason. I'm normally not hungry this time of day. Excuse me.
He buys the girl. They're usually being put into a vehicle that has no windows, like a van, or some sort of vehicle that they can easily hide them in. And usually, the client, well, sometimes the client, doesn't look like a criminal at all. Sometimes it looks like like the everyday Joe. Because as I said before, some of these clients are people that you would never expect, people that you think that you could trust, like judges, or I've never seen a police chief come in there, but I've heard of it before. I've heard of happening before. And let's see, just people like that you would just never expect, or some rich ass motherfucker, you know what I mean? And basically, what those clients do with those girls, well, there's a variety of things. Let's get started. First one, they turn those girls into breeders. Breeder, basically a breeder. Turn left on Bloomfield Avenue. That happens. They go ahead and they get bought. And it's sad to say, but alright, my bad. There was a little girl and her mom or her sister or whatever the fuck she was with my companion, not feel bad. Alright, so look, a breeder is basically when a client buys a girl from the cartel or off any human trafficking organization or family, and they buy the girl, they get her pregnant, and they keep her nice and healthy for the 9 months of, that she's pregnant, so the baby comes out healthy. Because, he sells the baby. And depending on who the client is, depends, on, if what happens to the baby ends up being bad or good. Because sometimes these clients are, widows or they're mothers who have lost children to death or to CPS that are extremely rich as fuck. And like sometimes they're not allowed to have kids, so they buy them off, the client. And or off the cartel sometimes. Because, they do that sometimes as well. And let's see. Or a sad batch that happens to those babies is that sometimes, there's birth complications, right? And sometimes those babies. In a quarter mile, turn right on Elm Street using the right lane. Birth to by the breeder. I'm talking about like mom. New message from Jeanette. Thumbs up, medium, dark skin tone. So that being said, sometimes those babies that get given birth to by the breeder, they end up getting used. So then, the organs get to turn right on Elm Street. From the baby that got birthed by the breeder. So sometimes, that happens. It's pretty fucking sad. You know what I mean? It's pretty fucked up because the mother that's going, because the breeder that's giving birth to two babies, it mentally fucks them up, scars them for life. At that point, like, they don't even live anymore. Like, they beg for death. The sad part is, she can't even have death. It's just gonna keep happening. There's no way that no one can stop it. She can't stop it. You know what I mean? It's a very slight chance that it'll never stop. And sometimes those babies that get birthed by the breeder, they don't always get sold as babies. Sometimes the client will have their own, business of his own, obviously, as I was, just speaking about. And, they go ahead and they, and they let that kid grow up a little, like maybe to 10 years old or 7 or 8, and whenever a mom needs, or whatever, like a fucking mom, needs like, a replacement son or a replacement daughter or needs the organs of another kid to save their kid's life, that's what they usually go for. That's like usually like the main purposes. Or sometimes pedophiles buy them as well, and it's fucking just absolutely disgusting. I'm so against pedophiles. Like, fucking. In a quarter mile, make a slight right turn on Orange Road West. That is a client I do not respect. Sorry, my bad. I'm sorry, my fingers go. Alright, so let's continue. Sometimes pedophiles buy them. And that's sad too. You know what? I make a slight right turn on Orange Road West. And I guess the same thing that happens to those babies or those babies that end up growing up, the same thing that happens to them is kind of the same thing that happens to those girls that get bought by other clients. And sometimes other clients, if they're not doing that, then the clients buy girls to, they just buy them simply just to torture them to death. And, sometimes these people are doctors or surgeons. People, as I say, it'd be people that you would never expect. Rich-ass surgeons or, rich-ass fucking doctors and shit from rich-ass towns come all the way the fuck over here. And since they know what the fuck they're doing, they know how to keep the girl alive for as long as they possibly can. They know how to keep them alive for a long time while inflicting them without fucking killing them. It's really fucked up. Or sometimes these girls get bought from, rich, really rich royal families from overseas, like Colombia or fucking, or families down in India, you know what I mean? Like, real. In a quarter mile, turn right on Coogan Avenue. And they go ahead and buy girls and all that. a beautiful, beautiful woman to marry. That's just
This guy's talking about human trafficking, just in case you're wondering what the fuck is going on.
you sometimes. So yeah, that's another type of client that pops up.
Turn right on Coogan Avenue, then keep left onto Walsh Avenue.
Oh, and also in some very rare cases, yeah, and some very rare cases, those girls that get caught get kidnapped end up getting bought back, by the family. You know what I mean?
Turn right on Burnside Street, then pick up Jeanette on the right.
Like your niece, your aunt. All right, motherfucker, pay this much, and we'll usually charge them the same amount as
Pick up Jeanette on the right.
I mean, okay, and oh yeah, and then at other times, I've had clients, you know, request, you know, girls that look really, 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 really similar to people that they know or look. So like some
Morning.
will go
Hello.
ahead and buy girls that look exactly like their ex-wife that and then, they just keep bringing them back because or sometimes they can fucking buy a girl that looks exactly like their ex-wife because they just want to take her place and all that, right? Crazy shit.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Thomas Boulevard.
Please use your seatbelt for your
find a girl that looks exactly like that girl, so then they can be, a replacement in the family. Or some serial killer that just wants to kill the same girl over again in mind. You know. So yeah, that's the main gist of what happens to these girls. I mean, I tell you more, but I can go on and on. I think you guys are getting tired of it already. So I'm gonna come up with a different topic to talk about in the next one. See you guys later. Peace out. Okay, I already know why you're here. Some of y'all are here because y'all wanting part two. What happens to the girls that get tricked? I already explained in part one what happened.
Turn right on Thomas Boulevard.
I'm about to explain what happens when the client comes to buy those girls. So let's get started. So when those girls get caught, and when the human traffickers have
In a quarter mile, keep right to stay on Thomas Boulevard using the right lane.
being put into a vehicle that has no windows like a van or some sort of vehicle that they can easily hide them. And usually the client, well, sometimes the client, doesn't look like a criminal at all. Sometimes it looks like like an everyday Joe. Because
Keep right to stay on Thomas Boulevard.
like judges or I've never seen a police chief come in there, but I've heard
Just ahead, make a slight left turn on North Day Street.
just people like that you would just never expect, or some rich ass motherfucker, you know what I mean? And basically,
Make a slight left turn on North Day Street.
First one, they turn those girls into breeders. A breeder is basically when that happens, they go ahead and they get bought, and it's sad to say, but alright, my bad. There was a little girl and her mom or her sister, whoever the fuck she was, walking past me, and I feel bad. Alright, so look, a breeder is basically when a client buys a girl from the cartel or off any human trafficking organization or family, and they buy the girl, they get her pregnant, and they keep her nice and healthy for the 9 months of that she's pregnant, so the baby comes out healthy. Because she sells the baby, and depending on who the client is, depends on if what happens to the baby and the back to it. Because sometimes these clients are widows or their mothers who have lost children to death or to CPS that are extremely rich as fuck. And like sometimes they're not allowed to have kids, so they buy them off, the client, and or off the cartel sometimes because they do that sometimes. And let's see, or the sad batch that happens to those babies is that sometimes there's birth complications, right? And sometimes sometimes those babies end up dead. This is birth complications. I'm not talking about the baby that was given birth to by the breeder. I'm talking about like moms, who go to the hospital and they give birth. There's birth complications sometimes, and sometimes the baby won't survive. So with that being said, sometimes
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Freeway Drive West.
so then the organs get taken out or whatever that baby needs, that had the birth complication gets whatever it needs from the birth, from the baby that got birthed by the breeder. So sometimes, that happens. It's pretty fucking sad. You know what I mean? It's really fucked up because the mother that's going, because the breeder that's giving birth to these babies, it mentally fucks them up. It scars them for life. At that point, like, they don't want to live anymore. Like, they beg for death.
Turn right on Freeway Drive West, then keep left onto Essex Freeway.
It's just gonna keep happening. There's nobody that wants to stop it. She can't stop it. You know what I mean? There's a very slight chance that it'll never stop. And sometimes those babies that get
Keep left onto Essex Freeway.
sometimes the client will have their own business of his own, obviously, as I was just speaking about, and they go ahead and they let that kid grow up a little bit, like maybe to 10 years old or 7 or 8, and whenever a mom needs or whatever, like a fucking mom needs like, a replacement son or replacement daughter, or needs the organs of another kid to save their kid's life, that's what they usually go for. That's like usually like the main purposes. Or sometimes it could involve violence, but it's
In 0.5 mile, take right exit 10 onto County Highway 508, starts using the right lane.
Alright, so let's continue. That's that too. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Let's talk about something else. Fuck. And I guess
Take right exit 10 onto County Highway 508, starts. Just ahead, turn left on Northfield Avenue using the middle lane.
if they're not doing that, when the clients buy girls to, they just buy them simple.
Turn left on Northfield Avenue.
As I say, it'd be people that you would never expect. Rich ass surgeons or, rich ass fucking doctors and shit from rich ass towns. They come all the way the fuck over here. And since they know what the fuck they're doing, they know how to keep the girl alive for as long as they possibly can. They know how to keep them alive for a long time while inflicting as much pain as they possibly can without fucking killing them. It's really fucked up.
Let me tell you a true story. Mr. Boom, Glorilla. Why was you wearing that mask at Coachella? What's up with that mask? A lot of people and fans will wonder, why did you wear that mask? It was kind of creepy. And some people said that they were scared. I don't know why. They were scared of the mask. But the mask was really weird. It had a black eye that was pitch black, and then one eye. Now people are telling me, you know what that one eye means. But I don't know what that is. The only one eye can tell you is one eye Willie from the Goonies. It's black and two Willies. It's shooting all over you guys. Gorilla, why did you wear that? Huh? And then people have the nerve to say, big boys don't say that. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't see. People are saying that Gorilla is down with me. What club? I know she goes in clubs to perform. That's the only thing I know. Just to see. I don't know what's going on, but what I do know is that this video is for entertainment purposes only. I don't know why people are getting all hyped up about this Gorilla mask. She's not the only artist that wore a mask before. Come on, guys, let's not exaggerate. I don't know, guys. Let me know what you think. I'm out.
Here's something most
This is what I'm talking about. This you. This. It's just the name that the natives give.
So it's been brought to my attention. That you can now comment photos. So I didn't.
If you want to know if you halfway decent looking, just open up.
Why I want to bring this up, I just want to finish the weekend with icing on the cake. Not only when Angel Reese says this, but when other women say this, consider the source. Women often complain about the whole gym thing. You want us to put full clothes on to go to the gym? Yeah, some of y'all looking super unprofessional, bro. You got the booty stitch, they go right up the booty crack. Nobody like that. You got no time. You literally got a bra on and booty shorts on with your booty cheek hanging out the bottom of it. Like, wow. Like, don't you feel uncomfortable with your booty out and all these men in there at the gym? And then you have the audacity to get mad at a man for looking at it. What are you doing, girl? You can see everything. You do a squat, you pretty much X-rated. Stop doing that. Why can't women take accountability for being honest? You ain't got to come in there with scrubs on. But like, you put regular clothes on. Just what I'm saying. Do what you want, but don't get mad when people looking at you. Don't
In
get
a quarter mile, turn left on Old Short Hills Road.
she said. And you showed me a video of Taylor start doing like I showed you.
I don't really get to stand up for myself. I have great teammates. I have a great support system.
Turn left on Old Short Hills Road.
To speak out of things just because I just try to ignore and I just try to stand strong. Like, I've been through so much, I've seen so much, I've been attacked so many times. Death threats, I've been sexualized, I've been threatened, I've been so many things, and I've stayed strong every single time. And I just try to stand strong for my teammates because I don't want them to see me down and like not be there for them. So I just want them to always just know, like, I'm still a human. Like, all this has happened since I won the national championship, and I said the other day I haven't had it since then. And it sucks, but I still wouldn't change. I wouldn't change.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Athens Kent Drive.
Emergency room, ma'am.
I said this yesterday in part. It's just, the disingenuous nature of the average human being is just beyond me. Angel Reese is literally making up a whole scenario that don't exist.
Turn left to stay on St. Barnabas Medical Center, then make a slight right turn on Athens Kent Drive.
She go. She's celebrating the WNBA even though she ain't even close to Caitlin Clark. They're not even close. I heard some stats that Caitlin Clark had some record that she broke in 46 games, and the girl that's behind her played 400 games. She did it in the 10th of the game. Or not 10th of the game. 10 times less games. I don't know how to do that, man. And why I want to bring this up, I just want to finish the weekend with icing on the cake. Not only when Angel Reese says this, but when other women say this, consider the source. Women often complain about the whole gym thing. What? Do you want us to put full clothes on when we go to the gym? Yeah, some of y'all looking super unprofessional. You got the booty stitch. Nobody you literally got a bra on and booty shorts on with your booty cheek hanging out the bottom of it. Like, why? Like, don't you feel uncomfortable with your booty out and all these men in here at the gym?
Turn right on Old Short Hills Road.
Do a squat, you're pretty much X-rated. Stop doing that. Why can't women take accountability for being modest? You ain't got to come in there with scrubs on. But like, at least put regular clothes on. This is what I would say. Do what you want, but don't get mad when people looking at you. Don't get mad when people sexualize you. And it's exactly the point that I'm making when it comes to Angel Reese. Listen to what she said and then watch what she ended up doing. And you showed me a video of Caitlin Clark doing it, I'll quit my show.
I don't really get to stand up for myself. I mean, I have great teammates. I have a great support system. That stand up for me. I don't really get to speak out on things.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Exeter Road.
I just try to stand up. I've been through so much. I've seen so much. I've been attacked so many times. Death threats. I've been sexualized. I've been threatened. I've been so many things, and I've stood strong every single time. And I just try to stand strong for my teammates because I don't want them to see me down and like not be there for them. So I just want them to always just know.
Turn right on Exeter Road, then turn right on Ross Road.
All this has happened. National championship has happened since then. And it sucks, but I still wouldn't change. I wouldn't change.
Turn right on Ross Road.
I can't listen to no more. We'll get to the booty shaking. I said this yesterday in part. It's just the disingenuous.
Just ahead, turn left on Wilshire Drive.
Angel Reese is literally making up a whole scenario that don't exist. I've been death threats. I've been sexualized. She's been celebrated.
Turn left on Wilshire Drive.
They won the national championship. They kissing her ass, she elbows everywhere she go. She's celebrating the WNBA even though she ain't even close to Caitlin Clark. They're not even close. I heard some stat that Caitlin Clark.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Vanderbilt Drive.
Broke in 46 games, and the girl that's behind her played 400 games. She did it in the 10th of the game. Well, not 10th of the game. 10 times less games. I don't know how to do that, man.
I just seen a video of that little Miss Shirley doing a meet and greet, and there are grown men coming to meet her. That made my stomach turn. There are grown men.
Turn right on Vanderbilt
coming to
Drive.
see this little baby.
When Cassius Clay shocked the boxing world for
In a quarter-mile, pick up Molly on the right.
Super profits. Hey man, if you want to come, we gotta do it on top of it. Remember the light skinned nigga, Spy Rise? You was playing the same stupid ass stuff 15 years ago. You dumb new niggas popping up saying that it ain't worked 15 years ago. You think it's gonna work now? Sit your black ass down. Hey man, they have no whistle. I don't know. Our people got no knowledge. They could have kept him on stage and asked him, how do we get out the position we're in? But all that deep, profound.
Pick up Molly on the right.
That's the problem with Negroes. Barbershop talk. Read Isaiah 8:20. Quick, that's just barbershop talk. It has no benefit. You know, that Negro watch sports. I guarantee it. He got a favorite basketball team.
Hey, it's only
And
beef
he got
to the weed man. While he buying his weed, he be like, yo, you ever heard of the Gilgamesh epic? Son?
New message from Molly. Be right there.
Bob and the weed man is the two Negroes who will talk to you about anything. Bob is trying to get his
I'm
money,
here.
and the weed man trying to get his money. Nobody give a damn what you kicking, man. Isaiah 20, man.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 8 and verse 20. To the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it's because there is no light in them.
This guy got no light. He's in pure, utter darkness. As soon as you hear a Negro bring out the Gilgamesh epics or this deep thing, I'm telling you, he got no tangible solutions for nothing. Just a bunch of knowledge. And the way we know is what A1 said. We know about that because, look, we looked up all that stuff. We thought we had something when we first Googled it. Then we found the truth. We said, oh, all that is BS. So a lot of our brothers, they come on here thinking, oh, I'm about to kick some type of knowledge to you and learn you something, and it's all garbage. We looked it up already.
And before that, it was the Egyptian Book of the Dead. This y'all niggas come up here like y'all deep. Y'all are the most ignorant. For there are times when there's smartphones, you are the dumbest Negroes there are.
See, I blame Gorilla for the stupid Negro. He probably got high. I blame her. Go back to the topic. Yeah, man. Nobody got anything? It's been quiet, TJ. Look like you had a little flow.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
I got a little something, but it was really a lot of the blame.
Head north on Vanderbilt Drive toward Putnam Road. Turn left on Putnam Road.
Most of them, and MOG was up there a minute ago, man, of garbage.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Canoe Brook Drive.
But what do you expect from the people that elected Glorilla as the gospel artist? It's 2025.
I guarantee they bumping this song in churches too. I had to go look at it real quick. I had to just see, man. I had to play the first 10 seconds just to see. You know what I mean? We won our award. It's horrible. You got a damn woman rapping.
Hey, what's the name of the song? I can't even hear it.
Turn right on Canoe Brook Drive. Then a
Right
right
up
on
there is perfect. Wherever you could. Thank you so much.
Yo, man.
Where are you?
No one's Glorilla. That's
Straight up?
Yeah, straight up. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oh my goodness. Yo, any woman
Thank
rapping
you so
hard
much.
like
You're
that,
welcome, sir.
talking about I'm for Jesus.
Can I get through there?
Ain't nothing feminine about the track.
You going in here?
Yeah, that's how it goes to the garage. Thank you. Love you.
Have a good night.
Love you so much. Love you. Have a great night.
Good night, ma'am.
Imagine your grandmother rapping Gorilla.
Hey, real quick, there's like a little sketch, little cartoon.
Should be all right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, she was going through the back. Damn, I'm sorry. I could have stopped there.
She was
Head
going
to your
through the
drop-off
garage
at
today.
63 Martin Avenue. Just ahead, make a sharp right turn on East Hobart Gap Road.
Gorilla.
Hey, real quick, there's like a little sketch, little cartoon they got up in there with Sharon, and the dude was on the phone with a woman he just met, and he said, "How would you describe yourself?" What type of
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Vanderbilt Drive.
woman? What happened? She said, "Why?" He said, "You said you was masculine." He said, "Man." He said, "No. I just got I just act masculine." That's Gorilla. It's like trying to match with the traits, like just talk like a man and walk like a man, rap like a man. Don't nobody look on that man.
Turn left on Vanderbilt Drive.
What's good with you, my guy? Yo, I grew up in New York. The women, they different. Say it that way. Be nice. Gorilla.
Just ahead, turn left on Cornell Drive.
You got on the topic.
Turn left on Cornell Drive, then turn right on Chestnut Street.
That Glorilla won a gospel award, but I think it's kind of ironic to be totally honest with you, because it's like
Turn right on Chestnut Street.
it's all about the people now. You know what I'm saying? So why not give her an award? You know what I'm saying? Like,
She won most influential / gospel song of the year award. I think that's what it is.
In a quarter mile, turn left on East Northfield Road.
Influential. She won. So I had to look it up. She said her first line is she said, "I'm feeling like I'm God's favorite, and that's the best feeling ever." Damn.
yeah.
Nasty work. That's what I'm telling you, man.
Turn left on East Northfield Road.
Favorite ain't a woman in pants talking vulgar. Amos 5, read verse 23. Sure, this came out.
Book of Amos, chapter 5 and verse 23. Take thou away from me the noise of thy songs.
Can you imagine the Lord? Can you imagine the Lord up in heaven? He made a woman to be feminine, to have a soft voice, to be silent and loving. And the Lord, the first time.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Heron Road.
What the hell is this? That's why Christ marveled at Negroes. You imagine the Lord, like y'all made a feminine, soft, gentle being, and they're rapping. This being is rapping.
Turn right on Heron Road.
Women are upside down, bro. Any woman playing this horrible. Read it again.
Verse 23, take thou away from me the noise of thy songs.
Just ahead, turn right on Wardell Road.
I know the Lord ain't listening to this. You think about it.
Turn right on Wardell Road, then turn left on Martin Avenue.
20 years, people's grandmothers rapping Glorilla at the church. This is nasty. This is horrible. It was already bad.
Turn left on Martin Avenue.
Grandmothers rapping Glorilla talking about, yo, that's my favorite gospel song. No longer they gonna be singing Never Would Have Made It or something about the name Jesus. They gonna be rapping.
Just ahead, drop off Molly.
It's coming, bro.
Right or left side, man.
It's coming.
On the left with the
It's coming.
white car.
It's already happening. It was getting
Drop off Molly.
This one here?
all made that he was
yeah.
up
Or
there.
the one up ahead?
Up a little bit. Thank you.
So now,
Right here is perfect.
Yes,
go
ma'am.
ahead, Joe.
Thank you so
I
much.
just,
You're welcome so much. Have a good night.
There's a thought I
Have a good
had.
night.
Thank you, dear.
I think it feels like the humor of God, because he's showing that they're a fraud. He's showing that this is not what they have been lying to us about all of this time. This is not where you're going to find them at. These places, so-called places of worship.
Well, you know, the thing about a Christian is a Christian wasn't really trying. Read Ezekiel 22 and 36. A Christian was never really trying to 22 and 26. The priests and the Christians were never trying to actually make a division between good and evil. They was with the evil. You understand? So that's the thing, right? If you're a Christian in this room, you would think a Christian would be on the stage outraged at what's going on, right? Because they're a Christian. They understand this doesn't represent them and what they believe in. But no Christians are irate. I don't see a petition against this. I don't see a
people say she should have never won that award. Christianity probably liked the song. That's how it worked, probably. So what it shows you is they really. Go ahead, Joe.
No, go ahead. Finish.
No, I'm saying they never really were against it at the beginning. Right? Why?
Right.
Listen to this.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 22 and verse 26. Her priests have violated my law and have profaned mine holy things.
Yep.
They have put no difference between the holy and profane.
Right. They put no difference between the holy and profane. So there's really never been a difference in those churches because they don't teach the law. The law was to create that division between what was right and what was wrong. When that law ain't getting taught, there's no division between right and wrong in the church. Everything evil is fair game in the church. The dress code, fair game. Right? The women in the church already started dressing like hoes years before. Right? They were coming to the church with the same outfit. So the dress code was already there. The mentality was already there. Now they just say, you know what? Why are we going to keep acting like we righteous? We ain't righteous. Let's just go ahead and do what we do. Let Glorilla make it back. At least everybody gonna hear it. Yeah, let's go all in.
Yeah.
You would think any Christian coming in this room would see the title and say, yo, I'm coming up on stage because I understand the effect it's gonna have on the church. I need to say something about this because this is a problem. But I'm guaranteeing it, a lot of these people that subscribe to Christianity have listened to the song and have no issue with it. They think it's okay what she's saying in the song because they don't know the actual songs that we sung in the Bible. They don't know we sung about our deliverance, right? The destruction of our enemy. They're okay with a woman rapping for Jesus. This is great. I get it. There's Christian rappers, they pop up all the time, but Glorilla rapping for Jesus is an all-time low for me.
It's out of pocket.
100%. Read it again.
Her priests have violated my law and have profaned mine holy things. They have put no difference between the holy and profane. Neither they show difference between the unclean and the clean, and hid their eyes from my Sabbaths, and I am profaned among them.
Right. They profane the Lord. They sit back and say this is for God, and they're rapping, man. The women are in there turning up for Jesus. Not only was there supposed to be women pastors in the church, now we got female rappers with deep, manly, masculine energy talking about, yo, this is for the Lord. It's terrible. And this is the thing that some of y'all take your daughters there. Isaiah 5:20. Some of y'all take your daughters there every Sunday, right? You might have bought your daughter Glorilla album. Some of y'all might have brought your daughter might be bumping Glorilla right now. You got no problem with it. Shoot, some of your sons, I done met boys that be playing these women's albums nowadays. I done met young men in the street that they say, yo, I'm bumping Glorilla. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of your sons got the damn Glorilla album and they say, yo, this is my favorite track, the one where she talking about Jesus. And the Lord don't want to hear this. Go ahead.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 5 and verse 20. Woe unto them, they call evil good, and good evil.
At the end of the day, that's what this track is, right? You know why? Because it don't tell you to keep the commandments or repent. Her whole imagery is about breaking the commandments of God. Then she turns around and says, I'm gonna create a song for God. And our people love that. Our people love when somebody go to the award show, they do everything demonic all year. They get to the award show and they get that award, and the first thing they say is, I want to thank God.
Thank God. Yeah.
I want to thank God. God don't want to hear that. God don't want nothing to do. God wants nothing to do with your wicked behind. Don't mention the Lord like the Lord wants something to say. Satan gave you all of that.
Right. He had no hand in it whatsoever. No hand.
Right. I mean, well, he set you up for destruction. That's what it is. He allowed it.
Right. Outside of that.
Yeah, you don't want no part of that. But a lot of our people call it good, man, and that's the issue. But I'm gonna move to TK. We got some people on stage, Joe. So, let's go to TK. TK, you there? TK, Joe.
Yo, what's up, bro? What's up, bro?
Hey, what you think about the topic, man? How does Glorilla win a gospel award? Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, what you feel about Glorilla winning that award? She won the award for, I believe, best gospel song, most inspirational.
Can you do 1 second? At all.
All right. All right, you was there. Nigga not here. All right, let me go on the break then. Bridget, you there? Bridget, I don't know if you did. If so, unmute your mic on the bottom right. See what your thought is on the topic. Did they bump the album? Do they got the album on repeat? I remember back in the day, my mother used to play Lauryn Hill in the house. Some of y'all mamas is playing Glorilla. Can you imagine? I used to hear doo-wop. You are hearing F nigga free. That's what you hearing. Your mother's cleaning the house, and that's what you hearing. F-R-E-E. That's what you hearing on a Saturday morning. Your mother's waking you up with rats. She got on Glorilla rapping, man. Read that again, man. Isaiah 5:20. While we wait on Bridget to unmute her mic. Y'all got Glorilla bumping on the Sabbath day. I'm telling you, man, this world is good. The Lord got to come back, man. You got to hit the refresh button. That's horrible. You wake up on a Saturday morning as a little kid and your mother got Glorilla bumping. Read that.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 5 and verse 20. Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil. That put darkness
unto them, destruction unto them that call evil good and good evil. A lot of y'all don't condemn these things, but you go to church every Sunday. Gotta ask the question. It leaves the question: how are you a Christian that's supposed to be advocating for keeping what Christ did on the earth, but you're not speaking out against us? You ain't got no issues. You in fact are a fan of this. That's what we gotta know. We gotta know from the Christians, because y'all are the ones that will fit this verse. If you have nothing to say about this, you think if Christ was here, he'd be like, yo, let's go bump that Glorilla while we keep the Sabbath? Hell no. Read again.
Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil. That put darkness for light and light for darkness. That put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter.
Right. That's how a lot of our people are. They put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. You'd rather hear that than actually get taught what you need to do out the Bible. That's just the reality of it. You'd rather hear that, rather bump that over and over again than hear the fact of what you need to do in order to repent. But hey, Bridget, you there? I don't know. Maybe your mic ain't working. Give me a second. You gotta hit the mic button at the bottom right. I don't know if you hear me. If anybody wants to come up, raise your hand up. The topic of the room is calling Christians. How does Glorilla win a gospel award? That's the question. Somebody got to explain it to me. Maybe you understand the story. Maybe you can break down for me how Glorilla is connected to Jesus. Maybe one of y'all know. Maybe y'all are a fan of hers. You can explain it to me. You can let me know. This is why it makes sense. Because I'm confused. I know some of y'all got the album. Some of y'all coming in here, especially you pick the tickets. Maybe it's your first time in. You've seen the title. And you said, man, what they doing talking about Glorilla? So if you came in here, it's your first time, raise your hand and we'll bring you on stage because I'm curious what your thought is. So I feel like some of y'all might have the album and just hiding out. You don't want nobody saying that to you. Read that again. What you got?
Book of Isaiah, chapter 5 and verse 20. Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil. That put darkness for light and light
Go to
for
1
darkness.
Corinthians 15 verse 33 real quick. 1 Corinthians 15 verse 33.
The book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 15 and verse 33. Be not deceived. Evil communications corrupt good manners.
That's what's going to happen to a lot of our young men, a lot of the daughters. Because if we're really rapping and telling you how to serve Jesus, you think about it, it's an album with however many songs. They put her up as gospel award winner. What people going to go do? They going to go listen to that song, but then they going to click on the next song. And click on the next song. That's what you got to see. Y'all got to see the long game. Okay, we put her up as a gospel artist. So now all these young women are like, oh, all right, she won a gospel award. Then they go, they start with the gospel track, and then they end up listening to the whole album. Now whatever messages she give out, now they're following Glorilla. Because in their mind, they've created a gospel artist. Trust me, that industry is very calculated. When albums come out, there's a rollout, there's a whole plan. Nothing is being done by accident. When awards are won, there's a whole plan, there's a whole committee. Everything is thought out. So when she won that award, trust me, they know the next move is, okay, we're going to capitalize off of this. I wouldn't be surprised if she goes and does a whole gospel album. Because they understand how to profit off of this. Read it again.
Book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 15 and verse 33. Be not deceived. Evil communications corrupt good manners.
Some of y'all, your manners are going to get corrupted by examples like this. Some of your daughters are going to get corrupted by examples like this. Instead of repenting and learning what it is you need to do, you're going to listen to Glorilla and think, okay, I'm good to go. Hey, Mr. Wick, you came on stage. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, you got a thought on the topic? What you think? How does Glorilla win a gospel award?
I'm just not finding out she won the gospel award. Came about.
I mean, the Christians, man. What you think? You a Christian?
Negative.
Okay, you went to church growing up?
Yes, sir.
What type of music you remember hearing in the church?
Yes, you can call them hymns. Whatnot.
Hymns, okay. You think those were do you think those songs like align with God? You thought they were good songs? What you think? What's your feeling on it? Do you think the hymns were beneficial? I don't know if you did, man. You might be Googling Glorilla. You might be thrown off. I think you might have looked up the video and it's a wrap for you now.
No, I'm watching charts. I ain't worried about no Glorilla.
All right. My question is, what type of songs was in the church that you felt like were beneficial? Any?
Music is music. Depends on.
Nah, I don't. Go ahead.
Yeah, music is music. Said music is music.
So,
it's rhythm.
It doesn't have any impact on how we think, though. That's my question for you.
Yeah, it does.
So music can't be music then, right? Because it would be impacting you, right? It influences you. It's changing the way you perceive certain things. So we say, watch this. You believe in the Bible, mister?
It's a touchy one right there.
Okay, why is it touchy? Explain. You said it's touchy. You don't really believe in it? Yes and no?
It depends on who's interpreting it.
Okay, so do you interpret it? Do you read it? That's my question. Let me ask it that way.
Nah,
why not?
Because I'm already one before.
You already what? I want to hear it one more time. Say it.
I'm already one with self.
The end part keep cutting out. It's like you muting. You don't got to keep going on mute. You can just stay on mute. You already one with what?
I got stuff in the background. I'm already one with self.
Nobody can hear nothing you saying. Is it just me, y'all? Every time he talks, it's like that last sentence go out.
One with self.
No, I heard him.
All right, maybe it's me. He's one with self. What does that mean? Break that down for me. And how's that helping us? Explain that to me. I'm curious. When you say you're one with self, explain that.
I know who I am. I know what I bring.
And who are you? What's your nationality? If I was to ask you that. Damn, you know what I mean? You say you know who you are. You're supposed to be able to tell me this is my nationality if you know who you are.
Who came up with nationality?
God. God came up with nationality.
So it's multiple.
There's 18 nations in the Bible. So which one you come from? You say you know. So I'm curious. You say you one with self. I'm curious, man. Maybe you could teach the room something that we don't know, because this is a biblical-based room, but you say you already one with self, so you don't got to read the Bible. So maybe we need to know what you know, so I'm asking.
Are you one to teach about the Bible?
Do I want to teach about the Bible? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking, are you one to be somebody that teaches about the Bible?
Yes, but my question for you is, what do you believe? Because you say you don't read the Bible.
So is this how you approach everybody?
This is how I approach everyone. Yes, I'm asking questions. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do besides ask you questions to understand your point of view. You're very strange, sir. It's like you go on mute, you come off of mute. You say 3 words and you go back on mute. So if you don't want to talk, we move on.
All right, let's move on.
All right, we'll holler. Watch this. Boom. I wish you there. Yo, our people be strange, man. Man said I'm one with self. I'm trying to figure out what the hell you talking about. What the hell? I wish you there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Don't tell me you took Mr. Wick's phone. You must have stole Mr. Wick's phone. Cause I'm talking and you can't hear me. TK Joe, you said I need to stop that. What you talking about I need to stop, man? Come on stage. You didn't want to talk either. I'm confused. I'm super confused.
Hello?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, you hear me? All right.
TK Joe, I wasn't mean. You said be nice. Yo, audience, was I mean? I asked the brother 17 questions. He couldn't tell me that. He couldn't tell me what it means to be one with self. If I was being mean, you know what I mean? We can go back to Christian mode. We did that. I was on when we went to Christian mode 3 nights ago. Maybe I got to talk softer. I wish we can't hear you though.
We talk. Yeah.
You there? You hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. My question for you is how does Glorilla win a Christian award? What you feel about that?
Man, I tried to look it up, but that song didn't come in my algorithm, so I don't know what's going on. But I don't know. I don't know what she was talking about or what was going on, but I heard a lot of real, rap songs that was true gospel. Have you heard Pastor Troy, vice versa? They got some real shit.
So Pastor Troy made a gospel song. You like it?
Yeah, it kind of represents everything that's going on.
So Pastor Troy's song represents what's going on in the Bible?
Yeah, vice versa.
How so?
Have you ever heard that song?
No, you break it down to me. You break it down. You tell me how Pastor Troy represents the Bible. I'll tell you how he don't. But you tell me. Maybe I'm missing something.
Okay, he's pretty much saying what everything that you believe in is fake. you know, well, everything good is bad, you know, and and it's just the whole world, like how the brothers the Jews, people not the Jews, everything that they say that happens is vice versa.
Okay, now watch this. Watch this. Now you listen to that song, right? I wish. Yeah. All right, what's your nationality?
Israelite.
Okay. And did Pastor Troy mention that on the song? You said?
I mean, he didn't mention that. He didn't
wait a minute. Then hold on, wait. I wish. Hold on. That's what the whole Bible is based on.
Come on, man. But that's the realest. All the songs you mentioned about the church, that's still the realest one. That's probably just all the church songs you heard.
No, that would make it fake too, because it's not telling you what. Read out, because songs in the Bible.
Have you heard that song though?
I think I've heard it in the past, but my point is, it don't reflect. Is it new?
No.
Because if it's new, I ain't heard it. It's old. Maybe I think I might have heard it in the past. My point is it don't represent what's in the Bible, right? We just read the scripture. We're gonna read it again. Read Hosea chapter 4 and verse 6.
The book of Hosea.
Four and 6. Hey, what happened, Rita? Is it me? You on mute. You might be reading to your house.
The book of Hosea, 4 and verse 6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
Right.
Because thou.
Go ahead.
Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me. Seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God, I will also forget thy children.
So now you got to think about it, right? When these songs were written in the Bible, you read the book of Psalms, David was prophesying the different things. He was giving you values and information about. Hold on, wait. Let me finish my point. I win. Okay, but how you want? So if you're not comparing it to the songs in the Bible, how you want to say it's a good song?
Because you talk about the church songs that the hymns.
But listen to what you're saying. I wish you are saying. If you say you're Israelite, you're literally saying a song that was made by man, not following the commandments of God and not telling you to keep the commandments of God, is beneficial. How is it beneficial? We destroyed.
Because pretty much.
I'll sway. Pastor Troy got the answers, bro. You telling me Pastor Troy is got good. It ain't telling us nothing about what we need to do. If you play that song, what would it do to benefit the people?
Well, first of all, I'm just looking at the context of the song now, just thinking about what I learned in this world. And it was a lot of truth. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, now again, what got us in the position we in? Because we didn't do what? So how do songs that don't talk, because David, he talked about keeping the commandments, not keeping the commandments, connecting to God, praying to God, the future, prophesying the things to come. Pastor Troy talked about any of that?
I'm not comparing no song to songs actually in the Bible.
You just did.
No, I said like church hymns, they would have made it. Like, that all the songs they get out today, or back in the day, last 40, 50 years. That's all I'm talking about. I ain't talking about anything in the Bible. That's all I'm not talking about.
But my point to you is it's garbage. Right? It's garbage. Oh man, you professing to be an Israelite. Listen to me. You professing to be an Israelite, and you saying Pastor Troy is all right. That's a prop. Something off in your spirit.
Hold on. You guys, I don't think you really heard the song.
It don't matter if I heard the song. Pastor Troy got on Facebook right now?
You gotta hear it before.
Oh God, my people crazy. What's going on? Oh, audience, am I losing my mind? This brother is telling me I gotta hear the Pastor Troy song in order for you gonna try to make me listen to it. You think if I listen to it, my reaction's gonna change? Read Amos chapter 5 and 23 again. Watch this. I wish. Yeah, I'm not trying to hear it. God ain't trying to hear it. I'm gonna show you. Amos chapter 5 verse 23. What? You just said I'm an Israelite and you playing Pastor Troy. Something wrong, man. Something wrong.
The book of Amos 5 and verse 23. Take thou away from me the noise of thy songs.
That's what the Lord said. The Lord said, take that noise away from me. Read it again for him. He's trying to bump the song in the background and try to get me to listen to it. This is amazing.
Take thou away.
We found a Christian Israelite. Read that again.
Take thou away from me the noise of thy songs, for I will not hear the melody of thy viols.
The Lord said, I ain't going to hear that song. So now you're trying to tell me I should listen to Pastor Troy, and that's going to benefit us. I wish, man. I don't know what's going on, man. Do you believe in multiple wives, I wish? I got other questions for you now. You come off mute. I muted you. I wasn't trying to listen to no Pastor Troy, bro. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
I've been talking this whole time, man. Damn.
I know you have. I know you have. Ain't nobody trying to listen to Pastor Troy. Now my question for you. Have I heard ghetto gospel? Yo, this is incredible. Next thing you're gonna ask me, did I ever listen to There's a Heaven for a Gangster? You're gonna ask me about Tupac song next, huh?
Hold on.
Huh? Thug Mansion, that's what you about to ask me about next?
Well, that was
you about to ask me about Thug Mansion next. We are destroyed.
Hold on. But I don't believe that now because I realize that we on the heavens. So all because of him, you know. So, okay. But
you used to believe Thug Mansion? See, that's what I'm saying. Bro, hold on, man. Oh my, let me ask you a question, man. Do you keep the commandments of God, bro?
I want to.
But you're not congregating yet?
Nah.
Okay, that's part of the problem. Right? That's part of the problem. I'm telling you right now. You pull up to the congregation bumping Vice Versa by Pastor Troy. Read Leviticus 19:17. I'm gonna show you what's gonna happen to you. I'm gonna show you biblically what I'm gonna say. If you pull up and you got Pastor Troy bumping out here, boom, boom, and you like, yo, you gotta hear this joint. This is what's gonna happen when you get out the car. I'm gonna show you why I wish. Out of love, this is what I'm gonna do. Read Leviticus 19:17. This is the conversation you're gonna have. You pull up to the school bumping this. Read that.
The book of Leviticus 19 and verse 17. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon him.
I'm gonna rebuke your behind, because I'm gonna say, yo, that's putting spirits on you. That ain't what you need to be listening to as somebody trying to repay. You call yourself an Israelite, but you bumping Pastor Troy. You know that stuff influences your mind. I get what you're saying, and I understand. But I'm just saying, if you look at today, and you look at any of these people, I'm in leadership. This is you can't really critique it. I'm gonna mute your behind every time. Don't nobody want to impact. Read 1 Corinthians 15:33. The thing is, I'm reading the Bible from Pastor Troy. You don't find a problem in that outreach? I'm trying to show you what the Bible says. Hold on, wait. I'm trying to show you what the Bible says. You're trying to play out. You're trying to play Pastor Troy. You don't see any issues. But you're saying I'm right, but you're still trying to play this off. I don't want it. Yo, I wish. The Lord literally said they have tight unto you, and they want you to listen to it. That there's a scripture. I'm gonna read the scripture that talks about you. If you're trying to get me to go with you, I'm not walking down that block. I'm not walking down the back of Detroit block. You know why? There's no benefit to that. I'm talking about Glorilla. Your rebuttal to Glorilla is Pastor Troy. Think about what you're saying. I never had Glorilla. Troy, I mean, I wish you've been in this room a couple times, right? I got to call him Troy, man. See, got my mind screwed up. You've been in this room before. We got other music. You need to go to originalroyalty.com and listen to actual good music so you get your spirit right. This is why, right? Read 1 Corinthians 15, verse 33. Listen to this verse. I know you've been learning, so I'm going to have mercy with you, but listen to this.
The book of 1 Corinthians 15 and verse 33. Be not deceived. Evil communications corrupt good manners.
So when you listen to music, it influences you. It influences you. So hold on, wait. Let me finish. You thinking, I'm just bumping this song, it sounds good. But the things being said in that song, the beats being played, it's influencing you. It's not going to benefit you to listen to that song. You know why? It's not teaching you to come congregate. You ain't congregated yet. That Pastor Troy tell you, bring your behind in the Sabbath. He's teaching you. It didn't tell you to bring your behind to the Sabbath. You still ain't came to the Sabbath, right? Okay, all right. You did, so you on your way. Why not? I'm saying, why not? It's because of that Pastor Troy. Pastor Troy holding you back from certain guys. It's still in your spirit, though. You see that? It's still in your spirit. Matthew 6, verse 24. Why? It's still in your spirit. This is when they brought it up. I brought up Glorilla. You ever rebuttal with Pastor Troy? You know what we want Pastor Troy to do? We want you to keep the commandments. That's the problem. All the music that you're making reference to, all the music you're making reference to is not benefiting us because what it's teaching us is not to keep the commandments. That's my whole point. The songs in the Bible, they reference keeping the commandments and being right with God. So to call something a gospel song or say it's connected to Christ and it does not push you in that direction, I don't give a damn if it's Pastor Troy or if it's Glorilla. It's the same thing in the eyes of God. First and foremost, you understand? Yeah. What about ghetto gospel? Man, you got another one for me. You think if you change the song, it's gonna be a different thought? I wish. I'm telling you, you got to come congregate, man. You got to get your spirit built up. Uplifting rap song. I used to listen to DMX and Slippin'. You think that's a good uplifting rap song? It's really different. Listen to what I'm saying to you. I used to listen to DMX. I used to listen to DMX Slippin' all the time. I thought it was an uplifting song. You think that's uplifting? Well, I mean, I think if you in trouble, you know, and you know, yeah, talk to the people where they at. You know what I'm saying? But I like none of the songs you mentioned, man. You ain't getting it. Read that scripture.
The book of Matthew 6 and verse 24. No man can serve two masters, the one and love the other, or else.
You gotta choose, I wish. You will hate the one and love the other. Go ahead.
Or else he will hold to the one and despise the other.
He will hold to Pat Detroit and despise the other. So that's what you're holding on to. When I said Pastor Troy in it, you said, well, what about ghetto gospel?
In a quarter mile, turn right on Orange Road using the right lane.
Understood that music affects the way your mind works and processes things. You hear messaging, you hear beats that speed your heart rate up. You hearing all type of stuff in that music that you don't know that's going on. The scriptures call Esau the prince of the power of the air. They understand how to use music to manipulate your spirit. That's in the Bible. It doesn't matter. This is the thing. Watch. Before you first Samuel 16 and verse 16. Start at verse 14. I'll show you something. The music puts a spirit upon it. We understood that when we was keeping the commandments. Now we're not keeping the commandments. We think we can bump Pastor Troy. And Pastor Troy is not affecting us because the lyrics are good. He says some real stuff. That's what you kept telling me. Read that.
1 Samuel 16 and verse 14. But the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul.
Turn right on
And an
Orange Road.
evil spirit from the Lord troubled him. And Saul's servant said unto him, Behold now, an evil spirit from God troubleth thee. Let our Lord...
They were able to discern he had an evil spirit on his servants. Now verse 16, watch what he says.
Let our Lord now command thy servants which are before thee to seek out a man who is a cunning player on an harp. And it shall come to pass, when the evil spirit from God is upon thee, that he shall play with his hand, and thou shalt be well.
So we understood at one point they said the solution for that demon that you have when you used to play music that will remove the spirit from you. You think Pastor Troy, Glorilla, Ghetto Gospel, you think any of that will remove evil spirits from you? So if you turn on Glorilla, you turn on Ghetto Gospel, you turn on Pastor Troy, what type of spirit you put on? I mean, why gotta be a grandma? Go ahead, I'm listening.
Depends on where I am that time of day. I don't make the trips. They come to me, period. And I thought he wasn't going on the trip. Thought I was picking him up from you when I got off, period.
No, we don't turn on Glorilla album. You know why? Because it affects your spirits. People ain't dropping. We're dropping links in the chat for you to listen to original royalty music. That's what we listen to. Now, if the song comes on or you hear it, it's not a sin to hear music, but what you should understand is it's going to influence you. If you bumping songs that are worldly and carnal in nature, they influence you. They put spirits on you. That's what you got to understand. That's what I'm telling you. Glorilla is just as bad as Pastor Troy. You know why? Because it's not influencing you the right thing. It's not removing the spirits from you. It's adding to you. Correct. Because those things are great. Yes. Correct. Does that mean you never turn on the TV or you never hear music? What you need to do in 26. And this is why you got to congregate on this. I don't know if you cut out. It sounded like you was talking.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Kirk Street.
Verse 26. The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduceth them.
Right. That's what you got to be able to see. When you listen to the things that are outside the Bible over and over again, you feel like, yo, I'm strong, I'm an Israelite, I'm supposed to be keeping the commandments of God. What's happening to you is you're being hypocrite.
Turn right on Kirk Street.
So, comma, I thought he wasn't going. And I was picking him up from you when I got off between 10 and 11. Period. Isn't that what we discussed? Period.
Over time. You see that?
Just ahead, turn right on Mississippi Avenue.
So that Pastor Troy, that Pastor Troy might be keeping it from the end of God, bro. We read that Matthew 6:24 said he's gonna hold on to the world.
Turn right on Mississippi Avenue, then keep right.
Let me back at this.
Keep right to stay on Mississippi Avenue. Make a slight right turn on Susan Court. Enter the roundabout and take the second exit onto Susan Court.
Go back to what you prioritize. You see what I mean? Go back to what you prioritize. There's a ton of truck drivers. Brothers be on here all the time. They're truck drivers. Moderator, truck drivers.
Pick up Michael on the right.
Hell, they like, yeah, next. So that ain't an excuse. You understand? You just got to make it a priority, all right? I got it. All right, I wish, you know what I mean? It was a good discussion, man. Stop playing Pastor Troy, though. Man, this is messing up. He said just listen to me. I wish you ain't quitting, bro. All right, I'm no. Yeah, I'm not listening to it, but you know what I mean? You keep up alive, brother. You get to repent. That's all. We want you to come congregate and get right, all right? I got it. All right, let's move on. Let's see what wisdom got.
Good morning.
Good morning, brethren. How are you?
I'm all right.
Yeah, he want to go back in time and give Pastor Troy a gospel award.
Yeah, that's it. That's what's going on. You want to get Pastor Troy a gospel award? Damn.
I ain't even see you.
That's what's going on. He's trying to nominate Pastor
Can I get out that way?
Nah, you gotta turn around.
Is there heaven for a gangster? That's what he tried to ask. He asked me. Then I listen to ghetto gospel. I said, yo, we got an issue. You are bringing out all the songs that you think are biblical. This is the problem. We listen to this music, you don't think it has no impact on it. It creates much evil in us.
Hey, I remember the song he's talking about.
Head to your drop-off at Holt. Enter the roundabout and take the first exit onto Mississippi Avenue.
It ain't gonna do nothing for us.
Make a slight left turn to stay on Mississippi Avenue. In a quarter-mile, turn right on Harrison Avenue.
Their viewpoint of the world that aligns in some aspect with the Bible, like, you know, even if you're thinking about like a lot of Tupac songs, like Changes, the message is on point with what they see in the world, but they don't have a biblical solution to it. That's
Turn right on Harrison Avenue.
Stop, but I hear you, man. I ain't conceding that point though. I get your thought, you know. I get your thought process, but we gotta come out of that. You know, a lot of these things that we entertain or we listen to over and over again is leading, like drill music is leading to the killing in our community. So we might say they got one real song on the album, but the end result to all those songs is death and destruction for us.
Yeah.
No. What you gonna do is make somebody go bump the Pastor Troy album, just like how they did Glorilla. They put one gospel song in the album because they know we just need to put that out there so people bite. Then they listen to the whole album. Now, sisters is twerking everywhere, cheating on their husband, so on and so forth. So it's the.
I feel what you're saying, but they been doing it. You know, before.
So we should just keep letting them do it to us, man. Whatever.
I'm just saying, there's some songs,
y'all, yeah, I wish you my brother. I know we crazy. We all crazy a little bit, but you just a little wilder than me when it comes to this topic. We all got issues, bro. You need to stop pushing this passion through the phone. That's just trying to. Oh my goodness, yeah, we moving on, man.
He done took it a little boozy.
Hey, Angel, you there?
Yeah, how you doing?
Oh, I'm all right, man. What you think about the topic? How does Glorilla win a gospel award?
I mean, she got right now what the word has see the biggest gospel artist on her album, Kirk Franklin. So, you know, he like the what's it called? The representation for like gospel artists as far as the world right now. So he got a lot of pull. So if he say he wants you to win this gospel award, they'll give it to you just because it's Kirk, you know. Plus he got a song with Lil Baby, T-Pain. He claims that he's trying to, mix secular music with gospel so he can save souls. But you think that's what he's doing, Dub C?
I'm curious. Well, I don't know. You a Christian?
I don't believe.
Okay, so me as someone who follows the Bible, I don't think any of that would save souls. Because how do you save a soul?
Preaching in the gospel.
Okay, you ain't got to do nothing after that. So if I just be like, it's Jesus, he came for us. Boom. You saved now? You good?
No.
You ain't got to do
No. You got. I mean, you got.
like what? What you got to do?
Keep faith. You got turn from the word.
Okay, so when you say repent, right? What is that? What does repentance look like? 'Cause you said the songs were trying to save souls. So clearly, if it's supposed to be repentance, that Glorilla song ain't just
In a quarter-mile turn right on Mount Pleasant Avenue. Turn right on Mount Pleasant Avenue.
Kirk Franklin on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just read it since I'm here. Romans chapter 13 and verse 8. It says, "Oh no man anything but to love."
Make a sharp left turn on Brennan Drive.
But they got a whole album. Kirk Franklin jumped on a song with her. On that album, did Glorilla speak on adultery on her album? Do you think so?
Oh yeah, I heard. Wow, it's a lot of.
So, right. So the question I got for you is how
Just ahead, keep left toward I-280 East.
guaranteed this is adultery?
Oh yeah.
Keep left toward I-280 East.
So they banging the album, and you talking about Kirk trying to get people to become repentant, but 9 of the tracks talking about adultery. 1 of the tracks is talking about a relationship with Christ, quote unquote. So that 1 track is going to overpower the 9 tracks talking about adultery. They not open that. They're not going to listen to 1 track and stop opening adultery. Watch this. Here go the next part. It says, "Thou shalt not kill." If she talk about somebody getting killed on the album, I guarantee it. I guarantee. So now the question is murder going to stop happening in our community behind 1 song don't think nobody can stop it. It's my opinion. You know why? It's Christianity don't teach this. That's how we're running the gospel. You agree with that? Because you think about the Christian church, these things have been written. They're not being pushed as a whole. You would think the songs would make reference to not killing, and there would be a bunch of songs about not killing, but there ain't a bunch of songs about not killing. So I'm telling you, so let me collaborate with secular artists that are talking about killing. Little Baby the Killer. We call it right. Trap gospel. Hey, I love that message. Like, imagine Christ jumping on the trap. that's essentially what Kirk Franklin is trying to say. To have say it again, man. I'm saying Kirk Franklin essentially is the evaluation of how to live for Christ. One, he's not going to do it, but by doing what he's doing it with. He's doing these more concepts in scripture, like he doesn't even read his Bible. Like he's down on the
Yes, sir. The book of Ephesians 5 and verse 11. And have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness.
So the scriptures tell us to not have fellowship with the works of darkness. We can't be joining forces with the trappers, gods. Trap gospel is why to even have that thought that that's something that could be acceptable in the eyes of Jesus is outrageous. Trap gospel. That's why. Read it again.
And have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them.
Rather
Stay on my to read these informations.
Woe unto you, hypocrites, for you make clean the outside of the cup and of the platter.
They make it look good. They make the cup on the outside look good. Right? They make it all look clean and nice like you want to do. They give it awards, right? They dress up like it. That's the whole point. So their mentality was we want to make a show. That's what Kirk Franklin did. Go ahead.
But within they are full of extortion and excess.
They full of, yo, let's pass the plate around 5 times. Now we got Gorilla making a turn Christian. We're going to pass that plate around 15 times this service. Pass the plates around. We're going to do a collection. I don't know if y'all ever went to church. They did a collection for the pastor, and then they might do a collection for the guest pastor. They had a collection.
Take right exit 15X onto I-95 north toward Lincoln Tunnel.
Then we got the building. We got to pass it around again for the guest pastor. This is for the guest pastor. He don't put it down in there. Jump down to 27.
Verse 27. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for ye are like unto whited sepulchres, which indeed appear
Well-designed caskets. That's what the Lord is telling you.
which indeed appear beautiful outward, but are within full of dead men's bones and all uncleanness.
That's the Christian church. The Christian church on the outside, it looks clean, it looks well manicured, they dress up, they hats. That's what they're trying to do. Same thing, let's dress Gorilla up. We can look good. That's what Kirk Franklin did. These artists inside, they got it. He wanted to collab with them.
Verse 28. Even so, ye also, even so, ye also outwardly appear righteous unto men, but within ye are full of them.
Within 2 miles, feel free to stay on I-95. In a half mile, feel free to stay on I-95 north using the right lane. Keep right to stay on I-95 North. Then take right exit 16E onto New Jersey 495 East. Important directions. Using the right lane, take right exit 16E onto New Jersey 495 East. In 2 miles, keep right toward Weehawken.
This is a song for the Bible. Watch this. Now you tell me what hymn reflects this. Now listen to it. You got a hymn that reflects this. Cool. But this is what the Bible is about. Watch it.
Book of Psalms, 149 and verse 1. Praise ye the Lord. Sing unto the Lord a new song, and his praise in the congregation of saints. Let Israel rejoice in him that made him. Let the children of Zion be joyful in their king. Let them praise his name in the day. Let them sing praises unto him with the timbrel and harp. For the Lord taketh pleasure in his people. He will beautify.
In a half mile, keep right toward Weehawken using the right lane.
Let the high places of God be in their mouth, and the two-edged sword in their hand, to execute vengeance upon the heathen, and punishment upon the people.
Keep right toward Weehawken, then proceed straight on South Marginal Highway. Using the second lane from the right, proceed straight on South Marginal Highway and then merge right one lane.
I never talked about him being a king. I never talked about executing vengeance upon the people. Read verse 8 now.
To bind their kings with chains, and their nobles with fetters of iron.
The Bible said that the kings of the other nations will be bound in chains. That's a song in the Bible. That is a song of a good song. This is the type of song.
Just ahead, keep right using the right lane.
To bind
Keep right.
iron, to execute upon them the judgment written. His honor have all his saints. Praise ye the Lord.
So this is the honor that the Lord has. This is a song of the Bible.
Just ahead, turn left on Baldwin Avenue using the left lane. Turn left on Baldwin Avenue, then turn right on Waterfront Terrace. on Waterfront Terrace. Turn right on Waterfront Terrace.
I gotta.
Just ahead, drop off Michael.
Sing unto the Lord a new song, and his praises.
Drop off Michael.
Can I turn in or right here?
Oh, you can let me know.
Have a good morning, man.
West Coast Ash.
Head to your pickup at 137 36th Street.
And bringing judgment upon you. Do you have a?
Use what, brother?
I call her a baby because, yes, she is still a baby. This little girl who's been pushed all over the internet for doing her little line dance. Listen, a little dance is fine. But the way her mama has taught her to push them little hips out, she,
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Hackensack Plank Road. Turn right on Hackensack Plank Road.
thereof. For there that they carried us away captive, like you're not God.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Hudson Avenue.
Inch her. That's not her continual coming. She weary me. So that is what we pray for. That's what Christ tells us to pray for. He said about your continual coming. What's the continual coming? We were asking for vengeance on our enemies, and that's the prayer that we can we pray this Lord's way.
And the Lord said, hear what the unjust judge saith.
Hear what God said.
And shall not God avenge his own elect?
Why? Why is he going to avenge his own elect, Mark? Because we are going to pray for it. We're going to stand up prayers 3 times a day, like we read about Psalms chapter 55, verse 17. We're going to ask in the morning, God, destroy my enemies. In the afternoon, God, destroy my enemies. In the evening, God, destroy my enemies. And eventually, once enough people are on the same accord in Israel that are keeping God's commandments and the faith of His Son, who told us to pray for vengeance, then He's going to do it. Read.
Which cry day and night unto him, though he bear along with them.
And even though
Turn right on Hudson Avenue.
of our enemies. And that right there makes my
In a quarter-mile, turn right on 36th Street.
the soft answer that Christianity would like us to have. The soft demeanor, the weak demeanor that Christianity teaches our people. He taught the exact opposite. He taught to pray for, and is that it on that?
So man.
We reading the Bible, Mark. We reading the Bible, Mark. We've been reading the Bible. Mark. Let's finish the Bible. Amos, read that.
I tell you that he will avenge them speedily.
God is going to avenge his people speedily. Read.
Nevertheless, when the Son of Man cometh, shall he find faith on the earth.
Because when he comes, if you have been praying for vengeance on your enemies, you probably don't believe this Bible. You probably don't believe it.
Turn right on 36th Street, then pick up. Turn right on 36th Street, then pick up Barbara on the right.
If God healed your child was about to die, cancer. God forbid that happen. God healed your child. You telling me you're gonna wake up and start singing a song about killing your enemies? You're not gonna get up and sing a song about how great thou art, how great is your mercy. You're gonna sing a song about killing your enemies. After God just healed your child, you're gonna sing a song to God about killing your enemies. You'd rather sing that than sing a song about how great thou art, how great your grace is, how wonderful you are. That's what you rather see.
Hello. How are you?
I'm answering your question. Let me answer the question.
Say it again.
7191.
Head to your drop-off at 155 Bergen Boulevard. Turn right on Park Avenue.
He said he's gonna get it. And I take him at his word. So I don't have to pray about God.
You gotta read Luke 18. You gotta read Luke 18 and 8 for him, because that shows he ain't got.
You don't know what I have.
We just read it.
I know one thing.
The book of Luke, chapter 18 and verse 8. I tell you that he will avenge them speedily. Nevertheless, when the Son of Man cometh, shall he find faith on the earth?
If you haven't been praying for vengeance, you don't have faith in Jesus.
Mark, get that. Oh man. Natasha, you can come up. Talk to you. Let's see, you posting scriptures in the chat. You posted Matthew 5 and 44. You can explain that to you. These are things out the Bible. I don't think man said, we're gonna go do this physically now. He read different scriptures out of the Bible, showing what the Bible actually says. And this is the problem, right? The songs that you hear in Christianity do not represent the songs in the Bible and what the message of the Bible is. That's the whole point, right? She's saying, love your enemies. Our warfare is not carnal. You never read these things that is written in the Bible. That's why they're shocking and appalling to the average everyday person. Because if you have it,
Proceed straight on Pleasant Avenue.
There we go. There we go. So a lot of our people speak from a place of ignorance, right? 100%. I wasn't picking up the Bible to read it. And I never read Luke 18 when I wasn't in church. I never picked it up and said, okay, hey, the Lord's saying this. I never read Psalms 137. These things are things that my people so I can listen to never even read these things. And there's multiple things out there.
Keep right onto County Highway 681. Using the right lane, keep right toward New Jersey 3 West Secaucus, then keep right onto RT3 Pinhorn. In a quarter mile, keep right onto RT3 Pinhorn toward New Jersey 3 West Secaucus using the right lane. Keep right onto RT3 Pinhorn toward New Jersey 3 West Secaucus. Just ahead, keep right toward North Bergen using the right lane. Keep right toward North Bergen.
A treasure. You know, we're not to look like the world. What is it? There are examples from, you know, Exodus to Jude. Is to God is this people not to look like the world.
In a quarter mile, turn left to stay on Patterson Plank Road using the left lane.
Like their fathers and you know, their mothers and fathers did before entering into the promised land. And so one of the things that he said was to not look like the world. He told them as they entered into the promised land to reject all of the idols, to tear down all of the false idols of worship, to not let there be any graven idols so Christianity.
That's what I want you to answer.
Well, why
turn left to stay on Patterson Plank Road.
He is crafty. He has infiltrated the church into us believing that is, you know, his thing is deception, right? And so if his goal is to deceive the church, one of the things that he did, you know, here's a prime example. We can go back to the Old Testament. You know, we know if you know the word of God, then you know the story of Balak and Balaam, and how Balak tried to ask Balaam to, you know, bring a curse on the children of Israel, right? Bring a curse. He tried several times, and all he could do was bless them. And so after a while, you know, Balaam said, "Well, hey, here's what you do. God is not going to curse his own people because, you know, they're his people. They have been obedient. But if you get them to sin, God will pour his wrath onto the children of God." And so what happened? The women of Balaam
In 2 miles, turn right on 79th Street.
And so that is that is a prime example of culture infiltrating the church. The camp of Israel was supposed to be tight knitted. They weren't supposed to let anything in. Now they did listen. When in the Exodus they let strangers in, but they had to abide to the law.
All right, so I've been listening, right? So let me ask you something. When you think of Christianity, who started Christianity? What's the root of Christianity? Because you say the enemy infiltrated. When you look at the Christian church as it started, where did it start? Where did it begin? Now, would you consider yourself a Christian?
It began at Pentecost. On this rock, Peter was the rock.
Okay, watch this. I'm going to show you something. Here's the issue, right? Because the whole thing that you're saying, infiltrating, the churches you know today started with Catholicism. And the problem existed long before that, right? 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 3.
2 Corinthians chapter 11 and verse 3. But I fear, lest by any means, as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety, so your mind.
So it's going into Satan. And that spirit is subtle.
So your mind should be corrupted from the simplicity that is in Christ. For if he that cometh preacheth another Jesus, whom we have not preached, or if ye receive another spirit which ye have not received, or another gospel which ye have not accepted, ye might well bear with him.
Right. So the church, from Catholicism down, because all the branches of Christianity, whether they be Baptist, non-denominational, Seventh-day Adventist, Pentecostal, all those different things, refer back to the Catholic Church. It started after Christ died. So Christ died. Christ was the Catholic Church. And any denomination, you said it started with Pentecost, but the church existed far before that. The church was in the foundation of people. So you've been taught another Christ. Actually, we're taught
I don't subscribe to any of those things. So I reject that.
Okay, so who did Christ come?
He came for the word. I'm the light of the world.
There you go. That right there shows me you've been taught another Christ. Just that answer alone tells me you've been taught another Christ. Here's how I know that, right? Read Matthew chapter 15, verse 20.
The book of Matthew.
Watch what Christ said. No, start at Matthew chapter 1 and read verse 21. We're going to read through. Because this is how Paul was teaching the same thing that Christ taught him. He said, if somebody teaches you another Christ, you got an issue. Christ never said, I came for the world. Christ never said that. Matthew 1 and verse 21. Watch this.
The book of Matthew, chapter 1 and verse 21. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sin.
In a half-mile, turn right on 79th Street using the right lane.
And what they wrote here, what Matthew wrote down here, was that Christ was going to save his people from their sins. Read Matthew chapter 2 and verse 6.
The book of Matthew, chapter 2 and verse 6. And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, art not the least among the princes of Judah. For out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel.
Christ was the governor of my people Israel. Again, this is prophesied also in the New Testament. We're reading the New Testament branch. was writing down. He was writing down what was said. For example, Micah chapter 5, verse 2. Micah chapter 5, verse 2.
Turn right on 79th Street.
In the time that they were walking around, they would have had the Old Testament. And the references he's making is what was written by the law and the prophets. So they already knew Christ wasn't coming for everybody. Read that.
But he doesn't. The book of Micah, chapter 5.
I'll let you speak. Now I'm answering you with the Bible, then I'm going to let you speak again. Go ahead.
The book of Micah, chapter 5 and verse 2. But thou, Bethlehem,
In a quarter mile, turn left on John F. Kennedy Boulevard.
Yet out of thee shall come forth unto me that is to be ruler in Israel.
You see that right there? He's going to be the ruler over Israel. Go ahead.
Whose goings forth have been from old, from everlasting.
So that's referring to Christ. They made reference to him in the Old Testament. So now when you read the book of Matthew, it makes reference to the mission that Christ is going to do. So when you go to Matthew chapter 10, now we're going to see what Christ says. Matthew chapter 10 and verse 4. Let's see if Christ does a different mission, if he does something outside of what was prophesied. Because Christians love to say that he came and fulfilled the things that were written about him. That's exactly what he did. He came
Turn left on John F. Kennedy Boulevard.
chapter 10 and verse 4.
Matthew chapter 10 and verse 5.
Verse 5. Go ahead, 5.
These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
That's the Lord commanding his disciples not to deal with the other nations. He's literally commanded them only go to the nation of Israel. Now read Matthew chapter 15, verse 24.
The book of Matthew chapter 15, verse 24. But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
He said, I'm only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But the problem is to say everybody's a sheep. Sheep has a historical reference. That's why he's using the term sheep. Read Isaiah chapter 53 and 6. He's using that term sheep because historically Isaiah had documented the people as sheep. It didn't refer to everybody. But when you get another Christ, if someone takes the word sheep and says, oh, this refers to everybody in the nation, it never refers to everybody. Isaiah 53 verse 6.
The book of Isaiah chapter 53 verse 6. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned.
In a quarter mile, make a slight left turn on Bergen Boulevard using the left lane.
So he's making reference to his nation. All we like sheep have gone astray. Go ahead.
We have turned every one to his own way.
Everyone turned to their own way. Go ahead.
And the Lord had laid on him the iniquity of us all.
So the Lord took on the iniquity of the nation of Israel. He didn't take on the iniquity of the entire world. He took on the sins of the nation of Israel. That's why he came, to save his people, to rule over.
Make a slight left turn on Bergen Boulevard.
The book of Jeremiah chapter 50 and verse 6. My people have been lost sheep. Their shepherds have caused them to go astray.
Start at verse 4. Watch this. So we can see who is talking to.
Jeremiah chapter 50 and verse 4. In those days and in that time, saith the Lord, the children of Israel shall come. They and the children of Judah together. Going and weeping they shall go and seek the Lord their God.
Israel referring to the northern kingdom. Judah is referring to the southern kingdom. So they're going to go and seek the Lord their God because he only belongs to them. Go ahead.
They shall ask the way to Zion with their faces thitherward, saying, Come and let us join ourselves to the Lord in a perpetual covenant that shall not be forgotten.
Right, the New Testament, right? As a lot of people like to say, we're under the new covenant. Well, that covenant is only for the nation of Israel. Go on.
My people have been lost sheep.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Commercial Avenue.
their shepherds have caused them to go astray.
That's the passage today in the Christian church. That caused our people to go astray. So Christ came back, it was opportunity for repentance, and now he has his prophets out on the street making sure that our people come back to him. Go ahead.
They have turned them away on the mountain.
Turn left on Commercial Avenue, then drop off Barbara on the right.
They have forgotten the resting place.
Right. They have forgotten their resting place, which is Christ. That's why the Lord said, I need to go get 15 verse 24 again.
What the hell are you doing? Wake up.
When we go to the Christian church and we get an image of Jesus, a new doctrine that
Right there in the corner.
Right here?
you learn and the music you learn has nothing to do with God actually came for. That's the problem.
Amen.
That's why we're saying that.
Have a good morning.
We're reading you a plethora of scriptures that show you he did not come to the world. Go ahead.
The book of Matthew, chapter 15.
Right after this. I got you.
The book of Matthew, chapter 15, verse 24. But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Right, she left. I was gonna let her speak right after this verse. That's not yo. I wanted her to speak, but what we gotta be able to do is learn. A lot of people come in here, they got an opinion on things, but if you ask them to substantiate what they're saying with the Bible, you can't substantiate it. You can't go to a scripture that shows me he's for the world. How people get to skedaddling when they realize, oh man, it's wrong. Because if she was so bold in the fact that it was the world, then they gotta be scriptures to line it up. But what we do is we just want to talk, we want to talk, we want to talk. We want somebody to hear us, but the reality is we're wrong. We read a multitude of scriptures showing the only people that the Lord came for was Christ. Those are the lost sheep being referred to. Those are the only people that he came for. And you say anything otherwise, that's because you've been deceived with a false doctrine of Christ. That's why they got to make over the winter wars. I am Mark. We said we're not treating against fairly. Go ahead. I'm a meaning tonight, I guess.
I guess if the scriptures is not treated fairly, that's outrageous.
I don't know. I'm a big meaning.
Hey, greetings. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, man, I hear you most days on here. You say some crazy stuff, but we ain't got no Bible studies out there. But you go ahead. You say we being mean to the people.
I know you said the things that you do so crazy.
Yeah, you said that. You said that. I gotta get in the line.
So you can keep forgetting it every 24 hours, right?
How are we treating the people mean? Explain that.
Right. I'd say that, there are passages in the scriptures, and you guys seem to have your scripts written down very well that you operate with, and some of you have kept in memory the scripts that you need to pull up. However, I'm not teaching you how to run your room, but the Most High God says, in 2 or 3 witnesses shall a matter be established, which means you've brought up 3 verses, and you've expounded on the 3 verses. Don't you think it's good at that point for you to give the Christian that you're browbeating and over-chatting and bullying and mute and boo and kicking them and all kind of disrespectful things with your green? And you give them an opportunity to respond to the 3 verses, because everybody can go back on the 13 verses. Let them lay out and chat about. Simple. And I'm not teaching you how to run it.
Yeah, so she was about to get a chance to speak, but go ahead, man.
Now I was gonna ask. So, this room, y'all help me out, Chad. I can't find. I'm not that good with Clubhouse. Oh, okay, there you go. We got almost 80,000 members in here doing it the way that we conduct business. So I am Mark. Where's your room? And how many people y'all got in there?
My room, I have rooms, but not in the closed here where you guys hang out and bring along sheep every night, one by one. How many members? You say 80,000 members. So if you get 100 visitors every night and 10 of them keep returning, right? And out of the 10, 1 stays. That's why your numbers grow eventually. So statistics. Everybody, like you read in the scriptures, is seeking out Zion and the holy place of the Most High God.
wherever the word of God is being preached. Like you said, a pastor can pass around a plate 5 times and the people still stay there. They can't leave, right? Because this
well, Mark. Be that as it may, your opinion on the matter really doesn't have any weight here, because the way that we've been conducting business, something is working. Like, get that in Sirach, chapter 37 and verse 11. Because the scriptures say not to take advice from people who don't know or have not been there already. So I would understand, Mark, if your room had 100,000 members, 200,000 members, 400,000 members, but you don't even have a room to speak on. But we've been conducting it this way for some time, and we don't give a hoot about how y'all want to come into the room and tell us how to run our space. Read that.
The book of Sirach, chapter 37, verse 11. Neither consult with a woman touching her of whom she is jealous, neither with a coward in matters of war.
So just like I wouldn't ask a coward how to wage a war, I'm not going to ask you how to conduct a room. Read.
Nor with a merchant concerning exchange, nor with a buyer of selling, nor with an envious man of thankfulness, nor with an unmerciful man touching kindness, nor with the slothful for any work, nor with an hireling for a year of finishing work, nor with an idle servant of much business. Hearken not unto these in any manner of counsel.
So basically, the scripture is going into not consulting or taking advice from people that have no experience in the things that they're trying to give advice on. That would be you, Mark. What's your next point? You got something to say on the topic?
Hey, Mark is an idiot. Mark is an idiot. Why are you still talking to this guy? Don't use this guy here. Don't use him here, bro. This guy ain't no good. This guy don't know nothing. He just want to talk. You know what I'm saying? He don't know the scripture, don't understand the scripture. Drop this guy, man. For real. I'm telling you, don't use this guy here. Every time you come here, try to make a new image of you to come to our state. Don't use this guy. Do not use this guy. He's an idiot. Believe that. He's an idiot. Believe that. For real. You don't understand simple yes I know. So why you using him? Okay, come on, man. You don't good. It's not good, man. It's not good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He gone.
He gone. Drop him. Hey, Natasha, I think you were still in the chat. You could come back up. You see, you posted 1 Corinthians 1, 23 and 24. Read that real quick.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 21. For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom.
1 and 23, 24.
The book of 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 23. But we preach Christ crucified unto the Jews, a stumbling block unto the Greeks, foolishness.
I think you pulled this. I think you pulled this because you're trying to say that they taught Jews and Greeks. Is that your point? You can come back up on the stage. We can send you an invite. I want to hear your opinion. It's better for you to talk than be in the chat. That's what I want to see. Right? I want to hear your opinion on it.
Are you gonna let me?
There you go.
Are you gonna let? I don't know who I'm talking to. Wolf?
Yep, I'm muted right now. Go ahead. Go ahead. Read it for Alex.
No, he don't have to read it. But let me first. I haven't gotten a chance to explain, and I think that's what I and Mark was saying. Like, you are throwing multiple scriptures from multiple different books and not allowing me or any other guest to reply. And so I believe that's what Mark was trying to say. You have to, and nobody's trying to tell you how to conduct the room, but it is a courteous thing to allow another person to reply to what you're saying.
What is your occupation here? Talk on stuff.
Huh?
I'm allowed to say what I want to say, sir.
So
Thank you.
speak for yourself. Don't speak about what
I can speak for what I want to. I'm speaking what I want to say. Thank you.
Speak for yourself. That's what it is.
I'm speaking what I want to say. You speak for yourself. Stay on your side.
What is the reason on your stage?
Anyway, thank you, Wolf, for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak.
What is the reason on the stage? Go on.
Thank you, Wolf, for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak. Sir, I'm not talking to you. I'm addressing the question and what I said.
Okay. All right.
So why are you talking? Thank you. So I'm sorry if I'm coming off rude.
Hey. I give you a chance to talk. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Then stay muted. Thank you. So what I was saying in the beginning.
Hey sis, let's have some decorum. Let's have some decorum, all right? We're not here disrespecting you.
So which way is it? Is he going to stop interrupting me and allow me to speak, or I might as well just go back?
This is not your platform. I'm giving you a chance to speak. That's what it is.
You're not giving me a chance.
Giving you a chance to speak. I said, go ahead. Let's hear you. That's what it is.
So, like I said, so the Church of Corinth, we know was very, it was very high in idolatry, perversion, fornication. That's how they indeed worship, right? We know that Paul was sent to the Church of Corinth, right? It says it in chapter 1. Paul called to be an apostle of Jesus Christ through God, through the will of God. So he was sent to the Church of Corinth. That was not a church. That was not the children of God. They were not the children of Israel. He was called there, sent there by God. It says by the will of God. And so your argument to say that God has only called the children of Israel is not true, because these nations that he went to, Asia Minor is not the church that you claim, like the children of Israel. Psalms 117 says that he's calling the nations, and nations, is Gentiles. There is no Gentile. The partition was removed from Gentile and Jew. God has called all of us, the world. That is the new covenant message. That is what we as Christians believe. And I don't know, if you know much about the Church, I can use that as one of my basic examples of the culture.
Let me know when I can respond. I'm letting you talk. Let me know when you're done.
Thank you, Wolf.
All right, read 1 Corinthians 10:1, and you explain this to me.
The book of First.
It's not referring to just the nation of Israel, because this is in the same letter.
Hey,
watch what he says.
What you're supposed to do, let you find the scripture where God called everyone. That's what it is. But don't pick to jump to give no scriptures. Let you find the scripture where God called everyone. That's what it is.
But Corinth is everyone. Like, that is not a Jewish nation. It's not a Jewish nation.
Give us the scripture. Give us the scripture. That's what it is.
To go there. Corinthians is a scripture. The book itself is a scripture. Why would you call it if it's not a Jewish nation?
Sis, what you got to understand is Corinthians were a group of people. You saying that's the whole entire world, but you can't prove in the Bible that Asians were there. You can't prove that Ishmaelites were there. You can't prove that Hamites were there. You can't even prove that's who the audience was. So that's what Energy Wolf is asking. You're telling that's the whole world, but it doesn't say nothing about every nation on earth being in Corinth.
So what you're saying is because I can't prove exactly who was in Corinthians, who Paul was addressing. We just say that Corinth was solely for the children of the book of Corinthians, and Paul's preaching, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, was solely for the children of God. Even though it talks about idolatry, it talks about worshiping idols, that was the children of Israel.
The proof is in the scriptures. So if you're saying something,
Jude, read
yes, sir.
1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 2 for I'll let you explain that. What that's saying right there.
The book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 12 and verse 2. Ye know that ye were Gentiles carried away unto these dumb idols, even as ye were led.
So can you explain that verse right there?
It sounds like he's addressing Gentiles.
Hey, can you read it again? Can you read it again? A1 in the building. But yeah, just read it. You want read it one more time. One more time. Let's get A1 before. Read it again for let you listen to what been read. You see that?
1 Corinthians chapter 12 and verse 2. Ye know that ye were Gentiles, carried away unto these dumb idols, even as ye were led.
You on against this?
I'm still not catching. Explain it to me.
See that? Because remember, this is a history, but if you don't have a precept to fulfill this, it's gonna be like, you know what I'm saying, what it said, it confusing, right? It said, read it again one more time. A1 mic open, but I can't hear him.
Ye know.
Hold up. We can't hear you, A1. You know what I'm saying? Yes, as he said, if you don't know the history, the scripture will be a mystery. There was a particular people that God condemned them for being in idolatry. They were worshiping golden calves. You have to read the Old Testament so you can understand the New Testament. They didn't just magically start complaining about people dealing in idolatry. If you read Hosea chapter 8, verse 1, the beginning of the chapter, it tells you who these people are in the New Testament, reader.
The book of Hosea chapter 8 verse 1. Set the trumpet to thy mouth. He shall come as an eagle against the house of the Lord, because they have transgressed my covenant and trespassed against my law.
Because God brought the Israelites into a covenant, and they abandoned that covenant and went into idolatry. Read on.
Israel shall cry unto me, my God, we know thee. Israel had cast off the thing that is good.
So they cast off what God gave them, and let's see what they replaced it with. Read on.
The enemy shall pursue him.
So the other nations was their enemy. God said, I will no longer protect you. Your enemy shall pursue you. Read on.
They have set up kings, but not by me. They have made princes, and I knew it not. Of their silver and their gold have they made them idols.
So these are the people who was in idolatry that God complained about. It is specific, but Christians do not read the Old Testament, so they just insinuate and infer and make things up in the New Testament. You don't understand the New Testament if you didn't read the Old. Read on.
That they may be cut off.
So God cut them off for idolatry. The other nations were already in idolatry. God did not care. The Israelites were supposed to set the standard for the other nations. Read on.
Thy calf, O Samaria, has cast thee off.
That's why Christ spoke about the good Samaritans, because there were Israelites in the land of Samaria that were returned from the teaching, the preaching of salvation in Jesus Christ. So he says, because of the calves you were worshiping in the land of Samaria, God cut you off. Read on, reader.
My anger is kindled against them.
God was angry against his chosen people. Read on.
How long will it be ere they obtain to innocency?
They act like they didn't do nothing wrong by replacing God with idols. Read on.
For from Israel was it also. The workman made it. Therefore it is not God.
What they were worshiping in those idols had nothing to do with God. And God told them when he brought them into covenant, I am a jealous God, and I will punish you for your disobedience. Read on.
But the calf of Samaria shall be broken in pieces.
That's why Christ spoke about the good Samaritans. God broke them. It took 65 years, and then he said he would send his son afterwards to save them. That's why Jesus Christ is called the Savior. He brought the Israelites into a covenant with his blood when he died on the cross. You Christians don't read that, so you make things up that feel and sound good to you. Read on.
For they have sown the wind, and they shall reap the whirlwind. It had no stock. The bud shall yield no mill.
Watch this. Read on.
If so be it yield, the strangers shall swallow it up.
The other nations would take advantage of them. They enslaved them, changed them, and renamed them. From the Egyptians to the Babylonians, to the Assyrians, to the Persians, to the Greeks, and then the New Testament Rome. Okay, Corinthian is a city in Rome. The Roman Empire attacked the Israelites. The first was the Greeks in 300 BC, and then at the time of Christ it was Rome, looking to kill Jesus before he was born, because they took their records and they knew a Savior was coming. They don't read this in Christian church. That's why
I'm glad you mentioned Rome, because I absolutely love Romans 15.
We're gonna get there. Let's just finish this up. We're here till 12 noon. We're here the entire night into the afternoon. So any questions you have, we'll address it. Read on.
Israel is swallowed up.
What did God say?
Israel is swallowed up.
How are they swallowed up? Read on.
Now shall they be among the Gentiles.
The Israelites became Gentiles. They were worshiping idols. God cut them off. So they took on Gentile names and Gentile identity. Now shall the Israelites be among the Gentiles. Read on.
As a vessel wherein is no pleasure.
God said, I have no pleasure in you anymore. So when you guys go to the New Testament now, and you start saying, well, that's everybody. No, that's not historically correct. There's nowhere in the Bible that you can show a Gentile nation that God said he was dealing with. Because he told them in Amos chapter 3, verse 1, he was specific. To believe what you Christians are trying to push, you have to call God a liar. Read it, reader.
The book of Amos, chapter 3 and verse 1. Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth.
No, he knew Gentiles too.
You only have I known of all the families of the earth.
He dealt with the heathens also.
You only have I known of all the families of the earth.
So what's the consequences? Read on.
Therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities.
The punishment was to allow them to be lost and cut off from God. And then the plan to bring them back into covenant was to send Jesus Christ to die for them. That's what the angel told his parents before he was born in the New Testament. Matthew chapter 1, verse 21, reader. Let's read this. This is what the angel told his mother and his father.
The book of Matthew chapter 1 and verse 21. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins.
That is the purpose of Jesus Christ. He was never for all nations. He was a revolutionary to bring back the Israelites from the idol worship, and that's why they speak of him bringing the Israelites into an adoption. God cut them off as his father. Christ adopted them back. They were redeemed through his blood. So we keep asking Christian night after night after night that take the scriptures out of context. We want book, chapter, and verse for what you're trying to insert. Because the Bible tells you in Isaiah chapter 8, verse 20, how you're supposed to have biblical dialogue. Reader.
The book of Isaiah chapter 8 and verse 20. To the law and to the testimony.
You must show it to us in God's laws and the testimony of God. Read on.
If they speak not according to this word,
which is what Christians do. Christians make things up. Show it to me in God's word. Read on.
It is because there is no light in them.
Light is understanding. That's why Christ said men love darkness rather than light. So I've been listening to verse, the same way I gave you. I showed you the people that were in idolatry. I showed you the people who Christ said he was coming to save. And I showed you, it's easy to show you that there were Israelites in captivity in Rome and in Corinth. That's not hard. You can just read through the verses and we'll show you. It's these Christian denominations, Methodist, Baptist, Catholic, Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventist, Protestant, Lutheran, Pentecostal. That's not in the Bible. That was made up and given to black people, especially in slavery. They stopped us from reading the Bible for hundreds of years. They enslaved us, changed us, and renamed us, then set up Sunday school, and they taught you Jesus was white, God was white, and the people of the Bible were white. So now you think you're right. That is a lie. The people in the Bible were people of color. Moses was raised as an Egyptian. The Egyptians are black. Joseph was sold to the Egyptians. The Egyptians are black. King Solomon says, Song of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 1. Read that 1 verse 5. Read that first.
The book of Songs of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 5. I am black, but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem.
That was the most wisest king in their history. And he's saying this, and people are neglecting this. And there's numerous scriptures that depict the people from that time, like get Job 30:30.
The book of Job, chapter 30 and verse 30. My skin is black upon me, and my bones are burned with heat.
Jeremiah 14, verse 2.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 14 and verse 2. Judah mourneth, and the gates thereof language.
He's talking about the Jews. Read on.
They are black unto the ground.
So Caucasians have reprogrammed your mind to believe something is in the Bible that's not there. When Caucasians took the Bible from people of color in the 14th century, you can look this up. Pope Alexander VI of Rome sanctioned his son Caesar Borgia or Caesar Borgia to pose for a new image of Jesus Christ. And they call it Salvatore. They got Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci to give us new artwork of white people in the Bible that were non-existent. Then they took the Bible, they amassed an army, they amassed wealth and political control, and they went to all the places where people of color was, and they took the writings of God from them. And they enslaved them for hundreds of years and taught them the lies that black people are repeating now. Okay? When it says Gentiles in the New Testament, it is you. It is the people they call African. The word Africa is not in the Bible. Why? Because Caucasians made it up. A white Roman general, Leo Scipius Africanus, conquered the continent and named them after himself. America was from a Spanish explorer, Amerigo Vespucci. So black people say I'm either African or American or both. I'm an African American. You never identify yourself with the people of the Bible because you've been trained not to. King David told us that that was going to happen in the Psalms. Psalms chapter 83, he cried to God because King David was a prophet. And look what he says. Read it.
The book of Psalms, chapter 83 and verse 3. They have taken, verse 1. Keep not thou silent, O God. Hold not thy peace and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult.
A tumult is a loud gathering. So David is identifying the enemies of God. Read on.
And they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
The other nations lifted up their head against God because they knew the time period that we're reading about. They lived it. They saw God protect them from all the other nations. God killed multiple nations to protect the Israelites. Read on.
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people.
So they came together in a discussion to counsel against God's people. Read on.
And consulted against thy hidden ones.
Our identity is in it. That's why when Malcolm X came into spirituality, he dropped the last name Little. He said that's a white man's last name, and he put X. He knew this stuff. Read on.
They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation.
All the nations that were non-Israelites said we need to destroy these people. Let's cut them off from being a nation. Read on.
that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
So they don't remember their Israelite heritage. So that's why we call ourselves Black, African, American, Negro, colored, minority, nigger. Look up to where the word nigger came from. It's in Acts chapter 13. It meant black people, dark-skinned people. So we keep reading the Bible through the white man's lies and not God's eyes. We are the people of the book. And that's what we're trying you to look at. Just let go of your religious beliefs for a minute. Start the Bible from the beginning and look at how we got to the New Testament and why Jesus Christ came. I just showed Egypt because Herod is trying to kill your baby. Why? Because they knew, according to our records, a black revolutionary was going to come and free them from captivity. But when that black revolutionary came, the black sellouts in the church sided with our Caucasian enemies. That's John chapter 11, verse 45. Let's get that first. This is the stuff they don't read in church. They will never read this in church. Challenge any pastor to go through this history. They're going to tell you, God is good all the time. Turn to your neighbor and say, God is good. That's all they're going to do because they've been trained by religious seminary schools to keep black people dumb and don't read these things I'm showing to you. John 11:45. Read it.
The book of John, chapter 11 and verse 45. Then many of the Jews which came to Mary and had seen the things which Jesus did believed on him.
So the Israelites started to believe on Christ, but what happened? Read on.
But some of them went their way to the Pharisees.
Because the Pharisees had political control over the people. The same way we got black puppet leaders today. Their agenda is for white supremacy. So they put black puppet leaders in power. Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson. Anytime a black leader tried to rise up and deliver our people and deal with our oppression, Martin Luther King died, bullet in his head. Malcolm X died, bullet in his head. All the other politicians afterwards, they're controlled by the Roman government. America is an extension of ancient Rome. So when the church leaders started to see that people believed in Christ, were they happy? Let's read. What happened?
But some of them went their way to the Pharisees and told them what things Jesus had done.
Paul was a Pharisee of the Pharisees. He's writing those letters. Okay, so Christ converted him to work for him. We're going to get that history next. So the Pharisees were in control with the Roman government. It's going to say it. Read on.
Then gathered the chief priests and the Pharisees a council and said, what do we? For this man doeth many miracles.
God sent him to earth with spiritual power to perform miracles to get the people's attention because they were so intertwined in idolatry and religious dogma. So he said, I'm going to send my son to do things they've never seen. So the church said, how are we going to stop this guy? He's doing all these miracles. Read on.
If we let him thus alone,
if we let him keep doing these miracles before everybody, what's going to happen?
All men will believe on him.
So you got to ask yourself, why did the church not want men to believe on him? It's going to tell you. Read on.
And the Romans shall come and take away both our place and nation.
Because the black church leaders were in bed with Rome. They were only worried about pleasing Rome. You're going to read here, the believers in Christ tried to talk sense into the leaders of the church. Read on.
And one of them, named Caiaphas, being the high priest that same year, said unto them, ye know nothing at all, nor consider that it is expedient for us that one man should die for the people, and that the whole nation perish not.
Because if Christ didn't die, the Israelites would not get redeemed through his blood. We were cut off in the Old Testament. To bring us back was to believe on Jesus Christ. But the church was intertwined with the Roman government. So the problem is with a lot of Christians, okay, because I used to be one of those simple ones also, until somebody told me, listen, forget what the church taught you and read the Bible for yourself. Get history books, get documentation. Look at why it spoke about the Pharisees, Sadducees, scribes. Look at the historical account of Rome, the political leaders that sent a decree out when they couldn't find baby Jesus. They sent a decree, kill
no Israelite. I'm an American. How could you be named after a Spanish explorer? I'm African. How could you be named after Leo Scipius Africanus, a Roman conqueror? Black people don't know who they are. Even the term black, it came from white people. You can look it up. They named us a color because they wanted to keep us out of the identity given to us by God. We are the chosen people of God. I got numerous books. Russian Icons by Vladimir Ivanov. Black people rule Russia. Black people rule Germany. Black people rule England. Black people rule Romania. They say you want to hide something from a black person? Put it in a book. They're not going to look. So what we're showing you here today is we've been lied to about the Bible. And that's why King David said, I want to make one more point. Go back to Psalms chapter 83, verse 3.
The book of Psalms, chapter 83 and verse 3. They are taking crafty counsel against thy people.
So we got to find out who's the they that had counsel against God's people. Read on.
And consulted against thy hidden ones.
Who was being hidden? The Israelites. Every time they enslaved us, they changed us and renamed us. Joseph in captivity, they gave him a new name. Daniel, they renamed him and his friends, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. In the New Testament, there's no more Hebrew names. Why? Because Greeks and Romans enslaved us. They forced us to speak a different language, and they gave us their names. We are the original Israelites. That's why the Old Testament is in Hebrew, and the New Testament is in Greek and Latin. Because Caucasian people enslaved us, changed us, and renamed us. Read on.
They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
They didn't want us to remember the name Israel. They want you saying, I'm black. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Ain't no black power. Ain't no black people don't got no power on this earth. Nowhere. That's why y'all walking around with shirts saying Black Lives Matter. Because they remind you every day you nothing. That's why black people hate the color of their skin. Black women hate the color of their skin. They bleach and they want to change everything. And they look up to the white man as superior because he's destroyed us psychologically and mentally and oppressed us over and over. Read on.
For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee.
All the other nations who are not Israelites formed a confederacy against God and his chosen people. Read on.
The tabernacles of Edom.
That's one.
And the Ishmaelites.
That's two.
Of Moab.
That's three.
And the Hagarenes.
That's four.
Gabal.
That's five.
And Ammon.
That's six.
And Amalek.
That's seven.
The Philistines.
That's eight.
With the inhabitants of Tyre.
That's nine.
Ashur also is joined with them.
That's 10.
They have hope in the children of Lot, Selah. Do unto them as unto the Midianites.
Because the Midianites attacked also. That's 13.
And as to Sisera, as to Jabin, at the brook of Kishon, which perish at Endor, they become as dung for the earth.
Dung is doo-doo. God, the historical account of the Old Testament, which Christians don't read, every time somebody attacked the Israelites, God made them bleed. That's why he wiped out the Egyptians. He attacked the Babylonians. He attacked the Syrians. He attacked the Persians. He always made war happen when they tried to touch his chosen people. Read on.
Verse 11. Make their nobles like Oreb, and like Zeb, yea, all their princes as Zabah, and as Zamuna, who said, let us take to ourselves the house of God in possession.
This is not new. All the other nations said, let's take the house of God to our possession. And Caucasians are the last people to rise up out of the caves of the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia, and attack us. That's why white people call themselves Jewish, like blackish or brownish or reddish. The suffix ish means like. They know if we press them, we can prove they're not the real Jews. How, sister? This is how we know. Revelation 2 and 9, Christ told us there will be fake Jews in the future. Read it.
Revelation chapter 2 and verse 9. I I know thy works and tribulation and poverty.
The real God Jews are putting in works, they're in tribulation, and they're in poverty. Read on.
But thou art rich.
Why? Because the kingdom awaits us. When we find out who hates us, a kingdom awaits us because God is going to deliver us in the end. Read on.
And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not.
What did Jesus say? Is this the letters of red? Is this Christ saying this?
Yes, sir.
Read it again.
And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan.
Christ called them devil system. And if we say that, they're going to say, you're racist. You're racist. You just don't like white people. To be racist, you have to have power. You have to be able to impact. You have to have a political might, military might, financial might, economical might, mental might to impact another people. Black people can't do that. How are we racist? We don't have no power. Read on. I'm sorry. He said, I know that there are people who say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Look what he says in the next chapter.
No, let's not resume
yet. This hasn't happened. This is when he comes back. Christ has not come back. And he says when he comes back, this is what he's going to do. Revelation 3 verse 9.
The book of Revelation chapter 3 verse 9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie.
He said there's going to be people lying, and the world is waiting for Christ to come back. Look what he said he's going to do when he comes back. You know?
Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee.
Because we don't know the love of God, sis. That's why we hate each other. That's why there's black on black crime. That's why there's so much violence in our neighborhood. And there's hatred, there's domestic violence, there's drug addiction, there's abortion, there's alcoholism, there's depression in our community. When black people get money, they move away from black people. And where they go? Around white people that don't want them around. So you got to look at the Bible differently, sister. You sound wise, but you got to open your eyes. Moderator, I'll mute my mic. Do what you like.
Oh, praise. He ran off, man. Got up out of here, skedaddled. She didn't want to answer.
Remember. Our people don't want the truth. Our people don't want the truth. I listen to her. And our people hate the truth of God. They hate it, literally. That's why I be saying, some of y'all take too long with these people. When I come in, it's to rain fire. This is what Christ said. Matthew chapter 10, verse 11. Y'all got to remember this. Read it.
The book of Matthew 10 and verse 11. And into whatsoever city or town ye shall enter, inquire in it is worthy.
You got to do that here, even in this clubhouse. Check if they're worthy. Because here we are telling her stuff that she don't know and she leaves. Because it don't align with what white people program her to believe. Read on.
And there abide till ye go thence. And when ye come into an house, salute it. And if the house be worthy, let your peace come upon it.
It says, if the house is worthy, let your peace come. She said, oh, these ain't some black Christians like the ones I'm used to, telling them, turn to your neighbor and say, God is good all the time. Jesus loves the little children. That's what they want to hear. That's why all they do is sing. That's why they'll give a Grammy to a woman that calls herself Glorilla. That's how low you black people have fallen. You hate yourself. All right? So people like that, don't waste your time with them. Get straight to the point and make them answer, make them give you book, chapter, and verse. And when they can't get book, chapter, and verse, then you'll see either they're going to shut up and learn or they're going to get defensive and leave. Moderator, I'll mute my mic. Do what you like.
All right. We got Relly, you've been on the stage for a minute. See what you got on the topic. so, Rella, mute your mic.
Hey, Shalom, brothers. I was just gonna say that I think it sucks that they gave her the award, especially since a lot of other people really take time to write out their songs and, try to make it as gospel singers. But I don't know her. I never listened to her music, so I don't know how bad her music is. But from what you guys have been saying and reading on her lyrics, it doesn't sound good.
I'm sorry, reader, play some of it here so that everybody can hear it, so they can know what we're talking about. Like the way we do it, all the other content. You got people who cannot weigh in because I don't know it. Until y'all put this topic, I don't listen to her. I just remember when she came out and there was hype around her, and I was like, this is just some type of fad that's gonna come and go. Never did I think she'd be winning Grammys for gospel music. So play a little bit of here so that the people can hear it. Just play it low so it doesn't sound distorted.
Let me pull it up.
Is there anyone?
Song. The song is called Rain Down on Me. Rella, you heard it?
That was total garbage. I don't know.
She said she prayed for her baby father.
And she said something about her haters, like it was. I think the song sucks. I don't feel anything from it. I don't feel edified by the song. I think it really is just trash, and I wish I had my 2 minutes back.
Damn. That's an award-winning song for the Christians.
It's sad. A lot of the Christian songs don't sound Christian anymore. Like I said before, that singer Ty Tribbett, like his music doesn't even say Jesus in his. He don't put Jesus in his songs anymore. None of them do.
Damn. I heard him. I never really listened to him. Never really heard the songs, but I think that's when I left. But I know he got a lot of music. I've heard his name before. This song is garbage. It's on an album full of garbage, and they threw that one gospel song when they're trying to blend it in. A lot of people gonna listen to that one song because it won an award and they end up bumping the whole album. So this nonsense. I'm gonna go to Benjamin. Bro, let's stick around. Benjamin, you there?
Yeah, I'm just now coming to the room, so I don't know if y'all went over it yet. But my question is this: do y'all think the reason they did what they did, guys are bringing out I say that because when I watch you guys are more appealing to the younger generation than my mother and father generation, as far as bringing people into the church. So maybe they use her as a tool to try to, get the youth back into the Christian church. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. I don't know if anybody's going to come, but I got to do it. But
and I think that was the whole scheme of it, because at the same time, the black Christians, I know their organization is different from the white Christians, and I'm pretty sure the white Christians sat down and set this whole thing up, and they're sitting back and laughing, saying, "Yeah, let's trick these young niggas into coming back into the church, and let's rock them. I think that all of this is stuff to stop the movement that you guys got going on and attack our young people. I mean, I'm like,
all right, reaching right to the there's definitely always a war going on in the earth, right? The good is set against evil, so we're going to read in the Bible.
The book of Sirach 33 and verse 14. Good is set against evil, and life against death. So is the godly against the sinner, and the sinner against the godly.
Right, so that's how the Lord ordained it. Read verse 15.
Verse 15. So look upon all the works of the Most High, and there are two and two, one against another.
So as righteousness increase, evil going to turn up their tactics and do what they need to, regardless. But when you look at like Kirk Franklin, I think Angel was on stage telling me earlier, Kirk Franklin is trying to do music with all the secular quote unquote music, in order to gain popularity, right? So that's something that he's been working on, but he's been obviously moved by Satan, right? Because when you look at him, he's not keeping the commandments of God. He's would fall into the bucket of the sinner. The righteous man is the one that's keeping the commandments of God. So those two things are always going to oppose each other, right? That music, the energy that comes from is no different than the rap music that's playing, right? Kirk Franklin's no different than Glorilla's album. It's just that you might categorize it as two different things, but ultimately they all lead back to sin. Kirk Franklin's music doesn't tell you to repent. Glorilla's music doesn't tell you to repent. So there's no real difference. Read Sirach 13 and verse 15 now. This is how they can make a song together, because in reality, they're the same exact thing. So for many people, it's like, oh, dang, it's an amazing thing. How can people get together and make this music? But the Bible tells you this, right?
The book of Sirach 13 and verse 15. Every beast loveth his life, and every man loveth his neighbor.
Right,
all
the same. Every beast loveth his life. Meaning Kirk Franklin, Glorilla ain't no difference between them. Neither of them want to repent and keep the commandments of God. Right? Like Abel was saying earlier, our people hate the laws of God. It ain't out there what Christ looks like, what we should actually be doing. People choose rather to have fun. They want to have fun. They don't want to buckle down and be disciplined and keep the laws of God. They want to push evil on earth. Go ahead.
All flesh consorted according to kind, and a man will cleave to his life.
And that's why they're able to fellowship, be together, because they're like each other. As much as people want to look at them as two different things, what Kirk Franklin wants to call it secular music, if he doing songs with Little Baby, it's because he liked Little Baby. They're the same thing. That's how he can do those songs and there be no difference. There's no clashing. Because if he was really a man of God, he couldn't get on no song with a man. Every song he rapped on the album is about killing people, selling drugs, trapping. Glorilla on the album talking about shaking her behind, fornicating, shooting people. And he said, yo, I'm going to do an album. I'm going to do a song with you. I'm going to get on your album. It would be against his morals. But if he don't have no morals, it don't matter what she talk about on his album. This is a check for both of them. Read.
What fellowship hath the wolf with the lamb? So the sinner with the godly.
The Bible asking how could the wolf hang out with the lamb? It should be the same thing with the sinner and the godly. But the reality is they both sinners. They both in that place of being wicked. So that's how they're able to be together. And that's why even when we bring like the woman that came on stage earlier, the people that come in from Christianity, the reality is
Heine, ain't no way. Ain't no way. And then you got grown men showing up and picking her up and hugging on her and just all excited, talking about, the one man was talking about he was so excited he had tears in his eyes. That's sick. It's disgusting. The fact that we're normalizing this and being like, oh, it's so cute. It's not cute. There ain't nothing cute about it. I had never previously seen the red dress video as well. I don't know if you've seen that. I'm not encouraging you to Google it because that doesn't need attention. It's disgusting. And the fact that her mom is pushing her out there like that, put on the little red dress, put on your lipstick and your wig. There's something wrong there. That's nasty work right there. That's gross. That little baby needs protected. Absolutely needs protection. I just seen a video of that little Miss Shirley doing a meet and greet, and they.
So you know that trend where you take a picture of yourself and TikTok tells you what it thinks of you by playing a random sound? We're gonna try that. You're up first. Take your picture, girlfriend.
God made a mistake giving me a cute little mischievous face. Look at me. I do with everything. Whatever I want.
That's gonna be hard to beat. My turn. Okay, here goes mine.
So this is my best friend. I just wanted to show him off because he is really cool, really awesome. He makes my life better, and I love him a lot. So this is my best friend.
You won.
She
won. She won. So you know that trend where you take a picture of yourself and TikTok tells you what it thinks of you by playing a random sound? We're gonna try that. You're up first. Take your picture, girlfriend.
God made a mistake giving me a cute little mischievous face. Look at me. I do with everything. Whatever I want.
That's gonna be hard to beat. My turn. Okay, here goes mine.
Wait, don't scroll. Are you still searching on Amazon for products you saw on your feed?
Double discount on your apothecary book.
First, you suffer. Then you awaken. And only then do you begin to ascend.
You know what this is? This is our Sumo Spring, the ultimate airbag alternative. Made from our microcellular polyurethane, Sumo Springs are designed to reduce rear end sag, decrease vibrations, stabilize sway, and soften harsh rebounds. Sumo Springs are a progressive spring with a very soft initial engagement, meaning that as more weight is added, the harder they push back. So, ditch the factory bump stop and upgrade your ride with Sumo Springs. Journey better. You know what this is? This is our Sumo Spring, the ultimate airbag alternative. Made from our microcellular polyurethane, Sumo Springs are designed to reduce rear end sag, decrease vibrations, stabilize sway, and soften harsh rebounds. Sumo Springs are a progressive spring with a very soft initial engagement, meaning that as more weight is added, the harder they push back. So, ditch the factory bump stop and upgrade your ride with Sumo Springs. Journey better.
Effectively, is it? No, they call it the 1376. That's not as fun as the Hawk or the Dragon. Colton says, I was literally looking at this one on Amazon. You got me sold on it. Oh, good. Yeah, grab it
Oh,
out.
I'm not supposed to say that.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
supposed to say the A word.
Do not get us in violation.
Yeah, truth be told, it's Rags, which is funny because actually May and Rags have kind of become buddies. Like you guys were talking last night.
We were. Yeah, I was on his live last night talking.
He's a cool dude. All right, guys.
If you think you're pretty, take a picture on TikTok.
Yo, if you want to laugh, type in the search bar, girls spray gun backpack. And come back and tell me what you see. Yo, if you want to laugh, type in the search bar, girls spray gun backpack. And come back and tell me what you see.
So in exchange, what will we be able to offer somebody that can come down and do some work down here? Can we offer them, is there any type of offering package like, hey, they can come and stay on the land if there's people that love to stay in tents, got RVs? Are we willing to offer those?
Yes, absolutely. They can get access right now. I mean, if you drop their money, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
And we'll figure out what type of part of this you want and everything. Get the lawyers in, the contracts and stuff. But basically, we need people that have the same mind at this point. It's not extremely hard for us to take care of 20 acres, okay?
Yeah.
It was a whole nother ball game. So,
But then, with that 100 plus?
we had 100 plus. So being realistic, this is the answer here.
This is the answer. This is what you will get. Like, it's nothing better than being off-grid with a water source, with a food source. And if we can just get people with like-minded like us, we're going to win. So catch us. I will drop out information. Ain't nothing changed. We're still here. This is how our family has shrunk down a little bit. But sometimes that's all you need. So I'm going to give y'all a little bit more information. We appreciate y'all. We need investors. We need people that want to put boots on the ground. So in exchange.
This is worse than what happened to George. Listen to what they say. It's crazy the police have gotten away with this.
The real reason cops check your insurance before licenses. If you drive without insurance, cops can legally tow your car away.
Or you could just drop your rate using AI. This website took my rate from $329 to $39 a month. Full coverage, same car. If you got your car insurance through an agent, then you are way overpaying. So try doing insurance the smart way this time. Click below now to see what your rate could be with AI.
This is worse than what happened to George. Listen to what.
So we totally understand what has happened in America. We totally understand the programming that has happened. They want everybody to live in their emotions, which is why they tell women it is okay to live in your emotions. And now they have removed the man from the home. So now the emotional woman is raising the children. Now the children are growing up to be emotional men, and there is no balance in the world. Everybody is out of alignment. Women are not in the alignment of women, and men are not in the alignment of men. We are like women. Y'all make things way more complicated than what it has to be. Once you spiritually awaken and you move to the logical side, you start to see the delusional mindset that we are trained to have. Like women are truly trained to live in their emotions instead of being programmed to be conscious. The man is supposed to lead because he brings in the balance. Yes, the woman is the queen, but the man also helps the woman be balanced and stable. Women are not stable without a man. I do not care because look at the world. The world is being ran by women spiritually, and that is the issue. Everything is being twisted, and we are so sick of it. We are so sick of having to dumb ourselves down for the world. We are so sick of having to talk in a human way because women are going to disagree. We are so sick of having to be human. Why can't y'all just wake up to the fact that y'all are wrong? How about that y'all have to accept that y'all are wrong? Y'all sit around here asking God for clarity. Y'all sit around here asking, oh God, why? And then when God comes and gives you the clarity, because it's not coming the way that the world has taught you, which is shaking your butt or toxic music, y'all don't want to hear it. Oh my gosh, black people are far too gone. At this point, it is no point trying to help all black people. It is about you building your individual consciousness and creating a family based off that. Because the rest of these black people are lost and traumatized and programmed, and they're fighting to stay on the side of the YT people, and they're fighting the conscious black people who are trying to pull them out. Because
salute, Queen.
Oh, baby, we
salute,
y'all. Oh my, disgusted.
Did y'all hear about the dude named Clean Sweep on TikTok? I be following him. The reason why I'm talking about him, baby, is because he doing the type of fighting that I'm telling y'all to do. I done seen 2 videos so far. He got one video where there's a guy laid out by his mailbox, and he's the one that laid his ass out, a white man. Laid him out for calling him the N-word. That's the type of fight back I'm talking about. Also, there was another video of a white man in the ambulance, and he put him in the ambulance. Why? Because that man put his hands on his child. This is the type of fight back I am talking about. His name is Clean Sweep. Clean Sweep now. And he got the right fucking name for himself, because he been knocking shit the fuck out. He been standing on business like standing on business supposed to be standing the fuck on. That's the type of shit that I'm talking about. If y'all don't start fighting these motherfuckers back, putting their ass down on their backs, and letting them know you ain't nothing to motherfucking play with, baby, I don't know what to tell you. If you ain't like Clean Sweep, you better get like Clean Sweep, baby. I'm telling you. Go look him up. I'm telling you, he do not disappoint. When I say standing on business, that man is standing on all business. Nothing but motherfucking business. Did y'all hear about the dude named Clean Sweep on TikTok? I be following him. The reason why I'm talking about him, baby, is because he doing the type of fighting that I'm telling y'all to do. I done seen 2 videos so far. He got one video where there's a guy laid out by his mailbox, and he's the one that laid his ass out, a white man.
I will follow my I have the wonderful course of movies of the panic.
Alright, so they say if you want to know how good you look, or if you want.
Then you have the Carnahan Courthouse, located in St. Louis, Missouri, the exact site of the 1904 World's Fair. There were 2 phases in the construction of this incredible building. The first phase began in 1929, and the building was done in 1930. Simple. Then the second phase of construction, which included the eastern half of the courthouse, began in 1935 and was done in 1937. Now, like we have mentioned, we have proven through AI ChatGPT that this narrative is impossible. Nobody was building these courthouse structures in 1 year, anywhere in the 1800s. And then you can call up the State Archives building yourself, which we did, and they will have 0 information on it, just like we have shown in this exact episode. There is 0 mention of any construction company that was used in this project, because there was no construction company. It was from a past civilization, and they thought we would never ask, but we are.
Carnahan Courthouse. The college. Yeah, there's a building up there. Griffey's up there too. Right next to it. Carnahan Courthouse.
I'm so fucking done if I see another TikTok creator say, oh, once again, a member from the Jenner Kardashian clan takes an item of clothing that was always associated with the Black, African, Caribbean, Hispanic, Latino community, the wife beater, and I'm naming that, and I'm using that name because that was the nickname given because you guys associated with African American men and domestic violence. Stay with me now. Y'all pulled the people wore it when brown under doesn't actually get up the formal shirt that you wear, your work shirt, your school shirt, whatever it is. Now that Kylie Kardashian was seen wearing it at a basketball game, y'all motherfuckers have decided to go and sell out cookies and all these other places. Go to Target and everything. Not our people that's doing
Head to your pickup at 8 Mahapan
buying
Avenue.
up all the wife beaters, all the undervests, buying them up so y'all could resell them. So y'all could resell them for $40, $60. And let me tell you something. By all means, if white sellers want to exploit white consumers, let them do that. But I just want to say this and make it clear, right? I'm so tired. I'm so tired of things that Black, brown people have always been doing that we were demonized for. Let a little Black boy be caught in the street wearing his white beater playing around. Y'all was quick to call him ghetto. But Kylie could wear that shit front and center at a basketball game, and now it's the hottest thing since fucking sliced bread and sliced cheese. Right? I'm so tired of y'all doing that. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of it. Now that we've got to a point where we decided, or we know we no longer care to be accepted in their spaces, the spaces that we're creating, can we also make sure that we're excluding them from it? Because I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. Y'all literally called it the wife beater because you wanted it to be synonymous to Black men and domestic.
Using the left lane, turn left on East Normal Avenue. Then turn left on the top road.
I can't even make this up. Once again,
In 1992, in the quaint village of Xi'anbeikun in Zhejiang Province, China, an extraordinary discovery was made. A farmer named Wu Anai, while draining a pond, stumbled upon a vast underground network of ancient caves that would soon captivate historians and archaeologists worldwide. These came to be known as the Longyu Caves. Guided by his curiosity, Wu Anai's efforts led to the revelation of 24 hand-carved sandstone caverns, hidden for over 2,000 years. As news spread, archaeologists and experts from around the world flocked to the site, eager to uncover the secrets of these enigmatic grottos. However, the scale and complexity of the Longyu Caves presented significant challenges. The intricate carvings, massive stone pillars, and mysterious artifacts found within posed numerous questions, leaving experts baffled by the engineering prowess of the ancient builders. The size and scale of this construction is breathtaking, and the civilization responsible for constructing it needed to remove a massive amount of sandstone, estimated to be nearly 1 million cubic meters in total. Intriguingly, there is no clear evidence or records of where this excavated material was deposited, or how it was excavated to begin with.
Turn right on Normal Avenue.
How did a civilization thousands of years ago have the knowledge and technology to achieve such a feat? And there are many more mysteries about the Longyu Caves. But for now, let's go inside and
Turn right on Normal Avenue.
I'm sure, like me, you are going to be fascinated at just what these unknown ancient builders were able to achieve thousands of years ago.
Let's go!
In cave number 1, the smallest of the grottos at 365 square meters, the discovery of a detailed stone carving added to the intrigue. This artwork, known as the horse, bird, and fish picture,
Turn left on Valley
in a
Road.
seemingly boundless landscape. The precise origin and purpose of this carving remains shrouded in mystery. Some experts theorize it represents a primitive tribal totem, while others believe it to be an artistic expression of the ancient people. Despite these theories, the exact meaning of the horse, bird, and fish picture continues to elude scholars, adding to the allure of the cave and the complexity of figuring out who is responsible for this underground structure. In cave number 2, the impressive engineering of 34 massive stone columns left experts in awe. These columns, uniquely shaped like fishtails or iron posts, seamlessly integrate with the cave roof, enhancing the grotto's stability. Analysis by the Chinese Academy of Sciences revealed that these columns could bear loads exceeding 3,000 tons, a testament to the advanced engineering skills of the ancient builders. The uniform chisel marks covering the walls and ceilings of cave number 2 further adds to the mystery of the Longyu Caves. These arc-shaped gouge decoration patterns, meticulously carved from right to left with precision, suggests a unified standard of workmanship. Yet the purpose behind these intricate patterns, whether decorative or functional, still remains a subject of debate among archaeologists. Interestingly, a mysterious headless statue was discovered here. The material it is made from is completely different from the stone found in the caves. So far, no one knows who put it there and why. Cave number 3 spans a massive 852 square meters. Advanced understanding of geology and structural engineering. Incredibly, the excavation lines perfectly with the rock's natural layers, ensuring the grottos have remained stable for thousands of years. The layout of the cave, featuring 3 strategic pillars, geometric central axis, demonstrates an advanced understanding of architectural principles. This meticulous planning not only preserved the integrity of the structure, but also highlighted the ingenuity of the ancient engineers. Cave number 4 is the deepest at 27 meters. The size is also staggering, covering an impressive 1,020 square meters. This cave is posted with ancient lighting methods. With a small entrance and vast interior, illuminating the grotto would have been a formidable challenge for these ancient builders. So how did they do it? Theories about the use of torches were quickly dismissed due to the lack of smoke traces and the impracticality of burning torches in such an oxygen-deprived environment. Another theory suggested the use of bronze mirrors to reflect sunlight into the cave, but experiments showed limited effectiveness due to numerous blind spots, adding yet another mystery to these ancient structures. Power. In cave number 5, there are 3 fishtail-shaped pillars supporting the roof. These uniquely shaped pillars, combined with an inclined support structure at the top, provided enhanced stability and stress distribution. Once again, highlighting the advanced engineering knowledge of whoever was responsible for these caves. Modern experts have used computer simulations, confirming that the design choices by the ancient builders have created additional benefits, therefore leading experts to believe these choices were intentional rather than merely a decorative accident. Intriguingly, Cave 5 features intricate depictions of dragons, animals, and humans.
Morning, sir. How are you?
These carvings also include characters that appear to resemble the 8 immortals of Taoist mythology crossing the sea. The 8 immortals as we know them today were likely formed between the 10th and 14th centuries, so it seems that these carvings were added after the construction of the caves. When they were added, however, is still the subject of debate, and for now, remains a mystery. Today, the Longyou Caves stand as a testament to the ingenuity and craftsmanship of a yet unknown ancient civilization. Each cave, with its unique features and unexplained mysteries, invites further questions and the need for further study. Archaeologists, historians, and engineers continue to be drawn to
Just ahead, turn left on Valley Road.
the secrets of these magnificent rocks. The intricate carvings, advanced engineering, and mysterious artifacts found within the caves offer a glimpse into a sophisticated ancient culture.
Turn left on Valley Road.
And despite significant advancements in technology and understanding, many questions about the Longyou Caves remain unanswered, such as the methods used to carve the caves, the purpose of the intricate decorations, and the techniques employed to ensure stability. All of these questions, and more, continue to baffle experts to this day.
Keep right toward New Jersey 3, then keep right.
I got my mind right there, boy. Like ancient civilizations, they don't know who did it. Technology that was way beyond their years. I mean, it's happening all around the world, guys. From Egypt to
Keep right toward New Jersey 3 East.
these people have all these similar technologies, similar pyramids, and all this stuff, man. Dragons, people. This episode got it all. You guys see those fuckers over there? Join up, man. Like, comment, share, appreciate all the love. Make sure you get the family, man. Get your bombs right now, guys. Gotta stay safe, stay dangerous, and walk your way.
So are we just going to ignore what this gentleman just said? Listen super carefully to what she's about to tell you.
You don't.
So I've been up since 7 in the morning and somehow I ended up on Philly TikTok. I'm from Ohio. Don't know how I got here. But can y'all please explain to me what?
In a half mile, keep right toward Broad Street using the right lane.
Genuinely tweaking, bro. Like these young cats out here, like tweaking on these Rick and Morty's, but I just want to know what is in these things, but I got these cats doing this crazy stuff. Y'all seen the videos, y'all seen it. What is it, bro? Is it the vent? Is it the
Keep right toward Broad Street.
Philly TikTok, Philly Talk, get me together. So I've been up since
Just ahead, turn left on Broad Street.
Hinchazón de la abdomen, tirarse pedos con frecuencia.
Turn left on Broad Street.
Gas station kick.
He keep himself out. I didn't tell him to leave. He said, I'm going balance.
All right, man, but I'm just saying, man, you gotta let them speak. I want to say something. All I want to say is, yeah.
If you feel like as a man, I'm not gonna keep no man here. I'm not calling no man.
Yeah.
He's going his own life.
Turn right on Garden State Parkway.
You can go live. All you have to go live and talk about what you want to talk about. People want to come in or not.
All I'm saying is, man, I'm speaking for myself.
Just ahead, drop off Kenneth on the right.
Mexican or Hispanic community, that's on you, man. But I backed up.
Drop off Kenneth on the right.
Nobody.
Exactly. Conversation.
No, pause. You gonna say that we hate y'all. Y'all hate us. Stop gassing
We don't hate y'all.
Yes, y'all do. Yes, y'all do. Overwhelmingly, we know for a fact y'all do. Afro-Latinos.
I've been quiet and we lost the part. I've been quiet and I've been listening, and all the hate I've heard was coming from you, Joel. I'm listening to this shit, and you sound like you got some deep internalized hate, like internalized racism.
I haven't talked all this time.
No, I heard you.
And what did I say? Tell me what I say.
The things that you have said.
You talking about your black friends and stuff. You was talking out to your black friends.
Yes, sir.
How about for the longest time you wasn't trying to say, oh, I talked to my own community about their racism. You never admitted to it.
Man, we support you.
How about you said you never said nothing about checking in until we keep on pressing you about it. So don't act like you've been an ally this whole time. Like, you're not an ally. Nobody has been our friend.
So how do you support? Can I ask a question, host, please? So your community is this way. You were like, oh, majority of my community, and you're Hispanic, right?
Yes, I'm a Mexican.
Okay.
So
here's the thing: we're kind of Guyanese community, right? I'm from the Guyanese Indian community, and what I do on my part, right? I can only do on my part.
Using the right lane, keep right to stay on Allwood Road.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Was it
Turn right on Bloomfield Avenue.
Because I finished.
We just been about what you said.
Yes,
okay,
just saying that he got black friends does not matter. That's
talking out the black friends.
You have black friends, so you're not racist.
You say, oh, that meant something. You can't talk about black people and be like, well, he didn't mean it like that.
Did you hear what I said? Miss Loza, did you hear what I said?
I have black friends or black family members or a black girl.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all always gotta be. Y'all either gotta be in our beds for y'all to support us. So we gotta be in the same bed with y'all, or we gotta be friends with y'all.
And this
Why can't y'all be over there in your own community?
Just ahead, turn left on State Route 3.
Hold on. Black people don't need to be around y'all. Black people don't need to be around y'all to help and support y'all. We don't have to have one single Hispanic friend to feel injustice for you. We don't need to be around y'all. We don't need y'all in our bedroom. We don't need y'all in our bedroom.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad, Joel.
I'm just saying.
I want to be like, you know what? That's messed up. Even back in the 1960s.
Because I've been quiet all this time.
Hold on. Even in the 1960s, right? We didn't have that much connection to y'all.
Turn left on State Route 3.
What? How it feels to be oppressed.
In 1.8 mile, keep right onto New Jersey 21 South.
Wait. What? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question. Did you repeat your question?
It was my question. I was trying to explain.
Can I just say when all the people, Hispanic people, is coming over here in the United States, was backing them up and giving them homes and jobs, that was because of Black protests as well. If something had happened, I think last year or year before last, I think, where some injustice to the Hispanics and the Black people who were protesting for Black people actually stood up for them as well. But a Hispanic would never do that for another Black person because they consider themselves as white, and I'm Latino, I know.
Yeah, you say who considers themselves white?
Hispanics.
We don't
consider us white.
White? That's crazy.
Yes, y'all do.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Where y'all from?
Yeah, that's what I'm
from Chicago.
Yes, y'all do. Yes, y'all do. Hold on. We're not going to gaslight this. You're not going to gaslight this.
In a half mile, keep right onto New Jersey 21 South using the right lane.
Two presidents out their own mouth said, one of them said that the Hispanics belong to the white race, and another president said that the Negro fight isn't their fight. That's what they said.
You know they did that to distance themselves and try to so that way they could get.
Oh wow! Hold on. During what time?
Keep right onto New Jersey 21 South.
Yeah, there's civil rights.
I have a homie who is fluent from Mexico City.
Okay.
Dude looks white.
So you pretty much said that they align themselves with whiteness.
No, that's not what I said.
They align themselves with whiteness. That's what I'm taking from it.
No,
because
they might have aligned themselves with whiteness for benefits to gain something. Back then. But the Hispanics personally that I know, I live in Texas. None of them identify as white.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
about. So you see their driver license. You see their driver license.
Bro, they do not identify
A lot of them
as
do
white.
check, right, on census forms, when they go to jobs, just in general, they claim that they're white. I don't know if y'all watch Baddies, but Gretchen from Baddies, the one who was saying the N-word and claimed she was Puerto Rican, when she went to jail, she claimed that she was white.
Well, girl, let me tell you, Dominican, when they got curly hair, they do not like showing their afro. Like, oh yeah, I know. They grew up like not showing like shit like that. But I'm Mexican, so that's so different. And in different states, it's so different.
Yes, it is.
Because in Atlanta, like the black folks, and we all get along.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
California is the worst.
Y'all get along with the black people.
Wait, Joe has no issue with y'all. He just said they get along with black people.
Yeah, we don't have no.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
In 2 miles, take right exit 5 onto North Street.
So why did y'all vote the opposite way?
We didn't vote for that. That's the white people over there.
You said
No.
Over 60%.
Y'all right up under the white people.
Over 60%. Y'all had the highest output.
And you think they're gonna tell you?
Guys, white people.
You think they're gonna tell you the truth though?
No, there are
That's fact.
I feel like at the end of the day, both of them, Kamala and Trump,
Kamala,
I'm the fuck. Both of them are not even
That's your problem now.
fit to be a president.
Bitch, you're not a fit.
Yeah, but Kamala wanted both of them. No, because she wanted to support these gay people, the trans.
What's wrong with gay people?
That they could be in a
One
woman.
minute. The language.
And a woman's sports. That's not good.
Pause. Hey,
But what's wrong with gay people? Like, that's what I'm saying. Look it up. What's wrong with gay people? I don't have to listen. 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh, gay people. Are you okay? You gotta instruct them. If there's a transgender language for the line to be brought down. Transgender walked up.
Yeah, hold on.
In a half mile, take right exit 5 onto Mill Street using the right lane.
So this is my first time using me. So I reach out to you TikTok-friendly language. You can't say the G word, say rainbow, alternative, something that will be some rules will be protected. And if you say something that's disparaging, they can bring to life.
Take right exit 5 onto Mill Street. In a quarter mile, turn right on Portland Street.
Right, so I understand that we do. So we're amalgamating ethnic, right? And so I understand that some of us may have indigenous ancestors, things like that. And although we are a reclassified people, y'all now standing on your indigenous.
Turn right on Portland Street, then turn left on Schuyler Street.
It's for children of slaves.
I'm sorry, miss. I just want to know who's speaking. I don't know who's speaking.
Hi, I'm BX. I'm a foundational Black American.
BX, gotcha.
Turn left on Schuyler Street.
Yes. So I actually still was voted, if I'm not mistaken, because Trump is he's contesting the way that it has been.
Just ahead, turn left on William Street.
Bring up other groups like Puerto Rican. You know that they haven't entered the 14th Amendment chat, right? Because they know that they are citizens, even though they got killed at a separate date. Like when they were, all that invasion, and they were able to become a territory, stuff like that. St. Thomas sometimes won't enter the discussion like this. So what it is that our 14th Amendment has been abused. When you bring up the American Indians, there is
just ahead, pick up O'Daly's on the left.
To them to try to get tribal membership, but you can't forget that the natives did enslave some people. So there were some treaties that were between our Black people and them that they reneged on. So some of us are in court with them. So there's nuances to certain things. But the 14th Amendment is for the children of slaves.
Pick up O'Daly's on the left.
I don't understand why people can't fight for their own citizenship dates. Even the certain native tribes, I believe they have a citizenship date of 1924, and I learned that in college. In like the mid 2000s, and I was surprised. Like, why would a Native American be a citizenship date? Yes. Yes.
Head to your drop-off at Walmart Supercenter.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
You trying to be one of my moderators?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to kind of come
turn right on Dow Street.
So, to be a foundational Black American or identify as Black American / African American, because that's also the ethnic group that we classified to. You have to have ancestors who can be found.
Just ahead, turn right on William Street.
And that's the 14th Amendment cover, y'all.
Yeah, basically, that's what I was trying to say.
Turn right on William Street.
You said that you didn't
vote for none of them. But I'm saying, like you said, that she wasn't qualified because of the LGBTQ situation.
Yeah, because she was allowing like trans, like it was okay for them to.
If she wasn't president,
and then they was letting trans.
Just ahead, turn left on Valley Street.
And it was more.
I mean, it's fair to say that wasn't her.
Exactly. So
you can't put that on her. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, but
just because she didn't support
that alone didn't make her not qualified.
Turn left on Valley Street.
How was she not qualified? She literally had experience in all three branches of the government. That's
Let me
more
ask you this.
qualified than any U.S.
Let me ask you
candidate
this.
you have ever had.
Let me ask you honestly.
Just ahead, turn right on Rutgers Street.
What did she do? What impact did she have?
She
When
used
I
black
said it was
women.
a woman,
which we don't want a wrong woman.
okay,
No,
I feel like Kamala was wrong with her because she was happy.
let me finish.
Turn right on Rutgers Street.
Notice Hillary Clinton didn't win either.
and if Hillary
So it's not about having a woman, it's the wrong woman. I personally
Who's the right
woman?
Who will ever be the
Okay, so first of all, I gotta let me talk. Okay, let me talk. Kamala committed in the first of all, she said she wasn't doing anything. I get it, right? But then she also went and in the same breath touched the freedmen's things that belonged to my ancestors. Even the children put their money in that thing. All this time we thought the bank was inactive, right? But it's sitting there, and what she did was dismantle it and revamp it to include Native Americans who also get a form of reparation, the Asians, the Latinos, and all these other people, but they weren't in the fields with my ancestors. That was my ancestors' money, the freedmen. That wasn't to be revamped. So she has shown time and time again that she has some anti-Black American sentiment. So while she won't do nothing for us, she does allow pockets of money to go to other groups, such as the Asian. I mean, I'm not putting anybody in there who is against my people. I'm no longer accepting, oh, we're Black, nobody's going to do that for us anyway. My ancestors would change, and I can guarantee you, if they were alive today, they wouldn't be voting with the Democratic.
I respectfully disagree because
that's fine.
No, I just want to reply to X because we're having a good conversation. I respectfully disagree, just because I don't feel like she pushes like anti-Black rhetoric or anything like that. If anything, she's very inclusive. Now I can understand if you don't like her because she's inclusive to other races. That's understandable. But even with Loca saying about the LGBTQ, she's inclusive. She's an inclusive candidate, and she was obviously a better choice over what we have in office right now. So for y'all to sit up here and say she's not qualified and all of this other stuff is actually insane because she was a more qualified option out of both the two.
Okay, so I want to address two things.
But we have to choose. I'm gonna let my plan right here, and I'm gonna let y'all talk. We have to choose between two people. Kamala was the better person. Why? Like, is we not gonna deny that?
No. Can I say why I think Kamala was worse?
She's one of the worst to ever run.
How? How is she?
Can I say why?
John F. Kennedy was the best.
But let me make it real quick why I say why. Kamala was two-faced. Kamala made a mockery of her people more than Trump by putting them shaking their behind on national TV for a presidential
I don't think there's nothing wrong with
that. That also affected us.
In a quarter mile, turn right on Skylar Avenue using the right lane.
The thing is, she made a mockery of her own people. Why?
It wasn't a mockery.
Would you have celebrity artists who degrade themselves twerking on national TV when you're running? It don't make any sense.
In front of rich white people.
Who cares? Y'all care.
Turn right on Skylar Avenue.
Hold on. I'm having people that he didn't even know.
Hold on, wait, let me finish. I kind of agree with Loca when she said that it was wrong because Kamala was pushing for to basically make trans the same as a woman in Trump.
So we got to
He prioritized like saying that trans cannot be.
You can't say that word. That's all I'm saying. You got to say
I'm sorry. You can't say trans.
I'm not taking any chances.
And Big X. Big X. Can you hear me?
Don't forget
I can hear you.
Hey,
You just can't say the whole word.
Can you come on me?
I'm about to give you some mod powers.
Sure, no.
No, I'm saying you can.
You say yes or no?
You can say that. I know words you can't use.
Okay, hold on. First in the chat.
So y'all are really saying that her policies are worse than Trump's? Like, I don't understand.
Hey, can I tell you?
The thing is, she was basically gonna do the same stuff Trump did, but she was like, she used black people as a sheep in her, like she hid behind black.
You know what really turned me off about Kamala though? This what really turned me off about Kamala. Kamala was really parading herself around as if she was really black. When in reality, she really grew up as an Indian person.
Who cares?
Black. She's black. She was cosplaying a black. No, Indian is not black.
But my thing is, who cares?
Hispanic people are closer to black.
Doesn't matter who it is.
Physical wise, why are we not looking at her politics? Her politics matter.
But she
don't matter. She did.
Woman.
That was all white.
Girl, boy, you're crazy. She literally said when she was campaigning, she literally had a whole webpage dedicated the Whitehouse.org about her policies. All y'all have to do is
finish. Okay, so one moment. Got powers now. Go ahead. Yeah, but you didn't give me full mob powers, right? So I can't mute, I can't block. All I can do is
That's too
also, if you one moment, y'all. One moment. We're gonna get back into the convo. We're gonna get back into the convo, but I just want to talk to the host for a minute. As a mod, I mean, digressions. We want like to block, mute. What's the, what does he deem offensive to allow in the chat or not to allow it? Now, I want to say also, Cash is a good mod, KHASE. Is one of my things. So here's my thing. Tell me your blocking procedures.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Bergen Avenue using the left lane.
May not hear if everybody's over talking the other. We're going to just move this conversation along.
Okay. You still got full mob powers now.
Right. Yeah, they're there. Thank you.
Okay.
So we kind of want to keep it at one mic. I believe Taylor was asking why.
Turn left on Bergen Avenue.
And to that, I answered this. You could be qualified and not be a good candidate. And I believe that was Kamala's. That was Kamala's case. However, she is a children of immigrants. She is not a foundational Black American. And whoever said she was raised as an Indian, she was. And we have to understand that although the dominant population on the island of Jamaica may be Black people, I think at a rate of 92%, there's other races there. There are other Indians there. And from what I understand, her father was also Indian and there was some Irish in there too.
I don't think it matters if she was Black or not.
No, okay, so I do.
No, it's not.
I do. And you know why? Because she wrote in on that ticket. If you weaponize your Black, right? That's called cosplaying. And to us,
but y'all are saying she better than Trump. Like I'm just
hold on.
Hell yeah, at the moment it is.
Joel, I'm not talking to you. This is
Bye.
Y'all think I'm talking to
Trump is better for Black people than Kamala.
So what it is, oh my God. Okay, so listen, we survived the Trump presidency and everybody was doing well under Trump.
Because it was
Biden.
Joel,
Okay, all right. But after the first 2 years, I believe it would have no longer been Obama.
And then everything was a shit. And we were doing
well, it really, during COVID, Black businesses thrived. We had a lot
because everybody loved new businesses. And they had to pay that back. But
in a quarter mile, turn right.
Until Biden came into office, and then he went to, whatever was he doing. But Biden and Kamala, I think they did it to themselves. I think the reason why Kamala didn't win is because a large part because of immigration. Another large part was because of what she said about not doing anything for Black people. But 92% of us still voted for Kamala, but the Latino.
Yes.
But Black men had railroaded and it was made to see that.
Turn right, then drop off at Daly's.
Can I say something real quick? I can tell you this. The minute they let
drop off at Daly's,
it didn't even matter if it was Kamala.
You want to go ahead to the pharmacy or up front?
Because the American public already told you Yeah, we not rocking.
You're welcome. Have a thank you, ma'am. You as well.
We're gonna go back to Trump because it was better under his administration. The minute they let him
To your pickup on Belleville TPKE.
and I can tell you I knew because on Robinhood they have a thing called futures where you can bet specific things. I bet, and I was right. I didn't have to go vote to see that. I knew he would win.
Turn left.
I knew he was going to win because well, people got to understand this. Trump is a celebrity first. Just like how Ronald Reagan was. Ronald Reagan is like a better version of what Trump could be.
He's there.
And Ronald Reagan did a bunch of
Using the right lane, turn right on Harrison Avenue.
You know, they obviously stuff with the CIA and all that other stuff, but Trump says a lot of things for shock value. People don't understand that.
Trump repeats himself.
Do I think Trump is racist? No. Do I think Trump is very...
Look, are you kidding me? He literally can't. Are you kidding me?
Hold on, everybody. Can I fix your sentence?
Ahead, make a slight right turn on Newark Turnpike using the right lane. Make a slight right turn on Newark Turnpike.
Because we know for a fact that man is back in what was it, 90s? Racist. Central Park Law. He found ass. Okay, let him finish. Boys for the law. Let him finish. You cannot say that. I think that all his homes and houses, he literally denied to black people. Let him finish though. Let's see what he got to say.
What I was going to say is, do I think he's racist to the point that people make him to be? No. I think he is. Let me finish.
Let him finish.
I think he's very prejudiced. Which there's a thin line between being prejudiced and being racist.
Trump is the president that has released the most black people from other countries. When black people go to other countries and get in trouble, he released them. He also has freed a couple black celebrities. Trump is the president that has did it the most. You can't name another president who has freed black people from other country prisons.
Right. Hold on.
Trump giving out
U.S. employees has many black people, not just celebrities. There's big life. You have to she became like Robert Kennedy. Y'all awareness. She was pardoned by him. So there's other regular folks, even though that was but he pardoned celebrities.
So okay.
Criminals who need
is it okay
to certain people?
Hold on, is it okay to let them go? The felons go?
Like that's crazy.
That has to be reviewed case by case. That has to be case by case. But I want to say this about this. Because I am from the time period that y'all are talking about. Convenience didn't have it. And I believe that all like they not. It'll be something.
In a quarter mile, keep right toward New Jersey 7 West Belleville using the right lane.
But it's so cool. We got the N-word or two. So they're inherently racist, and I knew that Trump would do something to offend the black community. However, he is
keep right toward New Jersey 7 West Belleville.
He never really pointed out their names, right? But that time in New York was wow. It really was, and I'm not condoning the way they were treated, right? But which I probably don't know. Parents that just speak to wisdom to go home. So some of us parents sometimes aren't really aware of the legal system and certain things
by using the right lane.
Young men, right? And so when exoneration happened for them,
then turn left on Newark Turnpike.
Exonerated flag. So imagine my horror watching them on the Democratic stage talking about allowing people to still call them Central Park flags. So I feel they exploited themselves.
Turn left on Newark Turnpike.
I'm a man right here. I believe that was his father's practice. But if we're gonna go that far back, we gotta bring up Biden, who everybody still voted for, and the crime bill. Like, come on, who's the crime bill that Bill Clinton and Ronald Reagan that they've been passing on for the presidency?
DX. Can I ask you a question though? Do you think
In a quarter mile, keep right toward New Jersey 7 West Belleville using the right 2 lanes.
And hold on,
He said-
I believe that. Nothing about other people's lives.
Keep right toward New Jersey 7 West Belleville.
I got other issues going on. Like other president, it has three black.
In a quarter mile, pick up Joshua David.
Like President Obama didn't even do it. He's freeing black people to be out of jail.
He frees innocent
Black, brown, white, it don't matter.
Pick up Joshua David.
They're all criminals.
Like, okay, so what is one name? Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's this dude who has some weed. I think it's it was a dude who has some
I'm good, brother. How are you?
The other country tried to send that man to prison because he has some weed at the airport.
Head to your drop off at Secaucus Junction NJ Transit train station.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
He was a top like that.
Oh, okay, then that means it's racist too. I'm not denying that Biden was racist, but you said Trump wasn't racist, and I feel like that's crazy. I just say Biden's racist. I know Biden's racist.
So hardly. He said this right now. Even if he is racist, I'd rather have somebody that's openly racist rather than somebody that's racist.
Yeah. Okay. It's racist.
I would have nobody.
But they're all racist because it's all his fault.
Racist?
Yes, you are anti.
I'm gonna do some illegal shit if you alright with it.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Alright. Cause fuck all that going all the way up there, man. Yeah, that's retarded. Let's just not get stuck in this big ass hole. Fuck all that. All the way to Belleville to go the fuck out of here. That makes no sense.
So then the question out when was America ever great for black people?
Exactly. Everybody. Ever.
That's
So
what
why
I'm
does he keep
saying. America was never
Why does he
for
keep
black
saying
people.
that though?
Yeah, Trump free.
Did y'all know that Make America Great Again is Ronald Reagan's slogan? And they originally got they originally got that slogan from the Mustache Man. It was Make Germany Great Again.
Can I tell y'all something though?
Yes,
And I think that people are scared to revisit segregation, and that's not without fault, right? They ran up into our communities. I want y'all to remove the element of violence and research what Black Americans have. Cohesive community of the numerous Black-owned states. University, the Black family was intact. There was not against slugs. Maybe we did a little moonshine, things like that. So when you say if we had to pick a period, if we take out the element of violence that was committed mostly by the Ellis Island, I would say there was had the most home ownership on that. Families were intact. The incarceration rate was non-existent. If we took out all the violence that America, that other communities imposed on us, that was the time that it was great for Black America. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. So I also have to say that you did. Violence. No, I'm saying like. I'm not good at us good at community and having our own doctors and just like the non-violence. Right, yeah. I get you.
In 2 miles, keep right onto New County Road.
That don't know our own race.
But we are allowed to be like that. Hold on. That's not true. It is. Listen, it is. Hold on. Because Black people have hold on. Okay. I'm not saying that there's not Black people. But if you look at it, when you go to race by race, Black people have been very as far as Black people go to their own like community. When Asian people come over here, they got a contact. Hispanic people come over here, they got a contact. Any white people come from white people, they got a contact. Another part of that is we don't have ownership as Black people either, so it makes it a little bit harder to kind of help our own people.
So tell me why we don't have ownership.
There's several reasons why we don't have ownership. You can go to the massacre at Tulsa, from Black people being one. Yeah, you can say that. The massacre at Tulsa. You can say just the way that society was designed in general.
A lack of resources, that's one. Inequality with wage pay, that's another. The burning, like you said, the Tulsa massacre, but I feel like people don't understand that we had over 2,000 communities, like the Black Wall Street, and all of those were also burned down or destroyed in some type of way. So I feel like there's a lot of reasons that would, support that, why we don't have ownership. We were never meant to have ownership in this country.
No.
Yeah.
Knowing that, why would you say that? As when you say the point that Black people are crafts in a bad, like there needs to be some context around that.
Because
we still suffer from eminent domain. We still suffer from financial institutions denying us, even if we're the most qualified out of the candidates. We're still systematically oppressed in certain things. So you might just want to rethink that or tweak that a little bit, right? Because see what the other, and when you talk about when the Asians come here, they have a point of contact and stuff. All we have as the Black Americans are each other. We don't have a nation because Africa did away with us years ago. You understand? But also, they didn't have to face what we're facing now. So while it may seem like we're crabs in a barrel and stuff, there's nuance. I'm going to give you sometimes we are united, right? Besides this election, every election, every instance of tragedy, we're out there. Like what's going on in LA, maybe new to the newer generation, but that happened to Black Americans first. So I saw a couple of comments that like, now it's up for next is you. We were first.
Literally,
So we have been together. The Black Panthers, they said, well, it's not going to do nothing for us. They created what today is known as the WIC program, right, to feed their community because they didn't want to see the kids going to school. Hopefully, do you understand?
In a half mile, keep right onto New County Road using the right lane.
Black people who homes had repairs needed and physically do the repairs for them. There was somebody who was pew. And it took too long for the ambulance to come for them because, they don't want to go into our neighborhood for whatever reason. Maybe it was prejudice, racism, or maybe they were fearful or something. But they created an ambulance system for their community. So you can't say that we're cracking a barrel. I think that the good that we do for the community, and I know. So what I'm saying
I finally bump into a goddamn conversation that's worth having.
Oh, yeah, this right here.
Yeah, this is worth having, right? And I can't get the fuck on. I can't get on. They won't let me on, at least not yet. Because, like, they need a reason,
right?
Like the reality, because again, this went from the topic of the room is should the black community be or care about the LA riots, about deportation, right? And that's a very loaded question because the reality is that none of us should give a fuck about what's going on over there in regards to those deportations because they're deporting illegal immigrants, right? Now, we could have our idealism about borders and this is Mexico and natives and all that other bullshit, but the reality is that the white man took the whole goddamn continent, right? And he split it up and he put up borders, and to the victor goes the spoils, and that's what it is. So if the white man says in his country you're an illegal, you're a goddamn illegal. Now, reality is that should black people give a fuck? And I say no. No. And then the bigger conversation that they're having underneath it all is the wedge between Latinos and black people. Now, here in Jersey, that wedge don't really exist. It hits here, but it don't really exist. It don't exist amongst what people call Puerto Ricans and black people. That shit don't exist between black people and Puerto Rican people. Now it does exist between Dominicans who deny their blackness. Right? They be like, I know black. I know black. But you all, I tell them all the time, just look in the fucking mirror. Right? The reality is that we as a people need to really, this is like I said, it's a conversation worth having. We need to finally address this whole wedge between us, because when the truth comes out, and it's out, cat's out the fucking bag, we're the same people, right? There is no such people called black people. That shit is not real. It's not real. And if you say it is, I'll challenge you. Where's black at? Where's this nation called black? Where is it? All right? And you can't be African American because Akibulan is the name of the continent, right? It was conquered by Leo Scipius Africanus, and he renamed it. They'll deny that, but they deny every fucking thing, right? And you can't be American because this is named for Amerigo Vespucci, an explorer, right? So you can't be either of those. Black and brown have no standing in law, right? We have no standing in law. When you call yourself a color, you're denying your own humanity, your own manhood or womanhood. So therefore, you don't have standing in law. You're just a fucking color, right? And they're either not privy to this information, or they're just not bringing it up. They want to perpetuate the wedge, the separation. Because deep down inside, we all got prejudices. All of us. We could deny till we're blue in the face. But we all got prejudices. Are we all racist? Nah. Could we be? If we had power, if we had resources, right? But I'm often quoted as saying that black and brown people can't be racist because we don't have the power to keep white people out of our neighborhoods. We don't have the power to keep Chinese people out of our neighborhoods. And if you look in our neighborhoods, right? I'm from North. Where you from? Queens. All right, so you know that's black, Puerto Rican, and a bunch of other motherfuckers, right? But when you look at the ownership, right, who getting money in our hood? Chinese people, right? And then they selling us our food, fried chicken. Get the fuck out of here. Beside the point. They getting money. the Indian people, 7-Elevens and all other kind of shit. The Koreans with their beauty supplies, right? Everybody but us. Everybody but us. We don't own shit in our own neighborhoods. And if we got a store, we don't own the building. We don't own the equipment. We don't own the product. So what do we do? What do we own? Right? We're not doing anything for ourselves. And then when we try to rise up to do it, never mind that our own people will shut us down and won't support us. Never mind that part. The powers that be won't let us rise above a certain level unless we're willing to play ball with them.
Right. Unless we're in the caveman,
which is fuck our own people. Right? And there's always, pardon this, but I feel like I have the authority to say this. When it comes to our people, whenever one arises to try to edify, educate, and empower our people, it's always some sellout Sambo coon ass house nigga ready to bring them down.
You're ready to say some shit and try to, yeah.
Ready. And I'm like, why are they always somebody ready? And again, Fred Hampton, William O'Neill. William O'Neill sold out. Set up Fred Hampton. Then Mark Vesey, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. Nobody wants to talk about the fact that Jesse Jackson walked his ass out on that porch. Nobody wants to talk about that. No, y'all want to be in denial. That's what's up, right? But there's always some sellout willing to sell out a black man, always, right? Right? And why? For money? Word? That's only take a couple of dollars. You don't want to stand with your own people. You're gonna bring down your people. Right now, there's a man in Burkina Faso. His name is Ibrahim Traoré, Captain Ibrahim Traoré. Put some respect on his name. He's the president of Burkina Faso. He took it by force. He took it by force. And he's turning the country around, giving it back to the people. And you know who they sent for him? General Stephen Langley. Black man. Commander of AFRICOM. They sent him for him. He's there to kill him. He's there to kill him, depose him, arrest him, or overthrow him. Either way, they want him gone. They want him gone. He took the gold and said, y'all can't have it. He took the resources and said, y'all can't have it. This is for my people. And now they're making him, oh, he's a terrorist. Oh, he's a dictator. You know, everything that they do to make black people look fucked up. Black and brown people. Right? Because they don't want black power. They don't want that. And now we got to discuss the fact that we're different people, right? We really do need to talk about the fact that Black and Latino people are the same goddamn people, because the indigenous population of North America, Central America, South America, the Caribbean, West Indies, and Canada, that those initial people that were here before Columbus invaded, conquered, and enslaved those people, all of those people are what we call today black people. All of them.
Left on Seaview Drive.
They separated us. They called us Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban, Haitian, Jamaican, Trinidadian, Tobago, African American, Mexican, and all the other shit that they call us, right? But that's not who we are. We're not that. Sorry, we're not that.
Turn right on North Road.
We're not that, and we need to have that discussion. So what they're doing, they disconnected me, you motherfucker.
Just ahead, drop off Joshua David.
Yeah, they must have. Fuck. Can't get back on. Damn it, man.
Oh,
they disconnected me, man.
Drop off Joshua David.
Damn it, man.
Yeah.
Because that like I said, that's a conversation worth having.
You gonna get your choice. You gonna get on.
That's a conversation worth having.
It is.
All right, brethren.
A lot of people would have had that.
Nah, hell no. They scared to death of it. Not me. I reckon. Your brother, be good, stay safe, and stay healthy. You heard?
Appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir. You too. Hey, yo. Look into the fact that you are a Jew, the tribe of Judah. Check that. Tribe of Judah. Check that out. Yes, sir. And you got the name of two of our ancestors, Joshua and David.
Yeah, that's
Joshua and David. So your parents just want some shit. They knew something. It's in our spirit. Be good, brother.
Turn right.
Oh, fuck.
Head to your drop-off at 1 Meadowlands Plaza. Just ahead, make a slight right turn on New County Road.
Coming back around for you.
Make a slight right turn on New County Road.
What the only thing that I can do for my community is keep on educating because it's so chance to go to school. So in like Central America, yes,
Using the left lane, turn left on Seaview Drive.
every week that they learn about it, right? And yes, they could go and learn about it as adults and get educated until they have children who are here and who go to school here and who have friends who are black. And
Damn, I was
who
waiting to
live
get
with
on. What
black
happened?
people. And then that's when they start being educated. And unfortunately, a lot of these like Cubans and Dominican Republican and Venezuelan.
Just ahead, make a U-turn to stay on Seaview Drive. Make a U-turn to stay on Seaview Drive.
Baker. Huh. Morning, Baker, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Sorry, it was said it's like 5 minutes to pick up, and then you were like here, and
Yeah, no, it completely went haywire. I was dropping off and it just went nuts. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. How's your morning, ma'am?
Good.
Awesome.
In a quarter mile, make a slight right turn on New County Road.
Our shuttle doesn't run till 7, so I have like 3 minutes.
Make a slight right turn on New County Road.
And we said 100 of these snakes are good snakes. They ain't gonna bite you. They're gonna make sure that you're good. How will black people be able to differentiate between the two?
I feel like that's just how life is, though.
Okay. So you gotta be real.
You're not letting her talk.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell me to let somebody talk in my life.
You asked her.
Yeah. I literally got something to say. Like I said, it's still that's a snake. And you tell black Americans, well, there's a
Using the left lane, turn left on Seaview Drive.
So would it be simple for us to say we're done with the whole group? Or are you going to decipher between who's good and bad?
I'm not asking you to decide. I'm just stating the facts that are out there. Not all of us are like that. And I'm asking you to sit here.
No, I'm saying that we are getting black Americans. We have always been
to care. They have a lot of as human beings. And a lot of themselves as animals. I live in North Carolina. There's a lot of Spanish. I know a lot of Hispanic people. My nephew is Hispanic. His mom is a white Latina. She's not from this country. White Latina. Yes. She's real beautiful. What was happening to the Black American?
In a quarter mile, turn right on Meadowlands Parkway using the right lane. Turn right on Meadowlands Parkway.
I'm just trying to respond to your question. But to answer your question, during those times, there has been American citizens who are at war and raising Mexicans to come over and work in factories, working in very harsh conditions, and also every day before crossing the border, they were being sprayed with harsh chemicals. Those Mexicans that were sprayed with harsh chemicals every single day, later on were found to have cancer. That is where the Mexicans were. We were sprayed by chemicals to go.
Hold on. We was being sprayed by chemicals.
Okay,
We're doing all of the same things, but we still. Hold on. We put y'all on what we was going through, right? Similar. But what we was going through was way worse. If y'all said, like, at the end of the day, you still had to make it by your own. So there was so much that y'all could really go through and experience, right? Because you didn't have nobody there to guard it. When we were getting sprayed, how about this? Oh, they got all these sneaky airmen. That's about all the things. This is the black man that does everything. Because black people disproportionately couldn't be in our grandmother fought in Vietnam. You understand the things that the black men went through? You understand that how when they got home, the black men didn't have no job, didn't have no tools. They used Mexican tools.
In a quarter mile, make a slight left turn to stay on Meadowlands Parkway using the left 2 lanes.
They all were coming across the border and being sprayed and that. We were going through things too. Some of y'all were here amongst us.
I'm just saying. What movement the Hispanic people put together, collaborate on that black people could benefit off of themselves too? Okay, I can name you the civil rights movement and things that y'all benefited off of us during that time.
Make a slight left turn to stay on Meadowlands Parkway.
That's what I'm saying.
The thing that who you should be mad at is the people sitting in those offices, those chairs, who did all these things, who had to even fund these options,
But we already checked it though.
Make a slight right turn on State Route 3.
Hold on. We already
In 1.7 mile, keep right toward Service Road.
We rioted, we organized, we did everything that you could possibly think of for these people.
And the Hispanics were there with y'all too.
No, y'all wasn't. Y'all need to stop with that. Y'all what was y'all doing? Why y'all all going to the with us? Like, what y'all
In a half mile, keep right toward Service Road using the right lane.
Can I say something? Okay. Y'all say Latino, Mexican, black community, right? Did y'all remember 1829? Mexican took in the slavery and they didn't let the white Americans.
Keep right toward Service Road, then keep left.
Taking it back.
Keep left toward Sheridan Plaza Drive, then turn left on Service Road. Turn left on Service Road. Turn left on Service Road.
Try to help y'all, and we supposed to be helping each other, not fighting against each other.
We're not fighting.
In 0.8 mile, keep right onto Meadowlands Plaza using the right lane.
In the Constitution, it says that we have a right to vote.
But we're not trying to unite, and that's what y'all don't want to do. But we're here because at the end of the day, we're not, me, I'm not out here telling people, oh, God, help us, please. Oh, my God, help our people. No, we're not negative. We're just trying to, we want to hear us out. We're just trying to make out the very street. We could just post. Like I said when I joined, we're not asking you guys to do and like I mean this really respectfully. The only people I've seen talking about this situation should black people care about conditions are you guys or like I don't see Latinos out here trying to debate whether you guys should
Keep right onto Meadowlands Plaza, then drop off Baker on the right.
asking for anybody to come out. I've just seen, hey, there's a protest here at 4 p.m. Show out.
Drop off Baker on the right.
Right here, sir.
Right here?
Yep, thank you so much.
You're welcome so much. Have a great day. Stay safe and stay healthy.
And at the end of the day, I mean, like, respectfully, at the end of the day, I'm not agreeing because if you guys have, like, some sort of feelings towards the Latino community, it's totally understandable. It's totally understandable. Like I just said, like, I understand. I totally do because there are racist Latinos. There really are. And it's truly sad and it's truly sickening that there are racist Latinos because at the end of the day, we will never have a seat at the white people's table. And that's what a lot of these people don't understand. And it's truly sad. And I can't change everybody's mind. But one by one, maybe. And I feel like at the end of the day, I'm still going to keep preaching unison, whether you guys want to join or not. That is great.
I don't mind. We don't mind. I don't want to say I don't care because it sounds insensitive and dumb. But like, if you guys don't want to join and don't want to help, like, I've had several talks with my neighbor, and she's a Black woman, and we've had several talks about how she's told me Black women are tired. We are not going to be in the front lines, and I'm like, exactly. Nobody is expecting you to because this is a Latino fight. We are the ones fighting, and I mean, in reality, do you know how many kids these Latino people have? We are big. We are big, and it's fine. And you guys protest, and it's not. No one's saying anything. We're just like sometimes the things that you guys say, like when just like how one Black person does something, you don't want to be identified with like that type of stereotypes, right? Just how I'm Latina, I don't want to be stereotyped as a racist Latina because I'm not what I am. Never will ever in my life. Still, but it happens very frequently.
But you gotta look at
I also feel like because you're out there, like to recognize things like that.
wait for a second though, because you're still part of the group. Like, yes, individual, but we live in America. It's not about you individually. It's about your group, you as a collective. That's why we make statistics and data on these things. That's why we look on what group, what race is doing what. Who's going to the most colleges as a race? Who's going to prison as a race? Who vote for who as a race? It's not about you. You're one person.
But also,
one person.
the
Because it's one
Latino
person.
race is just El Salvadorian, like they're so Chilenos, Nicaraguanos, like I can go on and on.
Okay,
and on.
okay.
Like they're so on and on.
Let me speak to saying that Latino comprises of many different. We get it. I'm sorry that the message is put that there, but there's a piece of it. But there's those of us who understand that not all Latinos are being deported, that are illegally, in the country. So are the Black immigrants, and so on and so forth. But Hope, really, can we put a pin in Steely and Loka and let Cash and Jay speak, bring a new perspective into the conversation? And I ask that these things they raise up.
I still have yet to got a chance.
I understand, but when I got me down was already okay. I just want to kind of, you said we're not unified, and have your race ethnicity?
For me or that one?
Hyra.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
I'm trying to put it into some context. Horn Token Submission says that we're not unified, so I can know how to address them.
No, repeat my question, please, because I thought I was so zoned in, like nobody's talking to me.
It's okay. So what is your race and ethnicity?
East Indian. East Indian and Black. I've been here. I've been listening to everything past hours.
What island? I know East Indians are on the Trinidad. East. India. Okay. Guyana. Okay. See, here we go. So this is, when I say unified, I mean my lineage. Guyanese are not a part of my lineage. They're not a part of my children's lineage either. My children's lineage is Jamaican. So I am a freedman. No, I'm not Jamaican. My children are half Jamaican. So like Guyanese is not our people. You are racially Black, but when I speak of unity and I say this is the most unified that we have been, I'm talking about foundational Black Americans. I do understand consider being American too, but I'm talking about the United States of America, the lineage that was here and basically formed here as a group. Because we are an amalgamated group. My ancestors were enslaved in the United States. And so we're a lineage. And that's who I'm speaking to when I say unity. Because a lot of my people say that we are unified, so I try to give them the emphasis that far. As far as the Caribbean is concerned, is Guyana the Caribbean?
No.
Yes.
No, it
yes. Okay, so here's the thing between foundational Black Americans.
Guyana is not in the Caribbean.
So we're gonna talk when the borders were up and around the time of civil rights, right? Because there was a restriction on Black Americans.
Guyana is not in the Caribbean.
Foundational Black Americans. I'm living in New York, born and raised. There was Black people who were enslaved here from the Dutch. So there were Black people here.
Understood.
Understood. Right. Even before the South migrated. I'm gonna give a shout out to a young lady from Guyana, right? Because our activists had canvassed 50 Afro-diaspora nonprofit organizations and politicians and told them, look, these are the things that foundational Black Americans.
Guyana is in Central America or South America? Where is Guyana? Central?
So Guyana was the only one now that the American freedmen are willing in New York, in the scheme of things in New York, is willing to say maybe a friend to us. But the rest of the Caribbean really had.
If I may be so bold and to interject, Guyana is in Central America, not the Caribbean, and the indigenous population of Central, South, North America, along with the Caribbean, West Indies, and parts of Canada, all of those people are one people. 500 different clans, 12 tribes, one nation. They just don't know it because they've been separated. If I may be so bold, Guyana is Central America, and the indigenous population is not to be confused with the Indian population. Two totally different people. Is not to be confused with the Indian population. Just to be clear, Guyana is not in the Caribbean. It's in Central America. And Guyanese people are made up of two different groups, indigenous and East Indian. The indigenous population of North, South, Central America are the same people. The East Indian is not. All skin folk ain't our kinfolk. I don't know if that came out right, but I'll say it again. All skin folk ain't our kinfolk.
Do you have anything else you want to say, Hyra, or can Cash go now? Oh, she went on mute. Go ahead, Cash.
No, yes, I do, but I just wasn't sure. My service is so bad.
Right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear.
Okay, no. I heard everything, and I just wanted to say I 100% agree. Like, I get it. You know, my grandmother came from India as slaves on a boat to Guyana. You know, the British colonized my country.
Are you from Georgetown or
Well, Georgetown is the capital of Guyana.
yeah? Are you okay? Are you from there or from London?
Yeah, Georgetown.
Okay, Georgetown.
You know, I just wanted to say that, and it's I just wanted to say that, like, so in Guyana, what I recognize is I left Guyana. I lived there for 9 years, and I left, and I came to the U.S. right to the States, and I recognized there the division between the BLK Guyanese people and the Indian Guyanese people.
Indian, yeah.
And that's because of, you know. But I'm just saying that I'm listening to what everybody is saying, and I understand why BLK people are not with this battle. Like, I understand it. Because why would you? Why would you? Because I grew up and I watched my aunts and my uncles and everybody being so BLK people. Y'all don't want to fight their battle, but when y'all need help, you know what I mean? That's why I'm not against it. I'm not against it. You keep so this little girl came up just now that was speaking for y'all. Let her speak for like an hour. Meanwhile, I was waiting.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
She was talking and stuff.
She talked for an hour.
Nah, hour. She over exaggerated, but yeah, she was talking
Okay.
That's what it felt like. Okay. I'm just like, wait, this makes no sense. Like, I let people speak. I don't like to interrupt people. You know, because I don't like people interrupting me. It's like they can intervene and have conversations with me. That's fine. But she was literally going on and on and on about her Spanish this and Spanish. Oh, you're not gonna stick up for us. You're not gonna stick up for us. Okay, if it was vice versa, are you sticking up for BLK people?
Right.
Are you doing that? Like, are you, when the fight gets real tough, are you doing that? And I always say this to I'm sorry, I completely separated myself. I do not have one Guyanese Indian friend. I don't. Because, I'm sorry, and if I find one, that's a good one.
Are you in the New York area?
Yes.
Queens? Are you in Queens?
Yes, sir.
So you're in little Guyana, right?
I'm not in that area, though.
Liberty Avenue.
I'm towards
we all the same page.
One minute. What happened, y'all?
Hold on. Hey, you all follow, because I actually been liking what you're saying. You be real respectful. You be talking facts. And this, and Jewel, you need to take notes from her.
I'm a fan of
I just wanted to say, though. Can I finish everything? I just wanted to say that I separated myself from these people because when the thing I noticed, my aunts, my uncles, and everybody saying they do not like black people. But let me say, when Obama came out with DACA covered a lot of Guyanese Indians.
Yeah, but that's been historical between that area. I'm really familiar with the little Guyana area because a lot of East Indians from
Liberty Avenue. I'm sorry, that was funny.
Yeah, and Guyana are very racist towards they separate themselves from the West Indians in regards to racial, like you said, race wise. And I've seen them in the past. I've dealt with them. And it hasn't been a pretty good experience, though. You guys come from a rich culture, don't get me wrong, both Trinidad and Guyana, but same token, put ill will in my mouth, in my taste buds in regards to
Trinidadians are not as racist as like the Guyanese community is. The Guyanese people, like Trinidadians, they don't mix.
they'll live together as family. But
I knew one Afro Trinidad news. He said some part of Trinidad, the black Trinidadians couldn't even go into because of the racism that the East Indians were giving them back in Trinidad. But everybody has their own experience.
Yeah, but I was saying, I've been liking what you've been saying though. But Jewel, I hope that you're taking notes from what she's saying. She seen hypocrisy in the community, in her community. She said, "You know what? I'm not down for this."
What's Jewel?
How about if she separated herself? Are you willing to do the same thing if you have all like you claim if you're down for black?
I told you.
Hey, Jewel, where you from? Are you
I'm from Texas.
Okay.
I'm Mexican.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I tell them over here, Mexican, we stay united.
So you're gonna stay united with your people even if they're wrong.
What's the wrong?
What's the wrong?
How
about the anti-blackness?
No, we don't have no anti-blackness over here. Have you heard of Houston?
My man. We know overall that y'all have anti-blackness in your community.
Dude, that's what.
Y'all don't even like to hire us at your jobs. Y'all don't hire black. I know this for a fact.
Bro, the other day, can I tell a story about a mall? And my husband is African American, and we went to the store, and this Spanish woman started looking at him, like trying to follow him and stuff, like he's gonna fail something, like giving a stink look and stuff. Come on now.
Right, so we can call foundational Black Americans from Texas that will pretty much right with what you're saying, Joel. But I honestly would like to hear from Cash and Jay and Eliza and Jonathan, who have been great information to into their input.
Yeah, you can go ahead first. Give me a second.
Okay. Oh, no problem. State your race and ethnicity for the room, Jay.
My race is black. My ethnicity, I don't know. I'm from America. I don't really know my
Where your parents from?
LA.
Okay. You have Southern roots?
Yeah, Texas.
Okay. On both sides of the family, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's your thoughts on the prom?
Honestly, like, I'm kind of like on the fence because, like, at the same time, they broke the law. Like, the law is the law. If I get in trouble with the law, I'm going to jail. So, like, the law is the law. And on the other side, like, the Rasa don't really fuck with us, like, out here in LA. Like, they don't. Like that. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's people here and there, but majority of them don't rock with us. And so, like, it's hard to sympathize with somebody that don't really fuck with you. And that's my viewpoint about it.
Can I just say something? I'm here in Philadelphia, and ain't many. Matter of fact, we ain't got no Mexicans out here. I mean, we got Puerto Ricans and Dominicans, but at the same time, based on what you guys saying on the West Coast, California, Texas, and all that stuff, I'm seeing what you're coming. But even with the Latinos that we have out here, it's still a big division. Even with the Caribbean people, it's a big division out here, and that's why we got to hold our own and stick by our own and stick by our guns. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I second that notion. I feel like Jay, right? I know you're on the fence because people look at it like this, right? Humanity. Where's your humanity at? Where's your empathy? But I feel like, and not that I feel like, well, I believe.
This is a serious conversation that needs to be had. I'm grateful. to this room. TBA Primetime. Shout out to TBA Primetime on TikTok.
Black America. Everything that was supposed to benefit us, they come in and they take it, and then they take advantage of it. And we don't do nothing like that when they have, you know, programs for themselves. They got laws passed for their issue.
Yep.
How about, you know, Asians got a whole crime bill passed during COVID, right? Where's the Asian community at when we wanted our crime bill passed?
Man, they don't even look our way.
They don't even care. So that's why I always say to black people, should you really care about a group of people who don't care about you? Ask yourself, are they going to benefit the black community? What are they going to do for us? Because we done a lot for them. But what are they going to do for us? How they going to?
That is what I'm saying. That is my point. Like, you can't blame these folks. You can't blame the fat black BLK folks, bro. You can't. Because where were you? Where were you when things get BLK March, all these things? You know, like, come on. Come on. People where were y'all? But now the cry gets real for you, right? It hits home for you now.
And the thing about that is, it's only when things pop off is where is the black and brown unity? And when something goes off in their community, then they want to sit there and look for us for support. Well, the 365 other days of the year, you know, they want to give us their behind us. And this is what I'm talking about. We got to stop letting people from the outside use us. I mean, like I said, I'm here on the East Coast. I don't have too much experience with any Mexicans, but black people, police officers, they're doing the same thing to us all the time. And we got to sit down and say, you know what, enough's enough. We got to stand back. Just like that situation that happened down in Miami with that African guy. He got robbed by that white team. What did we find out? Him and his family was talking about black BLK by my dogs. So what did we do? We sat there, went out and said, his sister came out asking us for BLK support. And we all said no. We're going to move forward. This is what we got to do. We got to sit these things out.
I mean, add on to that. How about George Zimmerman, right? When George Zimmerman did that to Trayvon, what was the support in? They didn't give right. They didn't give a fight.
You ain't hear nothing from the Haitian community, the Cuban community, the Jamaican community.
I mean, there's a few of us out there, but I'm just saying, like.
But what I'm saying is the few would have been enough to say something to make us feel at ease at least. Everybody keeps quiet when it comes to us. Everybody's quiet. When it comes to them,
That shit is real. That shit is real.
I'm sorry. I'd like to read their vision. Jonathan, Tasha, are you ready? Or is we still busy?
Hey, give me like 3 more minutes. Y'all keep talking. I'm gonna jump in.
No problem. Eliza, can you speak up? Race and ethnicity for the room.
Hey, I'm race, black, ethnicity is Louisiana Creole and Venezuela.
Well, I guess that's wrong.
But I don't feel like black Americans are obligated to be out there with Latinos protesting, because I mean, I feel like shit, you gotta take care of your own house so you can go help somebody else with theirs. And shit, you can't ask a motherfucker to come outside and help you with something that ain't got a fuck thing to do with them. So it's just like, I'm not gonna somebody background, but I'm not gonna force nobody to come outside and help for what? And especially when the people's already saying that they feel like that Hispanics don't stand with black people on another regular day, or they feel like Hispanics discriminate towards them for whatever other reason on a regular day. So then when shit hit the fan, you can't ask people to come outside with you to jump off the porch with you. That just ain't how shit works. Now, me personally, I'm gonna be outside for people because my grandfather
this Venezuela. I'm gonna be outside for my people regardless. Same way I'd be outside for my Black American side if something was to pop off on that side. But that's just me. I'm not gonna ask Black Americans who have no ties to Latin America to step outside for some shit that ain't got nothing to do with them. That's just that. I mean, I don't want to ask somebody to do that. It's unfortunate because, like,
you have to say the perfect answer. You said the perfect answer. I can't go back. Like you said, that's 100%.
But it's unfortunate because, like, the heart in me, like, you know, I really truly, like, we should all stick together. But for some reason, the reason why we're not sticking to it, like, in Houston it's a little different. I live in Houston. You know, they say, I don't know what issue y'all got in California with Hispanics, but in Houston, you know, Latinos and Blacks come together a little bit more. It's not perfect, but they come together a little bit more in California. But still, in a general sense, that relationship own things in this country is just like,
oh, that's how you last shit. What I got to drop top? Hey, I got to drop over this bitch. Go ahead, my friend. Sorry, I'm playing with my car. Go ahead.
somebody said that y'all vote for him. I ain't vote for him. I vote for that man.
I was proud when I was there. It's crazy. People were trying to manipulate me when I was up at the voting joint not to vote for him. I said, not that they play. I said, my grandma has already made up. Yo, they had these black people out there saying, vote for Kamala Harris. I said, that's it. I said, I'm drinking all black coffee today. I'm wide awake. I know what I'm doing today.
You know, I hate when people say that Kamala is not black. I hate when they say that.
They're saying that she's not Black American.
Like, she is motherfucking black. What are you talking about?
Big X explains way more better than Big X.
Well, tell me, Kamala's Kamala is right. She's classified as white university. Now her dad has what? The same thing with some Irish. He was just born on the island of Jamaica.
They said that he was a descendant from he was primarily East Indian Irish or something like that.
The daddy ethnicity has the dad's ethnicity has not been confirmed fully by anybody. From what I can see, it's more than likely that he's one of it seems like he's of mixed ancestry.
Yeah, he seems like he's mixed. Yeah, he does seem like it. They interviewed him probably a while back ago regards to something. And I was looking at him.
My thing is, though, the black race is the most dominant race. My thing is, though, would you choose Kamala or choose Trump? Like,
Trump.
So let me tell you something. And that one-drop rule was ruled unconstitutional in 1967. At the same time, they approved interracial marriage, but only one memo went out, obviously. We're not doing one drop right there.
But we're not.
She's not foundational.
Just looking at the daddy, I I would deem the daddy as being a black Jamaican man who has mixed ancestry. That's what I would deem him as. Just looking at him and looking at I went through some of his genealogy some months ago, and it seems like he does have some Irish, like white tea ancestry, as well as some type of Asian ancestry. But he just seems like a mixed race black Jamaican man.
I mean, a lot of Jamaicans do have like Asian blood too.
Yeah, he seemed just mixed race. I don't know, but
yeah, but you still have a monolithic group, right? And for me, I classify you as black when you like fully black. To me, is when your parents are monolithically black and your grandparents are monolithically black. Y'all know because for black people, right? Most of us don't have white baby, right? But most of us don't have a biracial or mixed person as a grandparent. Like most of us, our grandparents were black. Parents were black. Their parents were black. And maybe somewhere in their genes, somebody got with a white person. Because I think black people reportedly got 15 to 20% white in them. So somebody in their blood probably was biracial, but that wasn't by choice. Most likely that happened because of slavery.
Wait, so you saying you gotta have all your grandparents gotta be black and your parents?
Well, I go by your parents and your grandparents. I go by your grandparents.
That's gonna make a lot of motherfuckers not black.
I know. That close up that group significantly. So we know exactly what we're talking about. Because my grandparents, right, they're black. My grandfathers were black. My grandmother were black. On my father's side, they are black. My grandmother was think about it. That's how you gotta classify yourself.
I don't really agree with that. Wait. I have a black experience. I may not have four black grandparents, but I'm a black woman. Yeah.
I mean, you gotta take that up more. So, like, I don't know how you.
You see my profile picture? I'm damn near dark skinned. The black race is dominant.
That can get into.
Are you trying to say my son is our life?
Hold on. Your son has a black parent, right? That active in his life, right?
Sorry?
Your son has a black parent, correct?
His father is African American, and I'm East Indian and half black.
I know, even y'all are Asian. Indians are Asian.
Yeah, I was going to say
black.
I'm going to talk to Elijah.
East Indian.
Go ahead, Big S.
I'm going to talk to Elijah, because Elijah is Louisiana Creole on one of her parents' side. And so I on both. Yeah, Creole's on both sides. So I know that Elijah kind of she said that the Creole don't want to really be attached to Black Americans, but I've always
African Americans.
What's the difference? I'm not going to use this synonymous.
You gotta use that interchangeably, because Black American, African American, they both are the same kind of classifications for us.
Not really, but because I see African American is a specific ethnic group for that exists.
But I understand though, Black was been reclassified though about 4 or 5 times. So that's why I say
African Americans and ethnic group started in 1782. Louisiana Creole was its own thing from before 1782. So I don't feel like you can ask people to, hey, because somebody happened to buy the United States, hey, you have to assimilate into this other group that you do not have the same religion as or the same language as. Now, for the people who want to identify as African American, that's fine, but I don't think you can force the other Louisiana Creoles who still have their culture and language, because up until 1920, we still had our grandparents who could not speak English in Louisiana. So I don't think you can force those people to be African American.
I mean, I would love to the same notion, because they're not like us though in that type of way.
Because my great grandpa was born in 1940. He didn't learn to speak fully until he was 14 years old, and he came from Grand Control St. Landry Parish.
But you understand how Washi that can
Creole, it's not going to change the fact that they're either white, black, Asian, or Native American. Racially. And me, particularly, I'm black. I'm a nigga. But I'm ethnically Creole. Can I ask a question? Honestly, it's a real question. Wait. Hold on, because I'm going to address this. So African American, I know that you use the date of 17, 86 or something like that. 1782. That was a relatively small part of the population, correct? That wasn't mandated by right. So here's when I say African American and is synonymous with Black American, I'm talking about the reclassified Black Americans who in 1986 we told that term now applied to us. We had the choice to choose African American. However, for some reason, African American is taken and Negro is no longer included. So that's what I'm talking about. That's how we use it synonymously. So when you use it the way you were, I was kind of shocked the first time I heard you were on another platform. I thought, oh, I gotta be respectful. You don't want to be Black American. That's because I was. I consider myself still Black American, but it's because I look at Black American as an umbrella term for every Black ethnic in the U.S. Everybody who's racially Black ethnic in the U.S. That's why I look at Black American as an umbrella term, but I look at African American as a specific ethnic group for people coming out of the 13 colonies in the early U.S., which Louisiana was not a part of. So when that reclassification happened in the 1980s, and they're telling people, I guess, from other places that you have to identify as African American, we didn't really do that in the rural parts of Louisiana. We still identify as Creole and K. Louisiana. Let me ask you a question. Wait. And I mean, I come straight out of Louisiana, so I can't speak for other places, but we didn't do that. We still identified as Creole to this day. My dad was so here y'all go, everybody. Foundational Black Americans do but there's two types of us, right? There's stuff that won't connect to the concept of the African, say that slavery never happened. And then you have the other ones who say, well, we may have some African descent, but we underwent an ethnogenesis. Those are the ones that I primarily speak for. We are a reclassified people, and I believe they told me we were reclassified. In my family alone, I think we were reclassified maybe 4 or 5 from my Alabama alone. So my major, which is my 4th great grandmother, was listed as an Alabama Creole, but then I watched her progression on the census. She went from Creole to mulatto to Negro to Black. So that's why I say I'm Black. That stood for my race, my ethnicity, until Jesse Jackson popularized African American and applied that to people like me. So that's why I use Black or Black American / African American synonymously. That's still our ethnic group. And I just still, Louisiana's a little different. She is a Black Creole, and so she would naturally go to the part her screaming. I would talk in the conversation as she being one of my people because she's Louisiana Creole. But there's some nuances to it because, like she said, the way she knows African American, that's before, that's when the 13 colonies was built in existence in Louisiana, went through their history, special places, rich culture, and a lot of things that apply to the outside of Louisiana really may not apply to the rest of us because they have their own unique history there. So I'm glad we had that discussion, but when I was arguing with the race thing, some people feel like, they'd be like, oh, when you live in Louisiana, this person might be white, but to us in Louisiana, that person's Black, regardless of the blonde hair.
That's why I don't mess with them, though. Because I literally see a video on TikTok of one Creole woman monolithically look white.
Dana.
I don't know what her name was.
I know her, Dana.
Yeah, she had green eyes and all. And she would go around saying she's a Black woman. I have to look at her sideways. Yeah, my who I'm talking about. See what I can use now. My dad is from Louisiana, Lake Charles, and my mom was from Mississippi. So you're saying that they would be classified as African American to the Creole young lady?
No, because people tend to think that it's only African American, Creole, and Cajun in Louisiana, and that's not the case. Louisiana has a large.
I'm just saying, hold on. the one drop rule. Because of the one drop rule, that's why you can classify yourself as black, dude. That's why I can't really just go with that notion. It's hard. Your mates.
A lot of us have family members that look white. We have family members that are we see them all as black because in the day that is how it was.
That's what you're saying. Black. You're saying hold on, but that's based off the one drop rule, right?
But the one drop rule persisted even after it was technically over. 1980.
Literally it can't because it have been factually debunked and disproven. So you can't even go by that rule.
I'm not about to tell somebody who birth certificate said colored 50 years ago and tell them, hey, in 2025.
But that's a difference though. My grandfather stuff don't say colored. It said Negro. That was his classification at the time, right?
Because that same girl that you're talking about, the girl Dana, her parents, she showed her parents' birth certificates. Her parents' birth certificates, as white as they look, her parents' birth certificates colored. So they walked through life in Louisiana as colored people, and they raised their white daughter as also quote unquote being a black person. So that's the norm that she knows, and that goes to case for a lot of people in Louisiana.
And that's what I'm saying. That kind of, but that couple ideology is in a race of monolithic. Because that's true.
I consider myself monolithic.
You can't look like that and say that you're one of us, right? I don't have that type of hair. I don't have them type of eyes. I don't have them type of features. And most black people who grandmother and grandfather broke down Negro don't look like that either. We have a monolithic look.
Outside of Louisiana,
race also depend upon your phenotype.
I mean, outside of Louisiana, yeah.
Hold on, but the territory itself.
Jonathan and Kate. I just wanted to answer his question real quick. Answer to the area that you're talking about was not under anybody's road. The area that you're coming from, Lake Charles, it was called no man's land, so nobody had control over that area.
I'm just saying as a territory itself. Louisiana purchased as a territory. Was not just the Louisiana state itself. I'm just saying as a territory, it was what parts of Mississippi. It ran from some parts of Mobile, Alabama.
And that's why they're Mississippi Creoles, Alabama Creoles.
And that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying to you as a territory itself, I'm just looking at you said the classification. You said up in the 13 colonies. You have to realize the majority of black people came from the American South. And in those areas that you're talking about, to the northeast, the 13 colonies.
Right, but there were black people in Louisiana before that. Before the intercontinental slave trade, people coming down from the South, there were already black people in Louisiana who were part of the French colony, and those people are Creoles.
I understand what you're saying too, but I'm speaking of the territory itself. I'm not just saying the state. I'm saying the territory itself. So it was all classified as Creoles. Is what you're saying?
Yes, if you were born in Louisiana, in the Louisiana colony before 1803, before the Americans came,
so what consisted of the territory itself back then? What states?
Let's see, we had the present-day Louisiana. We can wait all the way up to Missouri, I believe. But the places that were mostly populated by the Africans and the French and the natives during that time, when the French and the Spanish owned it, would have been present-day Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and then you have, of course, that little pocket of people up there.
And that's where I'm saying to you, my mom came from.
But the entire colony as itself was not populated by the French and the Africans. It was mostly that bottom part that was populated. The rest of it was populated by natives.
But the Mississippi area was populated with the Spanish and the Africans and natives, right?
Yeah, of course. People were enslaved heavily in Mississippi.
But then that's what I'm saying to you. My mom was from the Delta, Mississippi, and she classified herself as, she's from the past, but she always classified herself as a black person.
Yes.
She never classified herself as a
black is a race. Yes. There's a lot of.
But racially and ethically, yeah, I understand. But racially and ethically, she looked at herself as a black person.
A lot of
people classify
themselves as black. That's why you have terms like Negres Creole. People identify that they're black Creoles. So that's always been.
I don't know. And I'm not trying to be judgmental. I've seen like I said. I mean, you look similar to my family and other black people too.
Yes, because
phenotype. I am phenotypically a black person. Creole has never been a race. Yes, I am a black person. Because
I'm classifying you as somebody within the FBA community is what I'm saying.
So you classify me as FBA because of the way I look, but there are Caribbeans and whoever else who look just like me as well who look black.
I haven't considered
a black person.
I've seen you many background check. I look
black the same way as you look.
You don't look like a Rita Marley. I hate to say you don't look like a Rita Marley. You look. What the hell is Rita Marley? Bob Marley's ex-wife. That's a big wife.
I don't know what she look like. So what are you trying to say? Creole, you gotta look a certain type of way.
No, you're saying Jamaican. I mean, I just brought up a Jamaican.
No, what I'm saying is that when you talk about I look racially black or I look black, I would expect for me to look racially black the same way I would expect you to look racially black.
I would classify you as somebody who belongs to the foundational Black American community. Is what I'm saying. Based on
like the black phenotype is not exclusive to FBA, so that your point is.
Well, basically, what I'm saying to you, if I was seeing it tomorrow, I would generally classify you as one of us.
If I show you a picture of an African, a Caribbean,
I'm not talking about an African or
but I'm saying if I show you a picture of an African, a Caribbean, and
I'm talking about you though. But I'm talking about you though. I'm looking at you. I'm referring to you.
You can't look at me and tell my ethnicity. That's impossible.
For the most part, like I said, I would assume that you chose the foundation Black American community.
Based on phenotype, based on I know the ethnicity. Because ethnicity has nothing to do with race. You can look at me and know my ethnicity.
I want to look at you and think you're black though, because y'all falling to one drop.
Oh Lord.
That rule,
please, I look black.
But that rule was racist. They literally came out and said themselves.
See, this is what I'm saying though. You say I don't look black. See, you saying I look black.
Because you're black, you're more mixed to me. You're biracial.
I'm not biracial.
You got those Creoles who look like between a black and white person, a high mulatto, and that racial. I would look at them as a mixed race person if I see them. When I see her, I see a black. I see a black person. I need based on her. She's saying that she classifies herself as a Creole person. But if I was to see her, I would assume that I would assume her race. I didn't say, man, when I said you ethnic group, you say you're Creole, right? That's an ethnic group, right?
Yes, that's an ethnicity.
Okay, but I say racially, I would assume based on looking at you that you're black and also you belong to the FBA community. Is what I'm saying to you. Now I've seen Creoles that are mixed race to high up. I see either they're borderline mixed race, or they're mixed race, leaning onto white, based on how some people may look. But at the same time, I don't look at you as that. I see you as our people. Black FBA.
When it comes to, you can look at somebody and know their ethnicity. You can only look at somebody and know their race. So
I said I would assume that, man.
I mean, you can assume that's fine, but I'm telling you what I am.
I assume that I'm Jesus Christ, but I'm saying I'm not right.
Right. I'm telling you my ethnicity. My ethnicity is my ethnicity. I'm ethnic.
And that's what I'm saying. My mom never classified. So is that?
Okay, you gotta realize that's your mother, though. There are some Louisiana Creoles who identify as African American. There are some that identify as only Creole. Hell, there are some that
classify as German. There's some that classify as French, Spanish.
How your people identify is not gonna be how your Creole identify.
It's just a word. I'm talking about the race. She belongs to the black race.
I'm black.
She belongs to the black race. She just said ethnic group. She's a Creole.
You would have to look at all biracial people. But you would have to look at all biracial people then and say that they're black. That was only due because of the one drop rule. That was a racist, practice, ideology.
Okay, so what we can go around saying that you're black though?
You can go around not black. Your grandfather is mixed race.
My grandfather is white.
For me to be considered of this group or this race, you have to have two monolithically black parents and grandparents. So all four of your grandparents should be, your two parents should be black.
But you're not going to just find a
whole lot of Louisiana who are monolithic.
Prime time, you also have to realize the average Black American has at least between 20 to 30% European in them as well. And I understand where you're coming from. Don't get me wrong, but the average, yeah, the average.
I said that earlier. Black people got between 15 to 20%.
I think 30% on average.
I do not count that because of why.
Do you understand that?
I'm still monoracially black because even though my mother was whatever you call a mixed race Creole and my dad is a dark skinned Creole, both of my parents identified as black people, so therefore I'm monoracially black. Like, does that make sense?
I would classify her as SBA.
Whether she's light skinned or not.
I'm not gonna classify her as SBA, but we kind of get past the moment because we're gonna keep on talking in circles. And everybody's
okay, Cash is off his mic. So I have that, she's Creole, and her race is black. When I say she a black woman, she a black woman. What are we arguing about? Okay, Creole and...
How about because you can't erase a group like that. Because monolithically, we don't have that hair texture. We don't have that skin complexion. We got a monolithic look typically. We tend to be brown skin. We dark skin. Some of us are light skin to high yellow. But the majority of us are brown skin to dark skin people. So you start bringing too many people over to our race, and so I said that these are black people. You will have a Kamala who's go around saying that she's black. That is dangerous.
Kamala ass don't look no different than a bitch I can find in Walmart down there. No. Plank Road.
I have never met and seen any black woman that looked like her.
I'm sorry, but her look is not nothing new in Louisiana.
Louisiana, where you're surrounded by people who are Creole of mixed race.
Okay, well maybe that's why.
That's here in Philly too. I'm in Philadelphia. She looks like the average black woman I would see in Philadelphia.
I'm in the South, like in the South. I'm from North Carolina.
I'm from Philly. And Kamala Harris, looking at her, she looks like the average black woman I would see in Chicago.
Light skinned black woman to me.
Yeah, that's all she was. Brown skin
black woman. A light skinned black woman too.
Yeah, she's not light skinned.
Not even black Americans. So I understand.
Well, we're not saying that. She's not saying that.
But Eliza is different. She's from the United States. Culturally, I can't explain it. I think that her to Kamala, it just shouldn't be the case because Kamala, we do know her mother is Indian, and they classify her as white people, right? She's not even of the soil. Kamala's not of the soil. Eliza is of the soil. And to me, she presents a black woman, and she is black. Her ethnicity is Creole and Creole. You have to look at her picture. She looks like a black woman.
I would say that earlier on. That's why
Eliza is not a person blonde Creole. You should not be confused by her race. You're not going to be confused by her race. Really know how genetic I'm listening.
But not people who just like her though. It's people who look really different from her. Who's they are black. Like I said,
And that's just the culture in Louisiana. So I mean, you can't change it
eyes and white skin. And she's saying that she's a black woman.
Black. There are black people that have blue eyes.
Eliza. Right, but because I'm familiar with Eliza and she's been on other pins explaining about Louisiana Creole and stuff, she is a black Louisiana Creole. I'm gonna say that. That other thing to me, I wouldn't even consider it. I just go about my business. I wouldn't even take her as black. I'd be like,
whether we want to take it or we don't want to take it, she is black. The black trait is the dominant trait. She's
Creole. That's a thing
What I'm saying is, you're basing this off the one drop rule. And black people, we all have to acknowledge that was a racist practice and ideology that they implemented. That what made the Creole black. We follow the history of the Creoles. The ones who were mixed, they're the ones who really benefited at the time frame. They was allowed to own land, property. They was allowed to the black people down there.
Yes, they were. The black Creoles were absolutely allowed to own land as well.
I did my research. So you tell me that the brown paper.
I can show you some prominent black Creoles who own land as well. Matter of fact, I can show a wealthy Creole family and you have to be dark skinned, that was not going to stop you from owning land and owning slaves. They didn't get it was more about your social standing and the amount of money you had.
Okay, what social standing did black people really have? Like you said, you had to be born in a specific family. We talk about overall, everybody, the whole group, it was not allowed. That's what I'm saying. That's just it was still unfairly. So because of their rights.
Get back to the topic. Wait, okay, I'm gonna say this. I understand FBA and I understand Eliza. I think because I'm familiar with both of them in the chat and hearing. Well, Eliza hearing her story, right? This is the first time FBA contact is and I understand why he's saying that lady is problematic because after she came out saying that she was Creole and her parents had Negro or colored on their birth certificate, a full European white teen woman came out and said she was teaching. And she was teaching color teaching because of the culture. It was a cultural thing. So I understand why these people, I'm just saying I understand because those instances, because we don't understand Louisiana and its history, some of us, many of us, other people come in and do other stuff like that. That lady was a full European and she admitted it because she was cultured around black people in proximity to other teaching that she wanted to come out and talk about she was a white brother teaching. It's all problematic to us. It is. I just got to get that out there.
You do know the original Creoles that they first started calling Creoles were the offsprings of Spanish and French
they were
children. Let me finish on. They're originally the original Creoles that they started calling Creoles were the offsprings of the Spanish and the French children that were born in the New World. As time went on, that's when they started bringing the blacks and they started intermixing with the blacks and the natives and to make what you know as modern day Creole. But the original Creoles were all European.
Right, I didn't know that. I just knew that they're mixed.
You got a certain group of Creoles down there who are mainly of white heritage who classify themselves as the original Creoles, and they tend to try to stay away from the mix. That's what I'm saying.
Anybody can make a and
But I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny. Yeah, but we're staying away from the topic at hand. We're going into another topic here. Let's I understand what you're saying. But if we keep going back and forth, we're going to stay away from what we're talking about here. Let's try to get back to the topic here at hand.
Yeah, we got more people to handle.
Let's do that. We'll talk about it another day.
Yeah, I'll be back on here.
Or you might go back. You probably bring me back. You know how I do.
Like I said,
it's difficult to a panel like this, so I see my going up like
should black community care about LA and the deportation? I don't care about in regards to LA, I'm on the East Coast. I don't really care about their protests that's on them. But in regards to deportation, I'm for deportation. If you're not here illegally, you should go back home to your homeland and come in a correct way. I feel sorry for those law-abiding citizens. Well, I can't call them law-abiding citizens because they came over illegally. Because once you cross the border illegally, you've broken the law. I'm
about to say some of them come on this panel and say things like earlier. How about little kids who were brought over here at let's say 5?
They're caught in the crossfire. They gotta go back to.
That was me, host. That was me.
Hey, host, they were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
It's not a laughing matter. It's these
look, you have to realize that I'm going to be
that have been brought into this country by their parents, and some of them are babies, 6 months, 9 years, 10 years old. Do you view these children as criminals? Like, and that's why I think
they're part of the criminal system because they came here illegally. They came here illegally, man, because they're part of the criminal system.
brought them here.
Well, they're criminals too.
How are they criminals? They're not criminals. What are you
doing? They're children. They came here illegally. They broke the law.
Hold on, wait,
they're children. What?
They're go back, man, is what I'm saying.
Hold on.
So they have to go back,
man, yes.
Hold on, give me a second. If children go to, let's say, if a child broke the law, will he have to face for complexity of the law he broke?
It's the severity of the law because you got 17-year-olds and 16-year-olds.
I'm just saying, if you're a 10-year-old, let's say you're a 10-year-old kid, and let's say you stole from the store, do that kid have to face repercussions for their actions?
Yes.
Okay. We understand you live in a country where we prison children for life.
We're the country where we enforce laws.
Right. We will put you in jail.
So they did in South Carolina to a child.
Right. And George did it, ma'am. I'm not sure how much Black American history you know, but we had children. I'm just saying real fast.
Unalive road. They put him on unalive road and unalived him at like 10 to 12 years old. He's the country's youngest person that was on unalive road.
For a crime he didn't commit.
When I say what's going on now, during this time, we witnessed it before, but people, and I didn't tell you this, but some people are so privileged that they feel the need to tell us first, you next. That shouldn't even apply to us because we went through everything first on this week. Our children were estranged rooted. They were fed to alligators. They were didn't even have a trial, and they were unalive. Had to be put on books just so they could fit into the chair. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, those babies are gonna live in their country with their parents who made a wrong choice. The boy said that the family, that the kids can go back with the parents. We should not be have to bear the burden of having them in our foster care system. We don't even want our kids to get trust me. They'll be okay if they go back home to their parents.
Or the government.
I don't think the little kids are criminals because what they are criminals.
I mean, technically, they ain't got that criminal, but they ain't gonna always say
How are these little children criminals? What are you criminals? What are you saying?
cross the border illegally, ma'am. Once you cross the border illegally, you're a criminal. Hold on. How did you get here then? Hold on. Let's go with this.
Because the message, the chance I just talked about, those children will breathe in their country. It's fine if they go back. Ours didn't really have that choice.
But what I'm saying is, though, anybody who breaks the law, what do we call them? Criminal. Okay, so technically by definition, I know it's wrong to feel that way. You don't have to feel that way. But by definition, they are criminals. They broke the law.
As a child, you can only do what your parents do.
I mean, but hold on. With the law, we call. If my mom tells me go to the store and steal something at the store, I break the law. Contraband. You know what cops these kids go to the cash and they do it so strong. They call that fruit of the ill-gotten free. That's kind of what the kids are being done by their parents. They still are participant in a illegal act. So just because they're kids, that don't mean nothing. It's like you're doing good with tainted money. You know what I'm saying? If a 1-day-old cross the border legally was in the court of law that will stand. In the court of law that will stand, like, you know, if the cops search you, if they search you the correct way, what they call that fruit of the ill-gotten tree.
That is not going to stay in court because no court is going to sit there and say, if a
you don't know what a court is going to do. That's already sent Elian Gonzalez. The court already sent Elian Gonzalez back to Cuba when he was already here in America. That's right.
If a 2-year-old baby come over here, that baby is not a criminal.
But listen what I'm saying. We're the only race of people who our children are considered criminals. Clearly, Hillary Clinton called black little boys super predators. Yeah. Kids, these same kids that you talk about, these same kids who are doing a life sentence in these jails, these same kids who spend 14 years locked up, and he's 12, 13 years old. They do black kids like that all the time. It doesn't matter. What did they do? It doesn't matter the charge. It turns into crazy.
If you're in jail for 10 to 12 years for something, I'm pretty sure that's not comparable to you saying that a person who is 2 or 3 years old, who their parents picked them up and walked them across the border illegally, that is not their choice.
So the law will look at it like this. So when you became aware and cognitive, why didn't you come to the official and go back? That's how they went back.
A 1 to 10 is not cognitive.
Don't listen to response. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Thank you. But what I'm saying to you is when they become old enough and competent and they can think for themselves, why didn't they go back to their country knowing the fact that they are illegal?
But we talking about children here, so you need to tell me that.
I don't care about their kids.
Are you saying that a 10-year-old is supposed to have enough common sense to say, I'm 10 years old, my parents gave me a legal limit, I should go down and take
What's up? Which one do I turn down to get his school directly? Turn on Baron. Come on. The fuck are you waiting on? This is it right here, right? Yes.
You know Mr. HG?
I do not.
You can see him. You're gonna be like, hey, Nehemiah. He knows that. He knows you, everybody.
He knows me?
Yes.
How could he possibly know me?
Because he grew up with you guys.
He didn't grow up with me, but nah, he didn't. Okay, fine. Right here? I can't stop right here. It's here or there?
Right there or
Come on. We don't have no bag in nothing, right? Wait, what can I do now? Come on, step out right here.
Love you, my man. Have a good time. Listen, be obedient, okay? You waiting or what are you doing?
Say that again.
Said, are you waiting with him?
No, I was just gonna see what's up, and then I'll go ahead.
You gonna walk?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Love you, man. Love you, man.
My dad is from Trinidad. My boss is from Trinidad and Tobago, and he said they came in a legal way, and he appreciates how he got over here. Yes, it does cost money. Look at it again. Cough up that cat. Cough it up.
One thing. I'm gonna say this. I speak to not the whole continent, but we can't migrate here and get to the government stuff. And so I'm definitely voting for anybody with technology, even if I got to vote out. Because like I said, it's not they're coming here what they do when they get here. I'm going to really stuff that if they get a bit of power, even they got to be legal to get government, right? So what they do is they don't advocate for us, but we're putting them in office because they make nothing in there like us. But that's the problem. So to solve the problem, don't put them in here. No other country allows us to get to their government like this. They're running a month over there. And it really counts the Ash Foundation of Black America. So when I say I'm standing on lineage, that means I'm not voting anybody of Caribbean, anybody from the continent, and I'm just not going to be able to do it.
But if Black Americans have an issue with that,
The fuck are you doing?
And start protesting for the government not to allow foreign background to come over here and get in government.
Okay, so hold on. Let me answer that. So our ancestors have to get out here and protest this stuff. They did because we don't have to. There's other ways that we need to do that, and we are actually doing that. So you see my name arrive, but so there's but so much I'm gonna tell people because who tells the enemy their strategy? Because I ain't trust nobody. When they running a money, I can't get where everybody else is getting everything. We talk too much on this app. We tell everybody everything, and the ones who aren't talking are the ones that's getting everything. See how that works? So I don't wish them no harm, but I ain't voting them in either because they proved not to be an allyship for the past 1 year.
That's right.
That's all I'm saying. So they can come here legally, but a lot of things have to change, and we're actively advocating. We're doing what we have to do. And that's why we're able to identify now as Foundation of Black Americans in New York State. So we are making changes. We're having victories and stuff. But I don't think I should be up here telling the blueprint or strategy. Ain't nobody told us shit. And we looking around.
I was like, don't talk too much.
They locked us out.
And at the same token, you still have to pay. You still have to pay. You know what? And like you said,
don't give away the peace conference.
And you still have to pay in order to get over here. So you cross the country illegally and not paying your dues to come into the country. You break the law right there. It's theft. You know what I mean?
Yeah, delineate or DIE. Delineate or DIE.
My boss
just went to the international. Who the Gullah-Geechee went to, and they're asking for certain rights and stuff, but they're practicing some convention of their own.
Aren't they recognized by the government?
They're trying to take over our land.
I didn't know the Gullah-Geechee land ran from North Carolina to the northern part of Florida. That's
They federally.
I didn't know that. So that's North, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida.
It's all the little islands,
the entire
coast lands off those areas.
Growing up, I thought it was just South Carolina and Georgia, but it's North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida.
But you got to. But hold on. At that time period, you got to remember all of that at one time was Carolina. So it got split up later on.
Yeah, but they just got the federal recognition in 2001 for it to be protected.
You talking about North Carolina? South Carolina was all Carolina.
Nah. If you look at the map, I'm from North Carolina too. I've been here. I'm from South. My people. Time was considered Carolina.
So the whole state of Georgia was considered Carolina?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
They created Georgia to basically separate.
Yeah, the entirety of the southern tip. from Florida to South Carolina.
Because it was really uncharted for the most part.
It was known as the Carolinas.
Savannah,
Period.
which there's the former capital of Georgia, but the Gullah Geechee and the Yamasee, which I'm part Yamasee by the way, they were guarding the coastlines and they were fighting against enslavement. You dig what I'm saying?
So my cousin, he's from South Carolina, but he's from inland, so he's not considered to be Gullah Geechee, right? I'm just asking.
Goddamn autocorrect. What happened?
The Charlotte areas.
Yeah,
You're from Chuck. He's from Chuck.
He's good.
Yeah, he said. Goodbye. I'll drop me around the corner.
Yeah, come on. You see all those parents that are going?
No.
You ain't see
I
them?
was just making sure she wasn't going to fucking fair right there with the fucking headband.
Why?
That fucking, because I can't stand that racist bitch. That's what I'm telling Nutty. I feel like she's a racist bitch. She only talks to anybody that looks African, but it's funny, the other African parents don't even fuck with her really. Because she seems like she wants to raise her daughter with those principles. Like, oh no, they can't talk to people that cheated. Well, bitch, stay the fuck over there, bitch. Because, bitch, I'll get ugly with you, bitch. I don't like dumbass people like that. Like, you're ugly, fucking racist, dumbass ass over there. Anyway, back to another.
I might have to stay out later. It's fucked up. I'm already tired. Long as he's all right, man, I don't trust their motherfucker.
Like I said, he also has to learn how many fucking kids, bad or not, ended up doing trips, came back.
No doubt, but I happen to live in this world where I know that when it's predominant black teachers, they don't really fuck with the Latino children.
That's why they want that ugly bitch leave. I feel like this, like, bitch, my grandson ain't safe around you. If you going on, I have to bring him back.
Is she going?
No, because she ended up going in and leaving her daughter and coming out to the front. I'm telling you, I have a big problem. No situation. All right, thank you.
All right. They're gonna call you, right? They're not gonna call you?
They're not gonna call me, and I don't even know what the fuck the trip is over. I asked Ivy yesterday.
That's some bullshit. Keep me posted. Keep me posted. Let me know.
South Carolina at one point in time.
Yeah. You got to realize that's crazy. But hold on, black Americans all moved around from state to state though too, so that's where the mixture goes into from the southern states. We always go to farms and stuff like that, picking cotton and everything. So at this point in life, you don't know. We all. My dad moved from. He was picking cotton in Louisiana, Arkansas, Florida. You know what I mean? So he moved around. So like he was born in 1938. So the same token,
right? I got asked. My people from Bennettsville, South Carolina. How about the Bennettsville area?
it's still that coastal area. Because okay, when you're looking at, but I'm just talking North and South Carolina. Cause I'm fluent in the areas, right? Yeah. When you look the 95 side. Let's take 95 and let's use that as a variable. If you find most of your people going back towards the beaches on the 95 side historically, then yeah, you probably are Geechee from North and South Carolina, because our people came from the coast and navigated in. Now, if you find your people inland and now you on the coast, you probably not originally, or you might have another mixture to you. Like here in North Carolina, where I'm from, where there were slaves in, they stayed in the same town and up until like we still there now. Yeah. So they don't have a big migration pattern on my mom's side of the family. All me and my cousins on her side, we stay right in the same area. Like my dad, his people is from the Fuss. So that's the difference that I see in me. Like my mom would be considered Geechee from North Carolina because they've always been inland people. Ever since her people came from Virginia, the slaves and their people stayed in North Carolina, they never been like the coastal people.
Okay. Yeah, because my people stay so coast because we stay close to Myrtle Beach. Like I said, Big So I did that.
So like the Geechee language, the question that regards it's like Geechee language is all the same. It's all the same, right? Geechee language is all the same?
Yeah, it's kind of all the same. It really is more of an accent and broken English.
Okay.
Like, okay. It's some word like good morning, we say they clean. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And like you say, you will hear a bohemian twang to the tongue. Like my grandma, I'll be like, Daddy, grandma from the West Indies or something. She's like, Robert, you better go get them cheering. You know what I'm saying?
If you say, he's absolutely right, because my cousin, he sounds straight baby. If you would think that he was straight from Barbados or something like that, but he sounds straight baby.
Yeah, like he's Creole.
No, he speaks a Creole. But based on what some people did tell me, hold on. Some people did tell me at one point that there were immigrants from Barbados that immigrated to the South Carolina area. Is that true?
I can imagine that, because we think the world is so big. I've been on boats. I've been on shit. I know nautical miles and knots and wind speed, right? We are not really as far away as we think. We go on cruises. When we go on cruises, when y'all leave Miami and they say, hey, we're going to Haiti or Jamaica, they slow y'all down to like 5 miles per hour. It'll be like 13 knots. That's why it takes you so long to get there. But in reality, you're not that far.
But you know what? He's absolutely right, because if you go to the Dominican Republic, right, there's a city in the Dominican Republic called Samaná, and they said 90% of that city is of African American descendants. And let me tell you, they've been there for 200 years, and let me tell you, they still maintain the culture of Black Americans. You know, they're from the southern states, North, South Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, and Alabama. They got a page on Facebook dedicated to these Dominicans of Black American heritage. They got the last names Wilmore, Johnson, Jackson, Brown, Vanderhurst, all names that we carry. But like I said, they still carry our foods, our religion. Of course. The English is dying down, but at the same token, they still maintain the culture of Black American culture. It's real fascinating, man.
Let me ask, I am. So this relies on messages, right? So I told you my grandparents had 2 children, right? So my grandmother was from Montana. She was very dark skinned, but she had blue eyes. Look, my father, he's the only one out of her children that has blue eyes. Is that a characteristic that we can find in South Carolina, specifically the areas that y'all are talking about? Y'all are discussing?
No.
Yeah.
No, but I'm sorry. I'll let the guys answer that.
Right. No, I was asking him because he's from South Carolina, like he's familiar with it. And that side of my family is from South Carolina. That's the only place when we did their genealogy before they migrated up here. That's where they are. That's where they were enslaved. So ancestors that were. So I was just wondering, what would be, is that's a trait from South Carolina, like down there?
Well, actually, I have my own. I'm just gonna laugh.
I am. Why you on mute? I'm talking to you.
But I was about to say,
Were you talking to me?
I am.
I got family down there in South Carolina, right? And this is the first time I'm ever hearing about this. And we're close to the beach.
Yeah.
My mother never brought up no Gullah Geechee or none of that.
What
But
happened?
she never really spoke too much of her past because she left South Carolina to North Carolina.
Well, there was always a big thing down there. You know, I didn't know. I'm just recently finding out that they ran from 4 to 4 states. Because I was growing up, I always thought that they were only in Georgia and South Carolina. But at the same token, they do have a rich culture, and they talk about it all the time. You know what I mean? So yeah, and they've always been on the on the coast of those states, not inland. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and my people close to the coast. Like I said, we're close to Berkeley.
Okay.
That's like a
coast of those states, not inland. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and my people close to the coast. Like I said, we're close to Berkeley.
Okay.
That's like a 30-minute drive. That's like.
But if you ever go to Charleston, and if you ever been to Barbados, their accents is let me tell you, just alike. I mean, you're thinking that you're in a state of a bunch of foreigners, but they're native to that state.
That sounds like that from American slave trade, because you know that we were shipping by islands back and forth.
Yes. You're right.
Yeah, I hate when the reason I'm talking.
Yeah.
So yeah, one moment, I'm gonna say real quick. So what it sounds like is the case maybe of the intra-American slave trade, where they were shipping back and forth in Barbados. When we say we had a slave ship, they said they found some in Barbados. So I'm not gonna really put, you know what's going around too, anti-terror?
What's that?
The Caribbean won't leave us alone. The Caribbean during Black History Month were very disrespectful. Right? When I see that's the Caribbean.
Yes.
Now they're going after the Gullah Geechee. We're at a time where everybody's trying to take.
But you know, the thing about it is okay. Don't get me wrong. I do believe they even say in Mississippi that a lot of the Black people in Mississippi are of Jamaican heritage. You know what I mean?
Right.
And, I mean, but you're hearing this all over.
Another form of another myth.
Yeah, another myth.
No.
Because big down in in Mississippi, I don't know if you guys know this now. It's smothered oxtails over white rice. There's a big thing down there.
But can I ask, what is the problem if you're smothered with a little bit of Caribbean? What is the problem?
Okay, hold on. I said it, and I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna say why it's problematic, right? We're facing a time.
Problematic.
It is problematic. I'm gonna tell you what's the problem.
The moderator, she can speak.
So here's the thing. We knew for years about the intra-American slave trade. Be honest with you. So those of us who may even have some Caribbean ancestors, we still stand on being foundational Black Americans. The problem comes in now, whereas when people didn't want to identify with us, when we said, "Oh, you're Black too," they're sort of imposing themselves on us, and they're not allowing us to have our own autonomy, I think is the word. So now we're faced with the same people saying, "Y'all ain't got no culture. Everything y'all got comes from us." That's not true. And the truth is wrong. So what I agree. It's frustrating.
I mean, you try to do.
There's nothing wrong with having that ancestry, but it's what those other people are doing. Believe it or not, Black Americans honor their ancestors. And we'll proud to tell you what our ancestry makeup is. But that don't mean you need to come over here and explain everything that Black Americans have.
It's just like with jazz music. They're trying, you got words that they're trying to Haitianize jazz music. And then they'll just say, well, there's a lot of Cuban influence on jazz music too. No, there was not. They swapped. Cubans came to the United States to learn jazz music. You know what I mean? And then when it comes to hip hop music, when it comes to hip hop music, everybody's just saying, well, Puerto Ricans contribute to hip hop. Caribbeans contribute. Okay, you can contribute to a lot of things. That don't mean you created it. You know what I mean? So as time goes on, we get frustrated when you're trying to other our culture. You know what I mean? It's bad enough that that the white team took over country music and rock and roll, but these are both the black creations. And we're not crying about it because we made so many different genres. You know what I mean? But at the same token, you get tired because everybody's trying to move in on our culture and trying to change the narrative of our culture. And that's why we're here saying we're looking at our lineage and we don't have a culture exactly, sir. I mean, and we're tired of it. I'm not gonna go. You know, I know in this. Look, I know in Guyana, a lot of you guys spend a lot of soccer, a lot of dancehall. But I don't see you guys claiming it as your own. It might be part of your culture now, but I never met a Guyanese person say, well, we're really the greatest of soccer.
No, I agree with you.
I just want to use that as an example.
Listen, sir, I will just say that I am one of the person in the background, okay? I am one of that person in the background that have been fighting for this. I don't agree with this shit. I don't like this. Like I said, I don't know if you were in the live earlier, but I separated myself. Listen, I am married to an African American man. My son is black. I would refuse. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so emotional. I fucking refuse. I would never let my mom or my dad or my whole Indian family. Maybe I have a cousin here and there where they have a brain or two. But I refuse to let any of my Indian side family near my son. Because you know what? You know, my husband was telling me, my husband was like, oh, you know, that is still his grandmother. That is his grandmother. You have to
you know your mom.
No, she's not my fucking mom. She's a bitch. Shit.
So you're still your mother?
No, but
don't say that. Don't say that. That's your mother.
We have lost Can I just finish my story, please? My husband keeps saying, you know, that's his grandmother, And I told my husband, listen, I have to protect my son. I have to protect my son because my mother is a type of person that's for my grandson and tell him, listen, you're of the color of your skin. You're ugly.
She's wrong for saying that.
She will tell my son, you are ugly because you have curly hair. You are ugly because
I'm sorry to hear that.
Listen, I am a mother. And I will protect my son.
Hold on. If you don't make yourself
I'm sorry, y'all, but
you know, I get it, but we can open up this up.
I wanted to speak on what y'all said about Barbados. So from what I have seen, the Gullah Geechee welcomed the Barbadian people, but they declared that they're African American. But I did see that Queen Quet actually went to Barbados. She was welcomed in Barbados and had a meeting of sorts and like that. Because they do share two types of ancestry. One, the fact that apparently they're West African people that went to Barbados are the same West African people that apparently went to South Carolina. And then some people from Barbados were brought from Barbados directly to the coast of South Carolina. So knowledge and connection, but I don't really see. I see a few posts of people from Barbados they had just found out about Gullah Geechee when they were excited and saying, "Oh, these people us." But the Gullah Geechee, from what I saw, quickly corrected that
and let it be known that they African American. So.
Well, yeah, but hold on, but like you said, the Asians, like you said, and like I said, I've been to Charleston like 3 times, and I've been to I was to Barbados 1 time on vacation, and their accents are exactly alike. I don't know if they say the same terms, like in regards to things they may say on a day-to-day basis, but if you hear them, if my cousin was coming here in Denmark, if you heard his accent,
linguistically similar, they can understand each other.
Exactly, and if you they're exactly alike, and that's why I said when I first met my cousin years ago, I thought he was foreign. I said, "Where are you from?" He said, "South Carolina." I'm like, "That's a Southern accent." He said, "In Charleston, we all speak this way."
I first learned about Gullah Geechee from this girl on Instagram.
Well, no, he's not.
And her accent sounded similar.
But he's not Gullah Geechee though. He's from inland. This is Charleston. I mean, he's not Gullah Geechee.
He might have just picked up the accent from proximity to being there.
His accent, his ancestors. Well, I don't know where his ancestors actually come from. I don't know if it's a back, like you said, you read there was a back and forth thing, and I believe that based on how he sounds. You know what I mean?
My people
from where?
Oh, it's different. That's real, bro.
I didn't know who the Gullah Geechee was. Honestly,
yeah, I'm sorry.
Last year.
Rodian. Has Old Boy said anything?
Yeah. I'm about to say,
I'm sorry, sir. We've been doing this since you got on here, sir.
I mean, oh boy, it's kind of tall.
Old boy, Chris.
I joined. When y'all tell us your race, I know.
Yeah, your background. Old boy sounds like he's one of us. He's a good old boy.
All right, what's up, y'all? My name is Chris.
How you doing, sir?
My name on here is just Old Boy Chris, but my family from America. Well, I don't know all the lineage, but I just know most of my family is like from Mississippi, both sides. Greenwood.
The Delta or what part? Delta?
Greenwood, Jackson, Grenada, Mississippi area.
Is that the Delta or is that the eastern part?
That's like the south Mississippi.
Okay.
But y'all were speaking on some of the topics like I just
right.
I'm just happy to hear people talk.
I mean,
I'm happy that we're speaking of our lineage, our culture, and the things that bring us together. You know what I mean? That's what I'm happy with.
Like I was talking about so many things, and I had so many like responses on everything. Like how BK said, was it her mother or father or something had like blue eyes? My great grandma had like various blue eyes, but they're the whole shit. The black community care about the LA. I honestly feel like black people is advocating for every other race. Like if y'all seen The Color Purple, that whole movie was about black people going to Africa and, advocating for them to come over here and that opened the doors for a lot of other immigrants to be able to come over here. So it's just like we the reason y'all even over here today for y'all to just disrespect us and be prejudiced towards us or not stand up when it's time to stand up for, when we're under pressure and stuff like that. This doesn't make sense, and we watched y'all like abuse us and disrespect us time again. So it's just a kind of like, we kind of just want to sit this one out. This is like the majority of what our people kind of thinking right now. We kind of want to sit this out, kind of don't have nothing to do with us. Yes, unfortunate, but who you think paying for these immigrants that are over here bombarding our resources, our jobs, we got to pay for the food, housing, all of these things, like this stuff costs money. So it's like, I'm all for legal immigration, of course, but when you coming over here illegally, you messing up, you taking food out of our American baby mouth. Out of our own, what is that? The orphanage system, out of our own, kids, because we got our own kids that we need to take care of that need to be adopted. That need to be adopted.
And that is not even that. Look at our veterans. Look at our veterans.
But they not just.
I mean, how we disrespect them in the homeless. We're overlooking We're overlooking all our kids, our friends, and our homeless people.
But they also contribute 90 billion in taxes.
Thinking like, okay, yeah, they children, and the children don't deserve that. But if they mamas and daddies came over illegally and they deserve to be put back to their countries.
When you
With their mama and their daddy.
When you say they came over illegally, what do you mean?
I'm saying if they cross the border from north, south, east, and west, they should be able to go back to their countries. Like
You said illegal. What makes it illegal?
I'm saying, not getting a visa, not doing it the right way. You know, just bombarding us. Like any other country is not having that. South Korea, North Korea, they're not having that. So why do people feel like America
This is America, and America, that's what America does. It accepts immigrants.
No, when you come here illegally, man, you're very well become illegally, man.
Under the Biden candidate, one moment. Then it was your race and ethnicity, and oh boy, last time I checked, talking. Did you land, oh boy?
No. And that's how people get like off track when we get like interrupted. So I just want to hurry up and land my thing. So, yeah, they coming over here illegally, north, south, east, and west. Like I'm all for it.
I'm trying to get on, and every time I get on, I wait for someone to finish, and they bump me back off. I'm disconnected. I'm trying to get on, and I keep getting disconnected. Put me on, and let me know when I can speak.
All right, bro.
But hold on real quick. But it seems that the people are, hold on. It seems that people are trying to ignore the fact that when they cross the border illegally, that's not a criminal offense. And they just say, well, oh well. Yes, when you cross the border illegally, it's a criminal offense. So you have to cross the border.
They never cross the border illegally.
I don't understand what you're saying about the resources or the who's paying out of pocket, because illegal immigrants contribute 90 billion in taxes, so it's not like they just not contribute. I'm not saying it's right to contribute illegally, but they also, act like they don't contribute $90 billion.
But they're still here, ma'am. They still broke the law. They're here illegally, ma'am.
Nobody is negating.
They are here illegally. Once you cross the border illegally, you broke the law.
Because they're not.
One at a time. Nobody has one at a time.
Hey, we have some next. Who's next?
Nobody is negating.
Everybody's talking, y'all. Let's one person.
Big X's a moderator.
Who's next?
We can look at this.
Can I talk?
There's a reason why Chicago wanted to fix red. There's a reason why there are activists in Chicago advocating for certain things. So what it is, Eliza, is when they're siphoning from our community. I can take New York. There's a building in Harlem. It had very good amenities. It had like a swimming pool in there. In New York City, you could be on a waiting list for these type of building for years. But the residents noticed that there was some activity going on there. And when they investigated, they were trying to turn that into a migrant shelter. There are native-born New Yorkers, even if they're not Black American, who are denied certain assistance or only going to be allowed, say they have a family emergency, they wouldn't get as much as what the illegal immigrants were getting, right? Or the people they decided to take in and refuge them. So we did see the receipt of where they were getting 1,000 and like stamps and some cash. I can tell you the average person born here who may have paid, and we do have New York.
This is an awesome conversation. I want
so
parts.
You're going to be taxed even if you don't have a job in New York, right? So non-tax paying people was getting thousands of dollars in assistance, but the regular benefit amount for a person who pays taxes if they need assistance, it's like $100 every 2 weeks. It's not fair.
But that's the way the system.
Okay, that's good.
Hey, where are you from, man? Melee? State your name and your background, ma'am.
Malaysia.
They put this much energy into building up their homeland and fighting for what we fought for over here. Then maybe we all wouldn't have an issue.
We fought.
Okay, Malaysia, what's your background? Where you from?
I'm a non-white American. I'm from New Jersey.
Where you parents
South Carolina.
So you FBA?
Yes. What I'm saying to y'all is they was not illegal immigrants. Under the Biden administration, they came here legally through an act that he created for the migrants. When Trump got into New Jersey, when Trump for the whole nation. What? Are you speaking for just New Jersey, or are you speaking for the whole nation? I'm speaking for. We did see, was that border a problem? But they didn't come here unchecked.
So didn't Trump end that TBS for those people that Biden brought over here?
Trump did end it. Yes, he did.
Okay, so they're here illegally.
No. He says they're illegal, so y'all just run along with it and saying that they're illegal when they came here legally.
But if they know, what I'm saying is that the TBS is in it for them, right?
They still came here legally.
But they're was not just as on August 6th,
it was still people illegally crossing the border.
Hold on,
they were still
August 6th,
legal even back then.
Yeah, on August 6th, the Haitians that Obama brought here in 2010, their status ends on August 6th. So as of that day, they'll be here illegally. So at the same token, round them up and ship them out.
They didn't come here illegally, though. They may be illegally.
I understand.
Anyone who crossed that border without following the protocols and procedures is here illegally. Doesn't matter about any act.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. What I'm saying, they're here.
Anybody who crossed that border without following the protocols is here illegally, regardless to any act. Is here illegally.
That Trump was gonna wake up and cancel the app and cancel all the people.
They did.
We did.
They did.
But that's what I'm saying. But y'all keep on saying that they committed a crime.
But you're thinking everybody that Biden, let in is all
that means you're illegal.
Illegal immigration.
Hold on.
I'm saying it. Anyone who crossed that border during the Biden administration is here illegally.
No. I haven't said a word. I just piece of host. But y'all go ahead and do y'all things just one at a time.
I agree with her. They didn't come here initially illegally, so yeah.
We never said that, man. But let's just.
I said some people might have here illegally. Because people been immigrating before Biden gave them access to come in.
Anyone who crossed the border during the Biden administration without following protocols is here illegally. Period.
Be quiet. Can I finish talking?
I mean, you said the same thing 3 times already. We agree with you.
Right, you can go, son. You got the floor.
No, you go. I mean, you talking. You said the same thing.
You're not gonna go. I'll answer the question.
Go ahead.
I didn't answer the prompt yet. So, should the Black community care about what's going on in LA? Look, man. Yes, we should care, right? Plot twist. We should, because these people come here, whether you agree legally or illegally, they come here and they vote against the interest of FBA. They commit ethnocidal.
That's right. Period. And I'm not FBA, but I agree. All of the illegals are voting against. Are voting against the best interest. black people. Of black people. Of black Americans. Of black Americans. Of Americans. Particularly black Americans. Let me on. Let me know when I can speak. Hey, yo, you got to bring me on and let me know when I can speak without disconnecting me. You got to bring me on and let me know when I can speak before disconnecting me. Come on.
Everybody else. Donald Trump said that they're getting in because the 14th Amendment was written by us and our ancestors. Exactly. That's the loophole that they're trying to use. The Democrats are playing in our face. The Democrats 12, 13, and 14th Amendment.
Let me know when I can speak, people. Let me know when I can jump in. What the fuck? Hey, yo, why can't I get on? I keep getting disconnected. I need parts of this conversation. Hey, yo. Whoever started this room, thank you, because this conversation needs to be had. When was the 14th Amendment enacted? This is fucking awesome. Yeah, if she doesn't respect the moderator, kick her out. Period. Kick her out and let me in. Yeah, he did, and it was written for African American people. It's not about what Donald Trump says, but what the 14th Amendment means and what it is. That's true. Black people, or what it's called, black people were here before America was founded. That's true shite. I may. Come on.
And that's what's that's the main thing that we as ME have to understand why it may take us so long to get things like reparations, because you have people who come here, they assimilate to our culture, they act as if they are us. But like say for example, we have these types of papers, they are good, they're talking about other things. Like we're on a different wavelength of what we're fighting for because we've been here, but they're too focused on one person. Like she was making a mention about the president. We can't think about him and how he feels. We understand he can be with him. We understand that he has certain privileges in this country. We're telling him we can't record and it's the governing circles, you know. So I'm just not going to get anywhere with that particular conversation. But get back to the point. I think that what we do need to do is continuously advocate for equity
All right, shalom, people. I'm at the end of another day ride sharing. I'm about to go up my office and live stream this TikTok. I'm a live stream on my channel, but I'm gonna share this TikTok room. The moderator or the host is FBA_primetime, and the topic is hold on, let me look at it. Should black community care about LA and deportation? It's a great conversation that needs to be had. If you got time, join me. If not, I'll see you back out here tonight. Shalom.